He was utterly disheartened, thinking about his own future. A week ago, for some unknown reason, he had transmigrated into this body. Currently, Lindsay was living in the world of beast taming, a place where beast tamers were the symbol of status and class. But unfortunately, before he transmigrated, the original owner had already signed a contract with Little Snowball. The more he thought about it, the more desperate he became. This useless thing had no damage and couldn't even evolve. Would he have to live at the bottom of society for his whole life? Lindsay sighed and muttered to himself. Other people transmigrate with a golden finger or powerful strength. What about him? Why was he so unlucky? A few friends walked over to tease him, telling him not to overthink it. That being an office worker was fine too. It didn't matter if he wasn't a beast tamer. Even mocked him, saying he could take Little Snowball to sell ice cream at the shopping mall. Selling cold mineral water ice cream wasn't a bad idea. Faced with their mockery, Lindsay became furious. He was about to stand up and argue. But right then, a system panel appeared. It announced that the system had been fully charged and had started up successfully. Lindsay was stunned, his mind in chaos. So this was the golden finger. No wonder the system hadn't appeared before. It had been charging. As soon as he understood, he became extremely excited, shouting in agitation. This heavenly sound was wonderful. The golden finger had finally arrived. Before him was the system panel filled with personal information. Name: Lindsay. Physique: 1 point. Spirit: 0.8 points. Level: Soul Power 80/80. Soul Techniques: Damned Beast. Little Snowball. Attached was a note stating the average adult male attribute was 1 point. He stared intently at the panel, and before he could gather his thoughts, another notification appeared. Achieving accomplishments would reward achievement points and item prizes. These points were used to accelerate tamed beast development, unlock skills, and strengthen the beast tamer's attributes. Lindsay exclaimed in surprise. This was incredible. He asked about Little Snowball. The information panel appeared. Name: Little Snowball. Attribute: Ice Rank. Initial first stage growth rate: 23.48%. Frost Breath. Development through combat or consuming energy items. Upon reaching 100%, it would evolve and its power would increase greatly. The last line stunned Lindsay. Reaching 100% growth rate would trigger an evolution? Yes, evolution. Could it really evolve? He immediately focused his mind and examined the information closely. Before him appeared 2 evolution paths. One was the giant path, enhancing close combat and physical strength, weakening control over the ice element. The next form was the snow monster, which could reach up to the 5th stage. The second was the queen path, enhancing the ice element and talent, focusing on spellcasting, weakening close combat. The next form was the ice crystal spirit, which could reach the king rank. Lindsay's eyes widened in disbelief. Little Snowball obviously couldn't evolve. Could this be a hidden path? He quickly summoned Little Snowball, held it in his hands, his eyes shining brightly. No need to sell ice cream anymore. Could he really become a beast tamer? The queen path could even evolve to the king rank. Amazing. The system panel displayed details of the queen path. The next form was the ice crystal spirit. It required 100% growth rate, 20 low-grade ice element essences, and 1 soul jade. Without hesitation, Lindsay decided to use achievement points to upgrade Little Snowball. The system immediately responded. He received a notification. Successfully contracted first tamed beast. Earned 100 points and 1 soul crystal. Trainee beast tamer mission required passing the evaluation and completing the baptism. Reward 200 points. Successful enrollment would trigger a notification from the academy. Reward 300 points and a crystal. Since the first tamed beast mission was already complete, Lindsay easily earned 100 points and 1 soul crystal. He breathed out excitedly. Next, he used the achievement points. He reached his hand toward Little Snowball, lightly moving his will, requesting an upgrade. Mysterious energy from the system enveloped it. Rank: Initial first stage growth rate, 23.48%. Evolution successful. The rank remained initial first stage, but the growth rate had reached 100%. When the process ended, Lindsay sighed in relief and shouted excitedly. It leveled up. Truly unbelievable. This had consumed 77 points, leaving him with 23 points. As he pinched Little Snowball's soft face, he pondered. Was the special effect only momentary? This little guy was supposed to be just an F-rank tame beast. Truly unfair. He thought he still needed to prepare the ice element essences and soul jade for evolution. Looking at the requirement panel, he frowned. These 2 items were very expensive. He decided to go earn some money first. Without delay, he went to the beast supply store to buy materials. Seeing this, his friends teased him again. Lindsay, planning to take Little Snowball back to sell ice cream? He didn't bother to care, only bending down to instruct Little Snowball. Don't mind those troublesome things. Tomorrow's evaluation depends on you. That guy's face changed upon hearing this, and he roared in anger. Lindsay Lindsay met his hateful gaze, feeling cautious inside. He was Jiang Hao of the city's second-largest family. Not the time for a confrontation. He had to be careful. He patted his chest and answered with full confidence. Who is the real trouble will be clear when the Beast Tamer exam results come out. Jiang Hao was initially angry but then burst into contemptuous laughter. He and his group of friends laughed loudly in mockery. You're bringing that unevolvable stuffed toy to the exam. If I were you, I wouldn't even bother participating, because you definitely won't pass. Go home and sell ice cream. Amidst the laughter, a clear voice rang out, cutting through Jiang Hao. Don't go too far. Jiang Hao stopped laughing, turned to look, his expression shifting. So it's Miss Guan. I'm afraid this piece of trash isn't worth it. A fat guy chimed in with a taunt. Lindsay ignored him, just smiled and turned away. Before leaving, he spoke softly to the girl who had defended him. When the time is right, you will understand. I have to go to the beast supply store. You go home first. Guan Ning nodded lightly and turned to leave. On the way, Lindsay walked while muttering. Why were evolution materials so expensive? He had just spent all his savings. Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke up. Brother Lindsay, you're back. Seeing Guan Ning waiting, he called out softly. Guan Ning continued, Mom told me to ask if you want to come over for dinner. Lindsay nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll come over tonight. She suddenly hesitated, reaching up to tuck her hair. Brother Lindsay, about that, can you come with me to the Beast Tamer qualification evaluation tomorrow? Lindsay immediately agreed. Guan Ning shouted happily, really, that's great. You have to embarrass that Jiang Hao bunch. He smiled confidently. Don't worry, I'll make everyone amazed. Guan Ning waved goodbye and ran off. Back home, Lindsay sat down on the sofa, still troubled. Just ice element essences and a soul jade were this expensive. This little guy would probably cost a lot in the future. Little Snowball seemed to understand, rubbing against him with a soft cry. Lindsay laughed, handing the level up item to it. Come on, eat up and then evolve. Eat slowly. Little Snowball obediently swallowed it all, then suddenly let out a burp. Before Lindsay could react, its body emitted a miraculous light. He stared wide-eyed in shock. Right then, the light enveloped Little Snowball, so dazzling he had to squint. Inside the mysterious glow, Little Snowball began to change in an unbelievable way. Its previously round body started to transform. Small hands appeared, followed by delicate little feet. The air around turned cold as energy radiated powerfully. The light faded, revealing a petite little girl with a face as pretty as a little spirit. Before Lindsay's eyes, a new information panel appeared. This was the Ice Crystal Spirit, the evolved form of Little Snowball. Attribute, Ice Rank. Second stage growth rate, 0% skills. Ice Hammer, Extreme Cold Domain. Queen Path. Next form, Snow Maiden. Required 100% growth rate, 20 mid-grade ice element essences, and 1 ice snow heart. Lindsay was thrilled, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. The evolution was successful. He stared wide-eyed at Little Snowball, amazed that it had jumped an entire major realm. This achievement was beyond imagination. Little Snowball suddenly moved closer, pressing against his cheek. Lindsay was startled by how cold it was. He was slightly startled, then looked at it with a thoughtful gaze. Just standing close made him feel cold. It seemed its strength was greater than he imagined. At the same time, the system chimed with a notification. First evolution complete. Received 100 achievement points and an enhancement crystal X1. Lindsay clenched his fist, a glint of joy in his eyes. Because no one would waste precious materials to nurture such a small pet, he accepted the reward, his face full of excitement. A spirit stone and an enhancement crystal materialized, floating before him. Soul crystals increase soul strength. Soul strength determines the number and tier of contracted pets. Enhancement crystals improve physique, which is truly important. Without hesitation, Lindsay swallowed it. In an instant, he felt every cell in his body begin to change. His body suddenly felt as light as air, as if wrapped in a strange source of energy. System update, physique from 1 to 2, soul from 0.8 to 1.8, soul power from 80 to 180, achievement points 123. He tried punching the wall, the surging strength causing it to shake. He was no longer cold, instead he felt full of energy. At that moment, Little Snowball appeared at his feet, coughing softly a few times. Lindsay raised an eyebrow and decided to use all his achievement points. Just a few seconds later, Little Snowball shot up to second tier, second segment. Growth rate reached 100%. It did not stop there, continuing to the second tier, third segment, with a growth rate of 24%. Lindsay curled his lips slightly. Tomorrow would surely shock them. A moment later, he and Guan Ning strolled across the schoolyard. She walked ahead, stretched comfortably, then turned to ask, "Are you ready?" Lindsay nodded, his gaze calm. Of course, today he would obtain the qualification of a beast tamer. Hearing this, Guan Ning's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed excitedly, "That is great, big brother. Why did you suddenly become so motivated? You were absolutely not going to participate before." Lindsay smiled faintly without saying a word. Sometimes people always change. As they walked on, a group of nearby female students gossiped. "That is Guan Ning, the school genius. Why is she always hanging out with that waste? Who knows? I heard Zhou Jiang confess to her but was harshly rejected. Why does everyone like her so much? What is so special about her? Hearing that, Lindsay frowned in irritation. He understood that Guanning was both his cousin and a school prodigy. Some admired her, while others were jealous. But she never cared. Guanning turned to look at him, her voice curious. You really plan to use little Snowball in the assessment? Lindsay raised his eyebrow confidently, of course. Do not underestimate little Snowball. Guanning excitedly hugged him, happily exclaiming, if both of us pass, let us go celebrate. There is a store I have wanted to visit for a long time. She did not notice Lindsay's face pressed against her chest. The soft sensation made him blush. Right then, an angry voice rang out, Guanning, stop right there. A fierce girl rushed over, dragging a boy along, gritting her teeth. Big brother, it was her who stole my man. Guanning raised an eyebrow in confusion. Who are you? Who is your boyfriend? The girl shouted, Zhou Seong. Guanning frowned, thinking, then asked, oh, is that the childish brat? She searched her memory of him, then shook her head. Sorry, I am not interested in him. He confessed, but I refused. The girl flew into a rage, yelling, you are talking nonsense. You must have seduced him first. Unwilling to argue, Guanning snorted and pulled Lindsay to turn away. Let us go. No need to explain to them. We have more important things to do. But just as they turned, a rough hand firmly gripped Guanning's shoulder. Hey, you think you can ignore me? The boy glared arrogantly. Did I say you could leave? Since you angered my little sister, do not blame me. Guanning's face darkened, her gaze sharp as she swept it over him. Take your hand off. Momentarily startled by her aura, he froze for a second, but still tried to act tough. He clenched his fist, swinging his arm roughly. Your mother? Taste my power. The fist flew toward them, but in an instant, a strong hand blocked it mid-air. Lindsay stood in front of Guanning, his gaze icy. This scene surprised her. The girl sneered contemptuously. Do not be ridiculous. Everyone knows her cousin is a waste. The blonde-haired guy smirked, his tone mocking. Trying to be a hero saving the damsel in distress? Weigh yourself first. Lindsay's gaze grew sharper. A moment later, he suddenly struck. A forceful push sent the opponent flying backward, stumbling to the ground. The girl screamed in shock as she saw her brother knocked away. The blonde-haired guy struggled to get up, his face a mix of pain and rage. Lindsay calmly adjusted his collar, his voice chilling. I am her brother. If you have a problem, come to me. He gritted his teeth, his aggressive demeanor still present. Guanning stood behind him, a strange feeling stirring in her heart. So Lindsay was this powerful. He looked at his own hand, also surprised that the increase in physique had changed his strength. But the blonde-haired guy was not about to stop. He gritted his teeth, struggling to stand, his voice full of resentment. Since you want to die, do not blame me. He raised his hand, spiritual energy swirling in his palm. A ferocious glint shone in his eyes as he shouted, summon. A blinding flash of light erupted amidst the hazy smoke. A beast-type phantom wolf of the second tier, first segment, appeared. The blonde-haired guy looked at the massive creature, flashing a smug smile. Haha, you two level 3 brats dare to face my tier 2 phantom wolf? Guanning's expression turned serious as she calculated inwardly. Indeed, her pet was only at the first tier, 7th segment. Even though she was confident, her chances of winning were very slim. With no other choice, she raised her hand to summon. But suddenly, a familiar figure blocked her path. She gasped in surprise. What are you doing? You are not thinking of using little Snowball to fight him, are you? Lindsay did not reply, only offering a reassuring smile. If you get hurt, it will affect the assessment. Leave this to me. The freckled girl burst into mocking laughter. Haha, have you gone crazy? You, the Binhai trash, dare to act so arrogantly? Big brother, teach them a lesson. The blonde-haired guy licked his lips, throwing a hateful glare at Lindsay, then waved his hand to command attack. The phantom wolf let out a roar, charging straight at him like an arrow. But Lindsay stood still, unmoving. Only when the phantom wolf was about to close in did he gently raise his hand to summon his pet. A dazzling icy light flared up, making everyone squint. The next second, the phantom wolf suddenly halted mid-air, its body beginning to tremble. A faint icy mist spread, the cold air wrapping around the phantom wolf like a cage of ice. At the center of the frost, a tiny creature floated, little Snowball, or more accurately, the frost spirit. It clasped its hands together, reciting a spell, its clear eyes reflecting the icy light. In an instant, the phantom wolf was frozen into an ice statue. Everyone around stared in shock, unable to believe what had just happened. Guanning stared blankly at the pet, unable to hide her surprise. Is this little Snowball? Lindsay nodded calmly, slowly explaining, little Snowball has evolved. The sibling pair was completely panicked. The blonde-haired guy screamed frantically, move, phantom wolf, but only a deathly silence answered him. Lindsay's voice was cold. Now it is called the frost spirit. To prove it, the frost spirit gently raised its hand. Phantom wolf, completely frozen, immediately shattered into countless fragments and fell to the ground. Horror was evident in the eyes of the blonde man. He trembled as he stepped back, stammering that it was impossible. You are just a high school student. Your pet at most reaches the first-rate stage. How could you instantly kill my second-rate pet? The younger sister turned pale and frantically asked her brother what to do. He turned around, his voice full of despair, saying that he also had a second-rate pet, even a higher-grade one. It was a failure. They had to leave. Two siblings were about to run away when a cold voice rang out, saying he hadn't allowed them to leave yet. Both froze in place, cold sweat breaking out, an invisible fear tightening tightening around their hearts. The space seemed to freeze in deathly silence. After a moment, the blond man seemed to have made up his mind. He took a deep breath, then slowly approached. Bowing deeply before Lindsay, he said they were wrong. Lindsay calmly asked if he was the one who needed to apologize. The blond man quickly turned to Guan Ning, bowed deeply, apologized, and promised to discipline Zhu Xiang. The younger sister did not understand the situation and was about to open her mouth to object. Before she could say anything, she received a resounding slap from her brother. He yelled at her, asking what she was still in a daze for, and to apologize quickly. Guan Ning gave them a cold glance and waved his hand to let it go. Lindsay gently stroked the ice crystal soul and said it was enough. Immediately after, the ice crystal soul slowly retracted its energy. The two siblings fled as fast as they could. Guan Ning turned to Lindsay, eyes sparkling, asking about the ice crystal soul and little Snowball's evolution ability. Lindsay smiled, said time was short and they would talk about it later. They had to hurry to the assessment location. A moment later, at the Beast Tamer Association building, the crowd was pouring in more and more. They gathered around the strange stone in the hall, asking if that was the prime stone. They saw a huge stone with intricate patterns. Though large, it was as still as any ordinary rock. Lindsay silently observed, his eyes full of thought. He knew this was the final test. Failure would mean permanent loss of qualification, but passing would open up a new future. A large door opened and a distinguished man entered, holding a bronze coin. He spoke in a deep, booming voice, welcoming everyone to the evaluation for Apprentice Beast Tamer qualification. Everyone received a bronze medal engraved with the words low, intermediate, high, and super level. It was the key to the virtual realm of the prime stone. He told them to choose their difficulty themselves. The harder the challenge, the greater the reward. Everyone looked at the screen explaining the rewards according to level. Low difficulty gave the apprentice qualification. Intermediate added 10% soul point growth. High difficulty granted intern status, plus soul, physique, and unlocking the second slot. Super difficulty granted much more. Many were excited, but a rational voice extinguished their illusions. Guan Ning approached, lowering his voice to ask Lindsay which one he would choose. He only silently looked at the coin in his hand. The examiner reminded them that this choice would greatly affect their future, urging them to consider carefully based on their own strength. No one dared to take it lightly. The results appeared on the prime stone. 46 people chose low, 10 chose intermediate, 1 person chose high, and 1 person chose super. The crowd became agitated because someone had chosen super difficulty. Lindsay firmly pressed the super difficulty button, a confident smile on his face. Guan Ning was stunned, exclaiming that if he failed, he would not be able to enter the academy. Lindsay tightened his grip on the coin, his eyes full of determination, calmly replying that he could make his own decisions. The news that Lindsay chose super difficulty spread quickly. The examiner looked straight at him, asking if he had heard him clearly. Lindsay stood silent for a moment, then raised his head resolutely, saying this was a decision made after careful consideration. The man narrowed his eyes, his voice dropping, probing as he asked if Lindsay thought he could pass super difficulty. Lindsay met his oppressive gaze, replying calmly but sharply that of course he could. The man was stunned for a moment, then let out a mocking laugh. He said he was indeed a young man, warning him, but if he liked playing with fire, then go ahead. He turned back to face the stone, announcing that the test was beginning. Everyone was immediately pulled into another space. They sat down, closed their eyes, and concentrated highly. At that moment, the prime stone emitted a strange radiance. Immediately after, on the stone's surface, images of everyone being divided into different areas appeared. The man folded his arms and observed, his gaze stopping on the name Lindsay, a corner of his mouth curling up with interest. The scene shifted to Lindsay in a vast plaza. Seeing the space was silent, he opened his eyes and slowly sat up to observe. He mused that he must have entered the virtual world of the prime stone stale. The examiner's voice rang out, reminding them that all injuries in the virtual world did not affect reality. He let out an amused laugh, saying he could play freely then. The system panel lit up, notifying him of unclaimed achievements from his first battle defeating the Phantom Wolf. He cheered excitedly, seeing the system was still active, and pressed receive. He touched the panel, receiving 100 achievement points and a soul crystal. He pressed collect and excitedly exclaimed to quickly use them. The system panel quickly updated the information. Growth rate increased from 24% to 44%. Level went from second rate 4th stage to second rate 6th stage. Both he and Little Snowball clearly felt the increase in power. He pursed his lips in confidence. The win rate was higher. Suddenly, a large door opened along with heavy footsteps. A giant fire lizard of the fire element appeared, with a strength of first rate 7th stage. He frowned, thinking that super difficulty had only a first rate creature. The beast opened its mouth wide and spewed a large fireball hurtling toward him. The young man stayed calm, raising one hand to activate the ice crystal soul's ice hammer. Countless sharp ice arrows appeared, shooting straight at the lizard. Ice and fire clashed violently, creating a terrific explosion. Little Snowball immediately joined the fight, spewing an ice storm that swept toward the opponent. When the smoke cleared, the image of the lizard appeared. Its entire body had been completely frozen. He laughed triumphantly, telling himself his ice power was more formidable. A notification sounded. He had passed the first level out of 5. Another door opened. This time a mysterious green aura emanated from it. A gaunt creature with a body wrapped in bandages slowly stepped out. An undead-type monster with a strength of first-rate 9th stage. He smiled at the monster before him, thinking that while for others a second-stage 9th-grade beast might be somewhat difficult, for him it was not. Outside, the match supervisor quietly observed with a thoughtful gaze. In an instant, the bandaged monster met the same fate as the lizard, completely frozen solid before shattering into pieces. He looked triumphantly at the falling shards of ice, feeling a bit childish. After 2 battles, the supervising man commented that this brat was just lucky to have faced opponents he countered. The real test was yet to come and was what mattered. An announcement echoed in the square, signaling that the second level had been cleared. A new door opened, and a massive foot, rough as a tree trunk, slowly stepped out. The creature's eyes emitted a blazing golden light, staring fixedly at him. Suddenly it opened its mouth and roared, as if to display its power. The monster before him was a Kuei beast of the plant type, with a strength of 2nd stage 2nd grade. The supervisor inwardly thought that his pet was only around 2nd stage 1st grade, making it hard to win against this monster even with talent. The battle began. This time the Kuei beast was completely unharmed by the Ice Crystal Soul's attack, unlike the previous 2 monsters. He frowned in annoyance, muttering that this beast's hide was so thick it could even block the ice spears. Not stopping there, the monster suddenly raised its hand and slammed it hard into the ground, causing countless giants to rise from the earth. Vines tightly wrapped around Little Snowball, trapping it in their midst. In the blink of an eye, the withered monster lunged forward, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Outside, the supervisor burst into loud laughter, shaking his head meaningfully, believing this new student was only that strong. But before his smile could fade, his expression stiffened. A thick layer of frost covered the ground, freezing the withered monster's feet solid, rendering it unable to move. The surrounding space was enveloped in bone-chilling cold. This was the Polar Domain, a skill of the Ice Crystal Soul just ordered by Lindsay to be used. Ice spears continued to be launched, icy spikes firing straight at the monster. It raised its arms to block, but in moments its massive arms were covered in ice. At that moment, sharp ice spikes suddenly appeared right behind it. The monster couldn't react in time, its entire body pierced through. It let out a miserable howl before collapsing motionless. Lindsay smiled, patting the Ice Crystal Soul's head, knowing he had passed the 3rd gate. Afterward, he continued to challenge the remaining 2 gates. In the outer hall, a wave of students was startled awake from the trial. Some of the failed ones grumbled in frustration, saying they were just a little short of winning, but had failed again this year. They couldn't believe how terrifying the difficulty of the 5th gate was, having to face a 1st stage 6th grade pet. Amid the disappointed, there were also those who rejoiced at their success and becoming apprentice beast tamers. Sounds of cheerful laughter angered the losers. Just then, a cry of astonishment rose from the crowd, pointing at a 2nd grade pet. Everyone wondered why a 2nd grade pet was appearing in the apprentice test. The murmurs grew louder as all eyes turned to the divine stone screen. They realized it was the person who had challenged the super grade difficulty. At that moment, Lindsay had already cleared the 4th gate. The final gate officially opened. He exclaimed excitedly that the last round had finally arrived. Outside, the trainees were astounded, discussing his strength. Just then Guan Ning also emerged from the trial, shouting with joy. She said she had succeeded and become an apprentice beast tamer, wondering how Lindsay was doing. No sooner had she spoken than she was drawn to the excited crowd. Guan Ning curiously approached. Only a few seconds later, she widened her eyes in shock, seeing that Lindsay had already cleared the 4th gate at super grade difficulty. Suddenly, cheers erupted, signaling someone had come out. All eyes were fixed on the divine stone screen, holding their breath as they watched. It was the monster of the 5th round. As soon as they saw it, the crowd fell into stunned silence. People exclaimed, "What kind of monster was this?" Someone shouted that it was a saber-toothed lion of the beast type, 2nd stage 5th grade, with a massive frame and fiery eyes. The atmosphere exploded. Everyone thought this was too insane, that a new student couldn't possibly win. Inside the trial, Lindsay calmly faced his final opponent, thinking he had finally met someone who could truly fight. Obeying his command, the Ice Crystal Soul immediately launched an attack with ice spears. However, the saber-toothed lion possessed incredible speed, dodging as fast as a ray of light. This speed made Lindsay squint, acknowledging that it was indeed fast. Right after, the saber-toothed lion suddenly struck with its claws. It attacked head-on and sent the Ice Crystal Soul flying before it could react. The powerful blow caused cracks to appear on the Ice Crystal Soul's body. The supervising man outside thought this time, let's see what new tricks he had. Though he admitted his strength, this was where he had to stop. Inside the trial, after the first exchange, Lindsay quickly grasped the situation. He knew that although the Ice Soul was 1 grade higher, A pet's strength also depended on attributes, state, environment, and the beast tamer's strategy. At this point, the ice crystal soul was exhausted after 4 battles, while the saber-toothed lion was still full of energy. With its superior speed and power, this was clearly a difficult fight. If things continued this way, he might actually lose. He had to find an opportunity. Lindsay squinted as he watched the monster continue to rush forward. He immediately shouted loudly, telling the ice crystal soul to get ready now. Seizing the moment, he commanded decisively, "Ice Spears." Immediately, the chain ice skill was activated. The 2 attacks collided violently, creating an explosion of thick dust. All eyes were on the battle. As the smoke cleared, the entire hall was stunned. The saber-toothed lion fell to the ground with its body frozen, and the ice crystal soul also collapsed. The crowd began to murmur. Everyone wondered what happened. If it was a draw, how the result would be determined. Suddenly, a shout rang out telling everyone to look. The supposedly motionless sabered lion began to stir. People gossiped that he could stand equally with a second stage 5th grade saber-toothed lion, so his pet must be at least second stage 5th grade. That brat was hiding too much talent. Amid the murmurs, Lindsay bowed his head slightly, his face turning grim. This was the result of his careful calculations. On the other side, the saber-toothed lion suddenly let out a fierce roar, the echoing sound creating a powerful tremor across the entire field. Meanwhile, the ice crystal soul walked slowly, gently placing its hand on its stomach as if sensing something. When the roar sounded, the ice crystal soul's eyes suddenly blazed, as if it had just awakened from a long sleep. Immediately, it spun 180 degrees, sweeping its arms forcefully and decisively. It was preparing to launch an attack. That other pet was as expected. Exploiting its advantage, it unleashed a skill that froze the opponent, immobilizing it. Its eyes blazed with fury as it stepped closer to the ice crystal soul, seemingly unharmed. Lindsay stood behind the ice crystal soul, his gaze tense. That was right, the saber-toothed lion originally came from the polar cold region, so it had very strong resistance to the cold. Realizing this truth, his face darkened, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. He was countered. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification that he had achieved a new milestone. His pet had used a skill 10 times, earning 100 achievement points and activating the skill unlock function. Lindsay was surprised, wondering what that function was. Immediately after, 3 new skills appeared. Ice Shackles, an ice control skill that forms shackles to restrain a target, requires 40% growth and 50 achievement points. Ice Shield creates a protective barrier, requires 60% growth and 50 points. Ice Nova deals area of effect damage, requires 80% growth and 100 points. Lindsay stared wide-eyed at the skill list, never expecting he could coordinate with so many skills. His mind immediately analyzed that pet beasts usually only had a maximum of 2 basic skills, but if they possessed more, their tactics would be more flexible. At this moment, what he needed most was a single, truly powerful control skill. Having made his decision, Lindsay did not hesitate, raised his hand to touch the words, Extreme Frost Chains, and spent 50 achievement points. As he was thinking about his remaining points, the saber-toothed lion charged, and Ice Spirit immediately used its control skill, catching it off guard and immobilizing it. After the successful attack, Ice Spirit chuckled softly, and the system immediately notified him. Ice Spirit reached grade 2 stage 7, and its growth rate increased to 54%. The crowd outside buzzed with noise, some amazed at the level up, others shocked that no materials were consumed, believing he had a secret method. Amid the chatter, Lindsay lightly waved his hand signaling, "Come here." The saber-toothed lion immediately leaped into the air toward him, but Lindsay calmly tried using the skill Extreme Frost Chains. Ice Spirit activated its new skill, and freezing ice chains quickly wrapped around the saber-toothed lion, holding it immobile in midair. Lindsay gently commanded, lightly swung his hand, and an ice spike instantly formed and shot straight toward the beast. The precise hit caused the saber-toothed lion to roar in pain. Outside, the crowd was extremely confused, and one person angrily yelled, "Why does his pet beast have 3 skills?" While everyone was still stunned, Lindsay and Ice Spirit quietly observed the beast. The saber-toothed lion was shivering from the cold but had not yet fallen. He chuckled lightly, "You really have thick skin." Realizing something, Ice Spirit's eyes shone brightly. It unleashed a 3rd attack, and the saber-toothed lion completely collapsed. Guanning jumped for joy. "We won, Brother Lindsay is amazing." The crowd outside was in an uproar, astonished that he actually passed the trial, while a displeased person gritted his teeth, claiming he had bribed the examiner. In the crowd, a man looked at Lindsay thoughtfully, admiring how the youth who appeared from nowhere amazed everyone. Lindsay's physique increased from grade 2 to grade 5, and his soul power soared from 2.8 to 7.8. His soul force level as an apprentice reached 7 to 80. He had no soul techniques yet, and his pet beast Ice Spirit favorite currently had 3 achievement points. At grade 3 stage 1 with a growth rate of 84% and the skills Ice Spike, Extreme Frost Domain, and Extreme Frost Chains. Suddenly, the system sent a notification that he could form a contract with a second pet beast. The young man was slightly surprised, a thought forming in his mind. What would the second contract be? He should go to the pet beast shop and have a look. A large notification appeared. The apprentice beast tamer passed the assessment, receiving 200 achievement points and a soul stone. At that moment, he saw that people had surrounded him, all staring curiously and bombarding him with questions. Classmate, how did you do that? Where did you get your ice-type pet beast? Brother, you are really impressive. Amid the chaotic crowd, Guan Ning ran over and hugged him, excitedly saying, I knew you would succeed. A person stepped out from the crowd, his eyes sharp but filled with admiration. He Zhenwen said in a deep voice, your performance was astonishing. An examiner apologizing to a student caused the crowd to buzz with discussion. Lindsay calmly only nodded and replied, I do not mind. Zhenwen nodded, asking directly if he wanted to join the Beast Tamer Association as a reserve member with generous benefits. Among countless people pursuing the path of a beast tamer, Lindsay was the one chosen. The competition to achieve this was no different from crossing a narrow log bridge, extremely harsh, causing him to fall into deep thought. If he agreed, he would not have to worry about living expenses or tuition for his 4 years at the academy, but he would also lose his freedom. After a moment of thought, Lindsay looked straight at He Zhenwen and calmly replied, thank you, but I will think about it after graduation. A student behind him spoke with hope, teacher, if he is not going, do you think I can join? He Zhenwen remained silent, inwardly assessing that at this growth rate, he would become 100 times stronger. Having said that, he pointed to the badge on his chest and solemnly introduced himself, He Zhenwen. His words were firm and imposing, but all he received in return was Lindsay's indifferent gaze. The two strode away from the arena, the vast space making their backs appear even smaller. Guan Ning was slightly startled as he turned back, seeing 2 girls running over, who introduced themselves to Lindsay as classmates. Liu Xian grabbed Guan Ning's hand as soon as she arrived, excitedly saying she wanted the contact information of his brother. She happily took out her phone, smiling brightly, big brother, let's be friends, I have had my eye on you for a while, and Zhang Xiaoyan was no less eager. Guan Ning immediately pouted in a huff, while Lindsay, flustered, quickly looked for an escape route, excusing himself to leave. After saying that, he and Guan Ning instantly activated speed mode, promising to add each other as friends later. His phone vibrated with a message from the teacher's office. He quickly walked over and gently knocked on the door. The homeroom teacher stood before her desk, her fitted outfit accentuating her alluring figure. She turned around with bright eyes. I heard you passed the super trial. Lindsay only nodded slightly, saying nothing more. Unexpectedly, the homeroom teacher rushed over and hugged him, excitedly shouting, so amazing, I always believed in you the most. She pulled out a thick book with an old cover, placed it in his hands, and said this was an important matter. Lindsay carefully turned to the first page, asking curiously what this was. She seriously pointed at the book, explaining that this was basic soul technique training, a mandatory course. She continued, saying that with powerful soul techniques, one could kill fierce beasts without a pet beast, allowing for both cooperative combat and self-protection. If he mastered this skill, he could protect himself without relying on his pet beast. Thinking this, he said excitedly, thank you homeroom teacher, I will go practice immediately. She smiled and waved him off, telling him to go. Lindsay immediately returned to his room, sat cross-legged on the floor, and began studying the book. Soul Guardian was an effect that created a shield using soul power, consuming soul force and providing 360-degree protection against all damage. He read each line carefully, pondered every word, then sighed, the early bird catches the worm. First I must learn the basics. His eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had just grasped something. He had successfully absorbed the book, and a shield of power gradually formed and enveloped him. He raised both hands, thinking to himself that he had grasped the basics. Ordinary people took several days to learn soul techniques, yet he only needed 10 minutes. The soul physique of 7.8 was indeed useful. Suddenly, the system screen displayed a notification that he had mastered a type of soul technique. The system continued to announce, a reward of 100 achievement points was granted, bringing the total to 350. Do you want to consume 50 points to upgrade the Soul Guardian? Clenched his fists. Indeed, the system worked with soul techniques. The panel showed a reward of 100 points, totaling 350. It asked if he wanted to consume 50 points to level up the soul protection. After reading the notification, he rejoiced inwardly, never expecting to earn so many points by chance. It was best to upgrade the life-saving skill by 2 levels. After thinking for a while, he pressed confirm. The panel updated, consuming 100 points, leaving 250. Just then, Lindsay was surrounded by a blue circle of power. The system displayed a notification for the triple-length Soul Guardian. He looked at the protective layer with interest, marveling that it was thicker and larger than before, even capable of holding 3 to 4 people. After a while, the panel showed 770 remaining soul power. He pondered deeply. Each use of the guard only cost 10 points, with a soul power limit of 780, so he could unlock unleash it 78 times. Then he suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "Ah, the soul stone rewarded for the apprentice beast tamer achievement was still unused. He should use it now." No sooner said than done. Lindsay used the reward. His soul physique increased from 788 to 828. At the same time, his soul power rose from 780 to 880. He cheerfully picked up the book, thinking that using so much soul power only for defense would be a waste. He needed to learn a couple more techniques. The first technique Lindsay wanted to learn was Soul Arrow. He just needed to focus his mind, condense soul power at his fingertip, and fire. The second technique was called Soul Power Shock. It was similar to the first, but he gathered the energy into his fist before releasing the move. That night, he concentrated on channeling soul power into his finger. When the timing was right, he unleashed the technique, consuming 10 points. The damage only cracked a small spot. He felt this technique lacked great power, but its accuracy was no less than shooting an arrow. Lindsay formed a fist, gathering soul power into his hand. Next, he would try this one out. He lowered his center of gravity, preparing for a full-powered punch. The soul power shock blasted straight forward. Lindsay had consumed 30 points of soul power. The result was not disappointing at all. This technique blasted a large hole in the wall. He was surprised by its immense power. The system notified him that he had successfully learned 3 soul technique skills, and rewarded him with a bottle of soul-nourishing potion that could fully restore his power. Lindsay assessed that the effect was very practical, but he would save it for a critical moment. He decided to consume 100 achievement points, keeping 150, to upgrade the soul arrow and soul power shock to level 2. After finishing his training, Lindsay leaned back to rest and think. He would keep the remaining points for when they were needed. Tomorrow, he would earn money to buy a second pet at the mission center. He knew this was his first time taking a mission to earn money. With his current abilities, a normal level mission should not be a problem. The reward missions included chasing ghost dragonflies near Yangshan village for 20,000, eliminating a fierce eagle on Route 302 for 30,000, clearing magic fish at Liuming Lake for 10,000, and exterminating armored beetles in Zhengzhong Valley for 40,000. Lindsay did not think long, immediately clicking on the mission to exterminate the armored beetles due to its largest reward. The machine's installation rang, announcing that as an apprentice beast tamer, he would be paired with 3 teammates, and the reward would be split equally. He grumbled, "Are you kidding me? I can handle this myself." The guidance machine displayed a map, instructing him to arrive at Zhengzhong Valley before 2 in the afternoon. At exactly 1400 hours, Lindsay arrived at the valley. Facing him were 3 others. A man with green-black hair crossed his arms and said, "Finally here." He raised his hand to greet. Zhang Lei complained that they had waited for him half the day, asking, "Haven't you graduated yet?" Ming Shan scratched his head in annoyance, saying, "Why were we grouped with a rookie who hasn't even graduated?" The girl named Xu Yun reminded them, "Annoying, you too scared him." She struck up a conversation with Lindsay, saying, "Handsome little brother, just follow me later." He smiled and replied, "That's right, I haven't graduated yet. Please take care of me, seniors." Xu Yun squinted and smiled contentedly. "Good boy." Ming Shan, bothered, said, "Zhu Yun, are you into guys again? Get serious. This mission is harder than you think. Don't get yourself killed." She ignored him and turned her face away. Ming Shan, acting as team leader, ordered Lindsay, "When you reach the mission point, you must follow my instructions. Your share of the reward will be smaller, understand?" He inwardly disdained these people. They were all unqualified to enter the Beast Tamer Academy, only relying on some high school techniques to do survival missions. But outwardly, he still acted cheerfully and obediently agreed, saying, "Distribute according to work. The more you do, the more you get." Ming Shan felt he was sensible, so the 4 of them began the mission. To enter the valley, they had to approach an insect pit. The valley entrance was very steep and easy to slip on. Looking down, it was hard to determine the depth. A sound of crunching chewing echoed as thousands of armored beetles crawled out, each carrying sharp teeth. Gathering together, the sight was infuriating. Zhu Yun let out a cry. Ming Shan felt it wasn't difficult, just a pit. They could quickly deal with the swarm of beetles. All 3 of them began to summon their beast companions. Ming Shan's beast companion was a 2-generation, 5-stage rhino from the wild beast lineage. He raised his hand to call it, saying, "Let's go." As for Zhang Lei's windthorn mantis, it was a 2-generation, 6-stage insect type. This guy summoned a large mantis, saying, "Watch me." Finally, Xu Yun. Her beast companion was a 2-generation, 5-stage terror bee of the insect type. She winked at Lindsay with a bright smile, saying, "Little brother, stand behind me." Lindsay, hands in his pockets, followed from behind, thinking to himself, "Let me see their skills first before acting." Suddenly, the swarm of armored beetles surged towards them. Ming Shan's face darkened as he frowned and shouted, "Charge and wipe them all out." The moment he finished speaking, his rhino beast companion used a charge with full energy, barreling straight into the midst of the swarm. With a disdainful look on his face, Zhang Lai raised his hand to order the Windblade Mantis to use Scythe Cleave and launch an immediate attack. Several of the beetles were not about to sit still, surrounding his mantis. On this side, the girl smiled lightly, raised just one finger in response, and said, "Don't think you'll succeed. Bee, go ahead." Zhu Yun ordered the terror bee to use a furious poison sting attack. The armored beetles surrounding the mantis were afflicted and collapsed. Cries mixed with unpleasant chittering sounds erupted. Zhu Yun smiled proudly and said, "What do you think, newbie? The three of us cooperate seamlessly, right? You just stand by and cheer, that's enough." Ming Shan shrugged and said, "Still want the reward money. Consider this your tuition fee." Zhu Yun laughed loudly, saying she would give him fewer points, as long as he protected himself. Lindsay watched the beetles crawling back up, thinking to himself their flashy attacks were fundamentally no threat to these bugs. At that moment, a roaring sound echoed. The armored beetles surged out in droves, their numbers 10 times greater than before. Zhu Yun was terrified, asking, "What is that sound?" They saw the armored beetles charging out madly, their numbers growing larger by the minute. A whole swarm converged before their eyes, forming a black cloud with no end in sight. Zhang Lei's face changed as he shouted loudly, "Are there even more new ones coming out of the cave?" Lindsay calmly analyzed, could there be an even larger armored beetle king inside? Facing such an overwhelming number, the pets of the other three were quickly suppressed and torn apart. Zhang Lei panicked and hastily withdrew his pet to prevent it from being killed by the swarm of armored beetles. Ming Shan shouted loudly, calling his rhinoceros back. It was then that Lindsay spoke up, saying it was useless. The sounds of the armored beetles had paralyzed everyone's pets. Now they were completely unresponsive to commands. Zhu Yun's face changed as she asked, What are we supposed to do now, my men?" Zhang Lei grabbed Lindsay by the collar and shouted, "How did you know earlier and not say anything?" Lindsay coldly replied, "You are just a useless braggart. What you need to worry about now is not your pet, but your own life." Zhang Lei turned around and saw thousands of black beetles charging towards them. Ming Shan was trembling even before the fight, sweating and screaming in terror. He yelled to run or they would definitely die. This damned mission was not normal at all. After speaking, he turned to flee, but the beetles were not about to let him go. They activated extreme speed and caught up to him. He thought he was dead, his eyes wide with ultimate fear. When he looked back, he saw that Lindsay had created a hazy white protective barrier, preventing the beetles from getting through. Zhang Lei's jaw dropped as he stammered, "Is this a soul technique? Only students of the Pet Academy know this. You are a high school student. How could you know it?" Lindsay coldly replied, "Less talk, just stay behind me." Lindsay raised his hand to summon the ice spirit, and the temperature around them dropped rapidly. Zhang Lei's group was stunned, having never seen this type of pet before. The other two sighed in admiration. "I do not know either." Lindsay patted the ice spirit's head, thinking that while the armored beetles were only first 7, their numbers were too great. They had no skills and could not fight back. But his third stage ice spirit had area of effect damage capabilities. Thinking this, he ordered the ice spirit to use the extreme cold domain, immediately freezing the entire swarm of armored beetles. He turned to Zhang Lei's group and coldly said, "It is not too late to recall your pets now. If you agree to give up all the rewards right now." The largest man fell to his knees in fear, stammering in agreement, "You can have all the rewards, just let us retrieve our pets safely." The green-haired youth tried to act brave and shouted, "Are you daring to threaten us, boy?" Lindsay coldly turned around, radiating an overwhelming power, and slowly replied, "That is correct, I am Lindsay." Zhu Yun said in surprise, "No wonder. I was wondering how a high school student could have such strength. Little brother Lindsay, please save our pets quickly." Zhang Lei rushed over and yelled, cutting her off, "Shut your mouth, kid. I do not believe you. Release the ice now so we can recall our pets." Ming Shan stood up, swung his fist and punched Zhang Lei hard in the face, cursing, "You idiot." After the punch, Zhang Lei lay on the ground holding his face. The other two quickly stood there showing respect. His strength earlier needed no further proof. "We have eyes but failed to see Mount Tai." While their group was arguing, beneath their feet, the insects encased in ice were slowly melting. Lindsay warned, "Time is running out. The ice is about to melt. You should hurry and recall your pets and leave." Zhu Yun asked worriedly, "What about you, little brother? These insects will not die. They are only temporarily controlled." Lindsay was not afraid, his expression cold as he stood calmly before the frozen insects. His eyes looked into the pitch-black cave, and he smiled slightly. He said, "To catch the bandits, you must first catch their leader." Zhang Lei lay on the ground, holding his face, staring blankly and wondering, could this fool be planning to go inside? After speaking, he ordered his pet, the ice spirit, and without hesitation, jumped down into the dark cave entrance. Before descending, he also reminded everyone, use this time to leave. Lindsay and his pet stomped hard on the ground and shot into the cave. Once inside, he observed his surroundings and thought, "It is dark here, but I can still see clearly. It seems the improvement in my physique has also affected my eyesight." Before he could get his bearings, a swarm of insects rushed toward Lindsay. Claws and fangs ready, they charged madly. But just as they got close, a powerful barrier surrounded him, preventing their entry. The soul shield not only provided absolute defense, but also counterattacked against each insect, causing them to fall. He could still launch attacks even while protected by this soul force layer. However, each time he took one down, more rushed in like moths to a flame endlessly. The number of insects grew larger, clinging to the protective layer until it began to crack. Lindsay thought to himself, if this continues, even with abundant soul force, he could not hold out. In this urgent situation, as his soul force was about to be shattered, he suddenly remembered he still had achievement points. A system notification panel appeared in the air. Ice Shield is a defensive skill, controlling the ice element to create a shield, costing 50 points. Ice Star Shatter deals area of effect damage, compressing and detonating the ice element, costing 100 points. The system panel notified him, remaining achievement points 150. His pet emitted a bright energy glow. He looked and thought it was just enough to learn them. The pet Ice Spirit became confident, its red eyes glowing brighter upon receiving the skills. Ice Spirit has learned Ice Shield and Ice Star Shatter. As the Soul Force was about to shatter, he thought with Ice Shield, the Ice Spirit can move freely. The Soul Force layer shattered into pieces, and the insects fell to the ground. Lindsay continued thinking, Ice Star Shatter is what I need for AoE damage. I must gather the surrounding ice element. It can be combined with the extreme cold domain. As soon as he finished speaking, the pet Ice Spirit used the skill, creating a massive surge of ice energy that spread out, freezing all the insects. After eliminating the insects, he immediately reactivated the soul shield, revealing a thick white mist from the melting ice before him. The surrounding area and the insect corpses were all frozen white. He said excitedly, "Good, the ice element is ready, use Ice Star Shatter." The ice energy gathered at a single point in the air. Ice Spirit pointed a finger into the air, and a powerful energy source was compressed, emitting a dazzling blue light. Just as it was completed, another swarm of insects charged over. The ice energy source in Ice Spirit's hand had finished compressing into Ice Star Shatter. The magic force divided powerfully and shot towards the insects, causing them to explode. A system notification panel appeared. Notification: you have eliminated 50 armored beetles. Lindsay laughed excitedly and said, "The shield shattered. This move is really powerful." Simply put, it was an explosion. Another notification panel appeared. Ice Spirit, 3rd Stage 1. Leveled up to 3rd Stage 2, growth rate 89%, next stage Snow Maiden. Current skills, Ice Mace, Ice Chain, Extreme Cold Domain, Ice Star Shatter. He thought with satisfaction, pets can level up through battle. This place is full of bugs and is very good for training. Lindsay looked at the notification panel showing 89% growth rate and told himself that perhaps today he could make the Ice Spirit break through. Suddenly, from deep within the cave, a fierce roar echoed, drawing Lindsay's attention. The armored beetles, upon hearing the roar, became even more ferocious, staring fixedly at him. Lindsay crossed his arms confidently, looked deeper into the cave and said, "It seems their king is inside." Before he finished speaking, the Ice Spirit was already preparing to attack inside. The pet's hands glowed, surrounded by energy. He continued, "Charge in." The scene shifted to above the cave, where Lindsay's teammates were breathing heavily in exhaustion, sitting beside a large boulder. The only woman with purple hair was gasping for breath, but said worriedly, "We must report the danger of this mission quickly, or Lindsay will be in trouble." The green-haired youth heard this and yelled in protest, "Why do you still care about that brat? He went looking for death on his own." While they were arguing, a quiet man had already stood right behind them. From behind, a figure approached, and a polite voice sounded, "Excuse me." Ahead was the extermination trial ground, and the man who just appeared was the bronze-level beast tamer Lu Da. Ming Shan was drenched in sweat, hurriedly turning back to confirm. That was correct, but he should be careful and not go. He stammered, unable to hide his astonishment. "A bronze beast tamer badge. You are actually a bronze beast tamer." Xu Yun and Zhang Lai stared in shock, exclaiming in unison, "Bronze level." Right after, the information displayed clearly on the interface. The Beast Tamer badge ranked by the association, Bronze top 30%, Silver top 12%, Gold top 3% worldwide. Luoda smiled confidently, raising 2 fingers to his head and declaring, "That is correct. I am the Bronze Beast Tamer Luoda, sent by the association to clean up this mission." Xu Yun could not hide her joy, clenching her fist and shouting, "That is great, with you here it will definitely be done. Can you take us along?" Luoda looked at her, lifted his chin slightly and said teasingly, "Little sister, if you want to see my performance, I can take you along." As for those two, they are not qualified. The other 2 youths shook their heads in panic. No, we do not want to go." The scene shifted to inside the dungeon, where Lindsay was fighting. An unexpected notification appeared. "Congratulations on achieving the feat Slay 100 Beasts. Receive 300 points and an instant evolution card. The pet beast levels up, lasting 60 seconds. He read the announcement board intently, unable to contain his excitement. There is even an achievement for slaying 100 beasts. It is probably not inferior to slaying 100 people. The reward this time is really substantial. The ice spirit soul had risen to 3 bars and 3 segments, with a growth rate of 94%. He laughed out loud in satisfaction, haha. It seems only one more segment is needed for the Snow Maiden to get one step closer. A sudden sound made Lindsay lift his head. He immediately became serious, murmuring, I should go out now. The moment he finished speaking, the ground suddenly cracked open, revealing a massive object. It turned out to be a disaster-level boss. He cursed in surprise. Damn it, this thing is way too big. According to the mission data, the threat from the armored beetle species had appeared a week ago, proving this monster had just evolved. Danger warning immediately popped up. When the armored beetle star armor type reached 4 bars, he gritted his teeth with determination. No, this will not do. If I run now, I will not get a single cent. Might as well take a gamble and see. Just as he was about to unleash his attack, unexpectedly from behind, a shadow descended from the sky, sending dirt and rocks flying. It was a rock golem pet. Accompanying him were Luda and Su Yun. Su Yun cried out worriedly, Lindsay, that is great, you are really safe. Lindsay saw the scene and did not know whether to laugh or cry, let out a frustrated remark. Yeah, I am fine, sister, why did you come running here? Luoda then stepped back, crossed his arms, and said sternly, Oh, why is there another person here? Step back, kid. This place is too dangerous, it is not a place for you to be. This is the legendary King Armored Beetle. This 4-bar fierce beast among tens of thousands of armored beetles. Only one has the ability to command insect swarms. Just as he stepped forward, Lindsay quickly grabbed his coat and said firmly, Hey, I am the one who accepted this mission. Please step back, this boss belongs to me. Luo sneered without turning around. Kid, do you know who I am? Before he finished speaking, the boss immediately charged forward, its eyes flashing. But it was easily blocked by Luoda's pet. Luoda laughed confidently, his eyes sharp as he continued, Bronze Beast Tamer Luoda, who are you to talk to me like that? A system notification quickly appeared. Giant boulder earth rock type, 3 bars and 9 segments. On the other side, the fierce attack was blocked, but the boss still roared madly, opening its mouth wide in a violent display. In the meantime, the two were locked in a tense standoff. Yet Luoda stood there looking extremely calm, without a trace of worry. Lindsay refused to let go. He immediately activated the Frost Chain skill, releasing cold ice threads that tightly wrapped around the monster's massive claw. He decisively stepped forward to face Luoda, his gaze firm and his voice resolute. I am an apprentice beast tamer, Lindsay. Luoda pointed at his face, his voice revealing clear surprise. You are Lindsay, the one who passed that ultra difficulty trial. No wonder you have such skills. But let me tell you, after passing the apprenticeship trial and going through hundreds of battles, I have overcome the bronze level trial. Lindsay heard this and felt annoyed, his heart burning with frustration, and he brushed it off. Yeah, I am leaving too. Luoda saw his reluctant expression and suddenly gave a sinister smirk. What do you mean by that, kid? Before he could finish his sentence, a panicked scream from Zhu Yun cut him off. You two, stop arguing first. There is danger behind. At that moment, the boss had broken free from the ice chain's binding, its massive body jerking wildly, ready to charge at the two like a whirlwind. Interrupted, Luoda raised his eyebrows in annoyance and snapped, How troublesome, you little brat. I will show you the gap between us. With that, Luoda cast an earth-type spirit technique, and the ground beneath them trembled slightly with each of his chants. The pet immediately received the command, burst into speed, and prepared a fierce counterattack. He smirked, pointing at the boss with glee. Look, the current strength of a giant boulder monster has increased to the 4th tier and 2nd segment. Lindsay widened his eyes in shock, thinking to himself, so there is even a spirit technique like this? After being beaten badly in the previous round, the giant armored beetle went into a frenzy. A clattering sound came from its teeth in anger. An information panel appeared. Armored beetle enters berserk state, combat ability equivalent to 4th tier 3rd segment. Right after the state change, the beetle roared and rushed to absorb energy from the rock golem. The suction force was so strong it made the golem's huge arm tremble violently, showing its formidable power. Luoda frowned and muttered, This one truly is difficult to handle. Having prepared in advance, Little Snowball launched an ice hammer, and at the same time, Lindsay used Spirit Force Shock, both joining forces to launch a frontal assault on the massive boss. A loud tremor echoed across the battlefield, but when the smoke cleared, the combined attack only left a small dent, no different from scratching an itch for the monster. And what was worse was that it had been truly angered. Without hesitation, the beetle flung the rock golem aside like a toy, and it turned its attention towards Little Snowball and Lindsay, the two who had annoyed it. Observing the situation, he muttered to himself, Here it comes. At this moment, Little Snowball had gathered a new energy source in its palm. Lindsay immediately gave the order, his voice ringing out, Extreme Frost Chain. A frosty chain appeared, instantly wrapping tightly around the massive horn of the armored beetle. But just a few seconds later, the recoil from the monster caused the chain to stretch, and then shatter like glass. Sensing the danger, Lindsay shouted again, Ice Shield. Instantly, a massive ice block appeared in front of him. However, the defense shattered almost immediately. Fortunately, the rock golem from behind managed to rush forward, and tightly grabbed the boss to prevent it from advancing. From afar, Luda switched his stance. Now we have arrived at the right place. The rock golem could not hold on for long. Its two massive arms trembled violently before being thrown back again, its body crashing hard into the rock wall, creating a large hole with smoke and dust billowing everywhere, leaving it lying motionless, completely incapacitated. Seeing the critical situation, Su Yun clutched her head and screamed in panic. "Let us go, this beetle is horrifyingly strong. We need to leave or we will all be wiped out here." Witnessing the chaos, Luda gritted his teeth and roared in anger. "What a freak you are, I will spare your life for today. I will deal with you properly later." But just as everyone was about to retreat, Lindsay and Little Snowball unexpectedly walked straight forward. He said with a firm voice, "No, you two go ahead, I will stay here and handle it first." The words left the two behind him astonished and stunned. Luoda bellowed in rage. "You little brat, have you lost your mind? Did you not see my rock golem in its enhanced state could not do anything to that thing?" Yet he did not hesitate at all, his eyes shining with determination as he said clearly, "You just said the difference between us is that you have learned the advanced power-enhancing spirit technique, right?" Luoda immediately widened his eyes and retorted sharply, "So what if I did? What do you want?" Without another word, Lindsay raised his hand to the system interface and quickly confirmed something. The evolution card was instantly activated. A golden ring of light appeared, forming a spirit barrier that enveloped them both. He softly uttered only two words, "Enhance." Luda was stunned by the scene, his voice filled with surprise as he exclaimed that he could also increase his power from soul skills. At that moment, the ice bones from Little Snowball spread out, threatening like a cold storm. The boss's eyes were red, but the energy it emitted was suppressed and greatly enhanced by Lindsay's berserk form. Seeing that a student like Lindsay's pet was so strong, Luda gaped and shouted, "Hey, are you kidding me?" Beside him, Ju Yun was also dazed, her expression no different. While everyone was still stunned, a notification board popped up from the tri-segment thread, enhancement time 60 seconds. Lindsay remained calm, silently calculating, "Only 1 minute. With my current skills, that's enough. Bring it here." Immediately after, the formation exploded, and a new battle began. The extreme cold chain was cast again. This time, the cold ice chain tightly bound the armored beetle's forest. Unlike the last time, Little Snowball's enhancement made it hard for the monster to escape the binding. He stared intently at the struggling boss, a thought flashing in his eyes. As the ice crystal soul level increased, the soul skills also became much stronger than before, but it seemed he could no longer control it for long. Not wanting to delay, he applied the tactic of striking first to gain the upper hand, quickly unleashing a series of soul power shockwaves at the monster's head. The continuous attack caused the timer to show 40 seconds remaining. Attacked fiercely, the armored beetle struggled violently and then shattered the chain. Its rage burned even more intensely. Witnessing this, Luoda could not sit still, raising his hand and shouting toward Lindsay, "Stop it. If you keep attacking, you'll exhaust your energy and die here." But he paid no attention, only quietly turning his head back and calmly replying, "It's fine, I've only lost half my energy." The system displayed a soul power score of 400, making Luoda unable to believe it, exclaiming in shock, "What?" He had initially wanted to show off, but instead got his spotlight stolen. Chu Yun's eyes widened as she muttered, "A genius. Maybe we can actually take down this armored beetle." The battle scene exploded, a layer of ice smoke quietly weaving behind the boss's back. At that moment, one of Little Snowball's fingers drooped, accumulating a radiant rainbow energy. The Icebone Nova skill was ready, a surge of power blasting straight into the monster's face. A small explosion rang out, and the boss was knocked backward, staggering and falling back. The shockwave left both Luoda and Chu Yun stunned, even though they were watching from a distance. The beetle was hit so hard that it drooled. Luoda opened his eyes wide in admiration. "What level of power is this?" But as he was speaking, Chu Yun suddenly frowned. "What?" Only then did Luoda slowly turn back, his voice deliberately slowing down to explain. In ancient times, mythical creatures often fought each other, and humans gathered the 5 main elements to end the chaotic era. After that, those 5 elements all disappeared. Meanwhile, Lindsay continued charging into the battle. The notification board updated again, the enhancement time now 30 seconds. He clenched his fists and spoke decisively, "It's time to destroy this thing." Attacked nearly to the point of collapse. The armored beetle let out a furious hiss and thrashed violently, causing the ice on its body to crack and shatter. It tried to flee, its massive body dragging quickly in one direction. Seeing its unusual speed, Lindsay immediately reacted, combining a soul power shockwave with an ice hammer from Little Snowball, shouting, "You still want to run away?" The two attacks struck the boss's back simultaneously, creating a small explosion and thick smoke and dust. When everything settled, a deep dent appeared on its back, and its ferocious eyes slowly closed. The system displayed a notification. "You have defeated the first boss, Armored Beetle." From the sidelines, Ju Yun could not contain her excitement, raising both fists to the sky and cheering, "We won! Lindsay, you are truly my idol." Luoda's face paled as he muttered, half envious and half helpless, "You really stole all the attention here." After unleashing its ultimate skill, Little Snowball began to stagger, losing balance. The system signaled that the Berserk form's effect had ended. As she was about to fall, Lindsay caught her in time and said softly, "Well done." Another notification appeared. Ice Crystal Soul upgrade to Tier 3, Level 5, growth rate reaching 100%. High-grade Ice Crystal evolution materials required to complete. He looked at Little Snowball sleeping in his arms, quietly thinking, so it has reached 100%. Now I just need enough materials to evolve. A faint smile curled on his lips. He silently decided to wait for her to rest before planning further. The system updated the achievement for defeating the first boss, granting 500 points, recovery potions, 1 high-grade ice crystal, and evolution materials. Seeing that the system gave items without needing to collect them, Lindsay's eyes lit up. He thought even evolution materials were given as a reward. The system was truly thoughtful. Just then, a hand gently placed on his shoulder, accompanied by a voice from behind, "Hey, little brother. Can I discuss something with you, little brother?" Lindsay turned around, and Su Yun also looked confused. In front of them was Luo Da with an awkward expression. He pointed at the armored beetle's corpse and asked, "Can you credit me for defeating it?" Question left Su Yun stunned, and she reacted angrily. "How can you say that? This is clearly Lindsay's doing." Before she could finish, Luo Da raised a finger to interrupt and said, "I'll give you 100,000. Lindsay lowered his eyes and snickered inwardly. Because the Beast Tamer Association sent him to handle this mission, failing would affect his promotion. 100,000 could buy a new pet, so Luo Da anxiously asked, "What do you think?" But Lindsay remained silent, calculating in his head. No rush to agree. Maybe there's a better offer. Luo Da then spread his arms, feigning sincerity. "Brother, 100,000 is half a year's savings. The total mission reward is only about 50,000, so you earning an extra 50,000 is good." Saying that, he placed his hand on his chest and promised firmly, "I, Luo Da, owe you a favor." Hearing that, Lindsay nodded slightly in agreement, a faint smile on his lips. He thought to himself that a favor was priceless. Both took out their phones to complete the transaction, and then Lindsay confirmed he had received the full amount. Suddenly a strange sound came from afar. A giant eagle landed on the ground, carrying a man standing on its back. All three immediately turned to look. Recognizing the newcomer, Luo Da waved and greeted cheerfully, "Senior He." That man was He Zhenwen, the examiner who had previously tested Lindsay. Seeing him, Zhu Yun was shocked, her heart filled with admiration. "Oh, that's a silver badge. I actually get to see a silver-grade beast tamer here." Ignoring Luo Da's greeting, He Zhenwen walked over to Lindsay, his expression calm. "We meet again." Luo Da was stunned again as he looked toward the boy. Lindsay lightly waved in return. Astonishment was clear on Luo Da's face, a thought running through his head. No one expected this kid to know Senior He. Atmosphere briefly turned serious as He Zhenwen looked directly at him and spoke slowly. "I remember your name is Lindsay, right? It seems the mission here was successful." Not missing the opportunity, Luo Da immediately raised his hand and replied, "Yes, I handled it successfully. No one was injured." But He Zhenwen kept looking at Lindsay, silently analyzing that the armored beetle had reached Tier 4. He recalled the boy's pet was only Tier 2, although he was a genius. Only the coordination with the ice crystal orb brought down the Tier 4 monster quickly. He stepped forward, placed his hand on his chest solemnly. "This is the second time I greet you. Due to the association's negligence in assigning a regular mission, it damaged the guild's trust. On behalf of everyone, I apologize." Lindsay heard this and broke into a faint smile, replying calmly, "It's not that important. Brother Luo Da saved us." Hearing that, Luo Da laughed and waved his hand. "No problem, no problem." Behind him, Su Yun slightly frowned, a thought passing through her mind. Is this what they call high emotional intelligence? After the apology, He Zhenwen extended his hand and said solemnly, "As compensation, the association will pay 100,000 yuan and needs to take this monster back for research." Hearing this, Luo Da was shocked as if pulled from reality, muttering, "Heavens, this kid made so much money on this trip." Lindsay scratched his head and replied with a smile, "Respect is less important than obedience, I accept." A calm thought drifted through his mind. He thought, this is not just compensation but hush money and the guild's attitude. If I don't accept, there will be hidden risks. The transaction began. He Zhenwen glanced over, internally assessing that the boy needed money to buy a second pet, considering it an investment. He confirmed the transfer and hoped he would use it effectively, and if he needed help, to find him at the association. With that, he placed one hand on the armored beetle's leg, gently hoisted it onto his shoulder, and decisively turned away. "I'll go ahead." His figure gradually faded, leaving Lindsay still dazed, his eyes following as if unable to believe what had just happened. The golden-orange evening light filtered through the leaves, elongating the shadows of the three people. On the way out, Luo Da said half jealously, "Kid, you made a full 200,000 today. Lindsay smiled and reminded him, plus a favor. Luoda nodded and kept his promise. Don't worry. He turned around, took a few steps, then waved and called back, I Luda will never forget that. See you later. Then he dashed away and disappeared. On this side, Su Yun watched, her eyes sparkling with respect. I never thought I'd see 2 guild members today. This trip was worth it. She waved goodbye to him, adding softly, when you become this strong, we'll have a chance to do missions together. Lindsay nodded slightly and then turned to leave. Before departing, he looked back and waved with a confident smile. All right then, we'll have a chance. Lindsay checked his balance and thought that 200,000 was enough to buy a B-tier pet. As that thought just passed through his mind, he stopped in front of a nearby pet store. The store clerk gave a warm smile and quickly stepped forward to greet. Hello sir, how may I help you? Lindsay heard this and immediately replied he wanted to buy a pet, so she understood and gestured for him to follow. The store employee quickly led him to the display area and cheerfully invited him to browse freely. Lindsay stopped to admire the pets in the store. He silently observed and analyzed. This kind of ordinary B-rank store was probably the most high-end place around. Information flashed continuously. Lindsay saw that the flame had a hidden evolution path, but its rank was still no match for the Ice Empress from Little Snowball. Seeing that he liked the flame, the employee said, this Inferno Imp was a B-rank elite pet, extremely rare and cost her 60,000. Lindsay was stunned and said, huh, that expensive. Seeing his reaction, she quickly explained this 160,000 already includes the evolution materials. Lindsay lowered his voice, saying let him see, and thought to himself about Little Snowball being considered an unevolvable F rank, but the evaluation from the Tamer Association was indeed not entirely accurate. Suddenly, the system announced it had detected a pet with a hidden royal rank evolution path right before him. Lindsay stared at the boulder, furrowing his brow. Why did it look so familiar? The information displayed was the Earth-type stone monster. The system displayed the normal evolution path as the boulder monster increasing defensive power, while the hidden path was the stone god, discovering a transcendent divine nature in its bloodline. The next form was the rock fiend, requiring 100% growth rate, 20 elongated earth element essences, and 500 of ghost dust. Seeing that content, he got excited and curled his lips slightly. No wonder it looked so familiar. Lindsay remembered Luoda had a boulder monster evolved from this thing, but that was only the normal path. Luoda wouldn't know it had the potential to become a god. He observed closely, then concluded. The ice crystal's soul leaned towards burst and control like a mage, while this stone monster was a combat type. The employee eagerly said not to hesitate. This stone monster was very popular. It could fight. Its evolution materials were simple and cheap, only 80,000. Lindsay didn't hesitate to close the deal and asked to buy 20 elongated earth element essences and 500 of ghost dust. The employee was puzzled, saying these materials wouldn't help the stone monster evolve. Hearing that, he gave a forced laugh and interrupted. Oh no, he was using them to give to someone else. His remaining balance was only 20,000, which made him want to cry. The materials were even more expensive than the pet. After the employee finished the procedures, she reported to him the seal orb within the boulder was immediately activated. The system rang with a notification that the contract for the second pet was complete, achievement points plus 300. After he left the store for a long while, the sky gradually darkened. Lindsay sat still and summoned, come here. The boulder appeared, stone monster 1 belt 1 rank, growth rate 12%. He looked at the achievement points, thinking he needed to raise the growth rate to 100% first. Very soon after, he began leveling it up, and the system simultaneously reported. Consumed 220 achievement points. Stone monster reached 2 belts 2 segments, growth rate 100%. Lindsay smiled, thinking it looked dumb but contained a god rank evolution path. Thinking of that, he immediately commanded, eat all these evolution materials so you can evolve. The boulder didn't think much, quickly rushing towards the materials and grabbing them. Seeing it hadn't finished eating, Lindsay reminded it there was still the ghost dust. The boulder shook its head in reaction. Seeing that action, he got angry and shouted, do you know how much money I spent, and you're still being picky? Lindsay saw the situation wasn't good and helplessly sighed, are you getting angry now? The boulder froze when it saw him summon something. The ice crystal soul was already standing imposingly before it. He simultaneously thought, it seemed it had recovered quite a bit. Suddenly, the boulder seemed to lose control and charged forward. Chaotic sounds of collision rang out and then immediately vanished. It seemed unable to accept this humiliation, so it shouted in grievance. Lindsay witnessed the scene before him and was at a loss for words. It truly was stubborn. After a while, the boulder couldn't escape being suppressed, so it dejectedly ate the materials, the dissatisfaction on its face clearly visible. Not long after, the system announced the growth rate had reached 100%. He stared at the boulder, couldn't help remembering a light that had a black color. It gradually entered the process of body evolution. When its form became clear, the system immediately displayed the information. Rock Fiend, Attributes Rock and Ghost Spirit rank 2 belts 9 segments growth rate 0%, including skills and a divine path. Lindsay curled his lips slightly and muttered, Luda oh Luda, you probably don't know the stone monster could evolve like this. Suddenly, the Rock Fiend's eyes blazed red, creating a shocking sound that caught him off guard. What do you think you're doing? It didn't think much and quickly acted in a disorderly manner. The Ice Crystal Soul at this moment also seemed startled by the Rock Fiend. It didn't stop its hands and continued using the Shattering Strike technique. Within the smoke appeared chilling bone fragments. At the same time, the Rock Fiend's gaze swept over, and seeing that, it froze. The Ice Crystal Soul had already used an ice shield in time. Lindsay looked at the scene in distress. You dare smash my wall? If you don't obey orders, I'll show you family law. At the same time, the system reported the Ice Crystal had met the evolution conditions. He immediately used the evolution skill. I'll show you who has the final say. The system announced, consumed high-grade Ice Crystal Evolution Materials X10. Cold air quickly surrounded the space. The Rock Fiend didn't understand what was happening, but the cold made it widen its eyes. The entire body of the Rock Fiend froze, and simultaneously, the system sounded off that evolution was successful. A stream of information was quickly displayed. Snow Maiden, Attribute Ice Type, Rank 4 Tier Segment, Skills Upgraded. Lindsay witnessed and exclaimed that the skills had also leveled up. Rock Fiend quickly regained its composure and entered an attack stance. However, it hadn't moved for long before it was controlled by ice. Lindsay coldly lowered his voice and ordered Snow Maiden, Ice Burst. A barrage of ice spears shot towards the Rock Fiend. In an instant, it was defeated by a single blow from Snow Maiden. Lindsay's voice rang out. If you've signed a master-servant contract, then you must listen to me, but if your nature refuses to change. Brother Yang warned, at that time I didn't bother to kill you. Lindsay, remember this. Now I ask you one question. Have you submitted? Without hesitation, it stood up and nodded repeatedly, which satisfied him. Very good. Lindsay continued to threaten there won't be a next time. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. Lindsay went to open it and heard a voice from outside. Open the door. The neighbor grumbled, Kid, what are you doing in the middle of the night? Do you know what happened to my wall? Lindsay quickly said, I'm really sorry. I was refining a spirit. I will compensate you. That man shouted, not just one but two. You have to compensate for mental damages too, at least 300,000. He was left speechless after hearing that. That man pointed at Lindsay. That's right, you have to pay me within 3 days. Suddenly the neighbor's voice lowered, or else I will. Just as the flame ghost hesitated to act, the man was pointing and shouting aggressively when he saw it, and was struck speechless. In that moment of life and death, Lindsay calmly spoke, stop. The other party's voice trembled. Is this your pet? What kind of monster is it? Lindsay shrugged. Sorry, I didn't teach it well, so it startled you. He slowly asked back, how about you reconsider the compensation? Man trembled. No, forget it. The neighbor added, a true man, why be so petty? After a while, everything settled down. The surrounding space briefly fell quiet. Not long after, the sun also began to rise. Lindsay suddenly woke up from a daze. He just answered the phone when he heard Guan Ning's voice. Brother, today is the entrance exam for Jiangning Beast Tamer Academy. Did you forget? Lindsay paused, then heard her yell, you idiot. Hurry up and gather at the school gate. Not long after, he quickly arrived at the meeting point. Lindsay is here. Guan Ning scanned around, saw his figure, and waved, brother, over here. Other candidates started talking when they saw Lindsay. Such an important matter, and this guy comes late. He thinks too highly of himself. While he wasn't paying attention, the homeroom teacher rushed over and scolded, you overslept again, didn't you? Lindsay rubbed the spot he was hit, slowly replied, I've been a bit tired lately. She helplessly said, forget it. Have you been diligently practicing the soul method? Guan Ning saw them whispering and couldn't help but wonder. A moment later, the homeroom teacher's voice sounded, everyone hurry up and gather. You are all the elite of Pinghai. She added, the exam for Jiangning Beast Tamer Academy will be very difficult. I hope everyone does their best. No matter the result, you are still my good students. Good luck. All the candidates cheered excitedly. Let's go. In her heart, the homeroom teacher silently thought, Lindsay, I hope you will be the hope of Pinghai. As the car started, Guan Ning asked, what have you been up to lately? I sent you messages, but you never replied. Lindsay thought to himself, I was too busy and forgot to read the messages. Then replied, I've been doing missions lately and forgot. She laughed and said, it's fine. My ghost sparrow has evolved. Do you think it's powerful? He excitedly went along, really? That's amazing. This competition will definitely be no problem. Not long after, the convoy arrived at Jiangning City. Guan Ning looked out the window. So this is a big city. It's so beautiful. At the same time, Lindsay was speechless. She saw something was wrong with him and paused, brother. Then immediately, understanding the situation, she fell silent. The lively chatter of the candidates behind them masked the awkwardness. A moment later, everyone gathered at Jiangning Beast Tamer Academy couldn't help but be amazed. It's magnificent. Everyone exclaimed, it's really beautiful. They started to fantasize. If they could study here, this life would not be in vain. Lindsay was strolling when he suddenly heard a voice beside him. Excuse me, please step aside. He glanced over, heard Bang Yun say, 17 people from Kinping High School are here to take the exam. Footsteps from opposite also sounded. Han Yang spoke up to report, 17 people from Shang No 3 Middle School are here to take the exam. Si Yen looked at Guan Ning and reminded, you are the team leader, don't lose to them. Lin Zi gave her a thumbs up. Guan Ning quickly regained her momentum and shouted loudly, 12 people from Pinghai No 1 High School have come for the exam. As soon as she finished speaking, a sneering voice came from the side, a bunch of country bumpkins. Comparatively, Pinghai City is farther away than Shanghai and Kunping. Just then, Sin He appeared unexpectedly. The teacher greeted warmly, very good, very spirited. Hello everyone, I am the teacher in charge of this exam, Sin He. The teacher added, first of all, congratulations on successfully passing the trials, but don't be happy too soon. Qin He's face suddenly darkened because this exam was extremely difficult, with a failure rate of up to 80%, meaning only 10 people could pass. He deliberately cast a contemptuous glance and said, rest assured, no one from Pinghai No 1 will pass. Si Yan immediately retorted, just seeing you pisses me off. Han Yang asked Guo Xinyi in a low voice, aside from the two of us, who else here can pass? Guo Xinyi's gaze then began to sweep over each person one by one. Her pupils suddenly constricted when she saw a certain figure, and she silently judged, this person is very strong. She continued to observe quietly. Looking at Lindsay's back, she suddenly paused, and what about this person? Guo Xinyi continued watching in confusion. It seemed a bit strange. Seeing her distracted, Tan Yang asked. She replied calmly, nothing, I just feel that guy's strength seems unfathomable. Hearing this, he sneered disdainfully, that country bumpkin. The level of Pinghai No. 1 is a grade lower than ours. No need to worry. Qin He announced, today we will check into the academy hotel rooms, rest up to prepare for the exam. The cafeteria is free, good food. Now everyone can move freely. Si Yan excitedly said she was very hungry. Guan Ning invited Lin Zi to eat. After a while they entered the cafeteria. She said, sit here. Suddenly, a dirty voice sounded from behind. Look over there. That chick is delicious. Totally my type. The person opposite Lovern said, keep it down. Don't embarrass Kunping High School, although I like her too. Guan Ning calmly picked up food for Lindsay and told him to eat more. He looked at the plate piled high with food, helpless enough. At that moment, Si Yan walked over. Guan Ning, our food isn't enough. Share some with us. She angrily said, understand, Si Yan. The other party happily praised, you two are just like a real couple. Guan Ning blushed upon hearing this. Don't talk nonsense. He was eavesdropping from behind in shock. That brat has 2 more girls. He said confidently, damn, is he even as handsome as me to be so popular? Right then, Zhou Xiang walked over to strike up a conversation. Classmate, can I sit opposite you? Guan Ning warily looked up to observe him. She softly invited him to sit. Zhou Xiang introduced himself. I'm from Kunping High School. My name is Zhou Xiang. Lindsay bluntly turned and asked, is there something? He smiled. I heard someone from Pinghai City passed the super difficulty level. I wonder if he came this time? Ian frowned and asked what for. Si Yan followed up, you came to gather intel for your high school to win, right? Zhao Xiong quickly waved his hand. No, I just want to make friends. For small fries like us, intel is the most important. Guan Ning replied calmly, we have nothing to say, please leave. He scratched his head awkwardly, don't be so hostile. Not to brag, but I know every candidate with a bit of strength thoroughly. Zhou Xiong added, our boss is Li Banyan, a high school genius. 2 months ago he passed the advanced practitioner assessment. His pet is the 3-stage poison vine demon. Yin couldn't believe it. 3-stage. A high school student has a 3-stage pet? Xiaoxiang continued. His family is famous locally, providing plenty of high-level evolution resources. Si Yan muttered, a genius plus a rich second generation. We can't compete. Guan Ning suddenly remembered, 3-stage. My Hellfire Bird is only at 2nd stage 7th tier. There really is a gap. Zhou Xiang happily pointed towards Song Moe. Zhou Xiang introduced Guo Xinyi from Shanghai City. Signed a contract at 30, but passed the advanced assessment in just a month. Her pet is a 2nd stage 8th tier venom pattern wormling. Si Yan was startled, raised it to 2nd stage 8th tier in half a year. He stammered, so when she signed the contract, her pet was already at 2nd stage 7th tier. Lindsay calmly glanced over and continued listening. If soul power is high enough, you can contract with a more formidable pet. Guo Xinyi sensed someone looking over and turned around. Seeing him, she immediately winked. Lindsay, who was eating, choked. Zhou Xiang added, Shanghai City has Tan Yang. His pet possesses 2 attributes. Si Yan and He Yen exclaimed in confusion simultaneously, 2 whole attributes. Guan Ning explained, the teachers mentioned rare pets that possess dual attributes, distributed in dangerous areas and untamable. Lindsay thought to himself, if I remember correctly, the rock ghost consists of ghost spirit and rock systems. Seems this dual attribute is also worth developing. Zhou Xiang asked, I've said everything, so can you tell me who passed the super difficulty level? Si Yan, no longer on guard, casually said, that person you mentioned is... Before she finished, he interrupted, that person didn't come today. The 3 girls were surprised to hear Lindsay say that. He added, sorry, the person you're looking for isn't here. We're not close to that guy. As soon as Lindsay finished speaking, Zhou Xiang stood up. If you don't want to talk, fine. See you later. He left with suspicion. They seem to be hiding something. The one who passed the super difficulty level is probably in this group. Xiu Xiang calmly walked past his comrade's table, lowering his voice. Let's probe that brat a bit later. Siyan asked Lin Zi in confusion, why didn't you tell the truth? This is something to be proud of. He wiped his mouth and replied, it's better to be modest. He doesn't want to be targeted early. Besides, the info that guy gave might not be true. Guanning silently observed and then sighed. Big brother is always thorough. After a while, they finished eating and left. She turned and said, Si Yan He Yun, tonight we train together. We can't lose to those from other high schools. The two girls answered in unison, resolute. Guanning asked Lindsay, tonight come to our room. The four of us will stay together. Hearing this, his imagination ran wild, and right then someone suddenly approached from behind. Sai Rui flashed a sinister smile, tonight we'll come to you girls' room. Then his expression changed instantly. Little sister, Guanning without a word, directly attacked. He quickly blocked the punch and said, fiery temper, but I like it. His comrades upon hearing this chuckled heartily. Unknown from when Lindsay's figure had appeared behind Guanning, he suppressed his angry voice and negotiated, let go. Seeing trouble, knowing fighting would lead to punishment, she said, big brother, let it go. Zi Rui taunted, you Ping'ai High School, the girls have looks but the men are soft eggs. He calmly stared at Lindsay's fist pressed right against his face, but he didn't hesitate at all and struck decisively. Zi Rui's underlings upon seeing this held him back. He quickly blocked in front of him, you punk, you wanna fight? A fierce aura erupted from him, daring to touch my sister and I will not forgive. Both felt the danger, unsure how to deal with it. Lindsay's eyes were sharp, you are dead meat. Sai Rui stood up to challenge, you bastard, then let's settle this here. Just as he was about to strike, Peng Yun stepped forward and shouted, stop. Coldly reminded, do not disgrace your own people. Sai Rui stepped back and called out, brother Yun. Peng Yun looked at him and negotiated. This punch was not light, consider it a draw. Lindsay's expression was still very unpleasant. This matter is not over. He heard him add, that brat will come back. I will teach him a lesson. But if he still talks rudely again, then come find me. The two sides seemed to be probing each other. Finally Guanning spoke up, let's go. Lindsay quickly restrained the aura on his body. Then he softly uttered a declaration of war, fine, then see you at the test. As soon as he turned away, Cian praised, you were so cool. No one noticed Peng Yun behind him revealed his true nature. So it was you Lindsay. Before long the sky outside had darkened. The sound of girls laughing and playing echoed in the bathroom. Guanning asked dissatisfiedly, why did you all drag yourselves in here? Cian slowly approached, to thank you for helping us train, of course. Yun continued, our pet beasts have also reached the second tier. You deserve a lot of credit. To show our thanks, we will give you a little massage. Guanning saw the two had ill intentions and warned, don't touch anything you shouldn't. In the auditorium, everyone had gathered. Qin He's voice rang out, is everyone here? He slowly announced, first I have some good news regarding the level of this year's freshmen. I have analyzed your results. Then Qin He pointed at everyone and said with disappointment, you are the worst batch, I have no expectations at all. Hearing this, Cyan was angry, and you call that good news? A guy pointed at her and said, it's them who caused our ranking to drop. Cian shouted back, don't complain when we meet later. Qin He continued, the test is an examination on the primal stone tablet within the illusion called the Deep Stop Secret Realm. Instantly the stone tablet lit up with a fantastic radiance. The scene shifted to a mysterious deep forest. A red-eyed boar was snarling fiercely. Beside it, a dinosaur roared to the heavens. Back in the auditorium, the teacher instructed, everyone will enter the illusion after sitting in meditation. Each person has a scoreboard on their hand. Points will be added based on the ferocious beasts eliminated. And he explained, third-tier ferocious beasts correspond to different point values. The teacher added, you are both hunters and prey. Dying in the illusion will result in elimination. Additionally, the central stone tablet will record the points and coordinates of the top 10. The crowd buzzed. There are even third-tier ferocious beasts. If we meet one, we get eliminated. Qin He announced, the test time is 4 hours. After that, the 10 people with the highest points will be selected. Peng Yun asked thoughtfully, is it only about killing ferocious beasts? The teacher replied, a good question. Qin He said in a deep voice, the victor who kills an opponent will take all of their points. Everyone clamored, why is it so cruel? Cooperating to hunt other areas is a sure way into the top 10. Pandong cracked his knuckles, now we can let loose. Behind him, Go Sini leisurely blew bubbles, observing everyone. Qin He tightened his grip, order. A real battlefield is even more brutal. Anyone who wants to withdraw, speak up now. The top scorer will become the first-year president with many privileges. He narrowed his eyes, let me see. Sweeping over the freshman, Qin He stopped at Lindsay. He asked, who among you will be the king? Guan Ning pondered, it would be good if I meet brother Lindsay. Even if I don't make the top 10, I can still help him. Lindsay instructed, once in the illusion, use the magic flame bird to fly to me. Guan Ning nodded determinedly. Kin, he said in a deep voice, please begin meditating. The scenery shifted. Everyone entered the illusion. Lindsay appeared in the deep forest. He observed his surroundings. In the distance, he saw the towering stone tablet. He rolled up his sleeve to check the information on his arm. Lindsay wondered, the information on my arm only shows my own points. I don't know if I am in the top 10. So in the end, everyone must go to the central stone tablet. That place will become the most dangerous area. If you only record points without touching the tablet, your coordinates will be exposed and attract others. His eyes sharpened. The true purpose of the test is to make players PK each other. As long as you are strong enough, you can ignore all rules. No one can take the points of the strong, while the weak can only lose points. The images of the Rock Fiend and Snow Maiden appeared. He was confident since it's a game, having fun is what matters. A single punch shattered the ferocious beast's fang. Lindsay stood within the barrier. Outside was a 9th stage, first-tier dual-headed plant-type bow. The snakes lunged to attack. He said leisurely, first, hide my strength and see what level this Rock Fiend has reached. Dual attributes are very worth developing. Lindsay called the Rock Fiend. It immediately appeared and knelt. He calculated silently, let's see how strong it can become. It stood still, watching the fleeing mana bow disappear into the distance. Lindsay said, don't bother chasing anymore. A 9th stage first tier only gives 10 points, but its strength is no different from a first stage second tier worth 20 points. Killing the high end within each tier is the biggest loss. He said, if you want to test yourself, go find stronger ferocious beasts. The Rock Fiend excitedly clapped its hands together. Lindsay was worried again. Would Guan Ning be able to find me? Over here, Guan Ning had already eliminated the giant centipede. She hoped Brother Lindsay would be fine. She looked at the information on her arm and breathed a sigh of relief. Guan Ning commanded, Flame Bird fly. It immediately flew towards the stone tablet. She stood watching with a worried face. Brother Lindsay, where are you? The flame bird was still circling in the sky observing. Suddenly, Guan Ning's eyes lit up. The scene shifted to a freshman using a pet beast to fight a lotus snail monster. Another freshman summoned his pet beast after eliminating the twin monsters. Images of monkeys appeared en masse in the forest. The flame bird returned. Guan Ning thought, a pet beast cannot be away from its master for too long. She analyzed, I can only move forward and try my luck. With Brother Lindsay's strength, making the top 10 shouldn't be difficult. I might be able to find him using the stone tablet's coordinates. Behind Guan Ning, an ostrich suddenly shot forward. With quick reflexes, she jumped up to dodge in time. The yellow-backed ostrich fled for its life. Guan Ning deduced from her memory in the pet library that it was around Tier 2, Stage 5. She confidently thought it was no match for the Tier 2, Stage 7 flame bird, but the flame bird had already charged fiercely forward. With just one flame, the ostrich was instantly defeated, easily earning 20 points. Suddenly, something smacked against its head. Guan Ning was startled and turned to ask who it was. An arm holding a boomerang raised high. It was the pet Odo belonging to that freshman. That man smirked and said, what a coincidence we meet again. Guan Ning angrily asked if he did not think stealing from others was shameful. He did not have time to speak. The rules did not forbid it. Then that despicable man shouted that he wanted to steal her too, and ordered Odo to deal with that stupid bird. Odo obeyed the command and launched the boomerang forward. She yelled in alarm, dodge quickly. As the flame bird swiftly evaded, the weapon flew back toward Guan Ning. She silently realized it was aimed at her all along. Guan Ning also nimbly dodged to the side. That man had already grabbed and covered Guan Ning's mouth at some point, then said, well dodged. Now you cannot give orders to that flame bird anymore. He warned the advantage of human-type pets was their high intelligence, capable of acting on their own will. My command only disorients you. On the other side, Odo had already seized the flame bird's wing. That despicable man spoke, before eliminating you, I must enjoy myself a bit first. In another corner, Lindsay kept looking at the information on his arm. Rock Demon was dealing with a boar in a frenzied state. Suddenly, a rustling sound caught his attention. Ahead was a giant demon monkey grabbing a monkey. Without hesitation, it shoved the monkey into its mouth and chewed ravenously. A freshman's voice rang out. These points are earned. It was Zhou Xiong. He said happily, is it not too easy? Lindsay waved, and Zhou Xiong recognized him from the cafeteria. He replied with a smile, that is right, brother Zhou Xiong, thinking to himself. He probably does not know my identity, so I can take advantage of that. This thing does look cool. Looking at the rock demon, Zhou Xiong exclaimed, is this a rare beast? How come I have never seen it before? He stepped closer, thinking to himself, it seems this guy is not the Lindsay who passed the super difficulty. Lindsay spoke up, this thing is not rare, it is just an ordinary low-grade pet, only just reached tier 2. Zhou Xiong showed off his pet and said, then you must take a good look at this wide-mouthed monster. It is a rare freak type and has already ascended to tier 2, stage 7. Hearing that, Lindsay pretended to be excited and praised him for being truly formidable. Zhou Xiong awkwardly suggested that since they were fated to meet, he could lead him to earn points. As long as he followed orders, he was guaranteed to be in the top 10. Lindsay exclaimed with enthusiasm that would be excellent, though he looked happy on the surface. In his heart, Zhou Xiong cursed this brat for being stupid. When you are useless, I will kill you for your points. The forest remained silent under its clear sky. Suddenly, an arm was firmly gripped. It was Guan Ning. She neatly slammed that despicable man to the ground. He lay on the ground, face twisted, and cursed, "Damn it, you bitch." Suddenly his eyes widened in shock as if he had seen something. Guan Ning, with a surge of killing intent, said through gritted teeth, "Last time it was my brother who struck first. Do you think I will let you off easily?" Seeing that killing intent, he cried out demonization. The flame bird transformed its form, emitting a purple smoke from its body. Odo panicked and shouted, "Come help me now." Kept trembling, choked up, unable to utter a word. Thus Odo gave up and fled for its life. In that situation, that man lying at Guan Ning's feet screamed for it to come back. She smirked and said, "Your pet having its own thoughts is not good for you, is it?" That coward bargained, "One last request, do not hit where her brother already did." Then a miserable scream echoed through the deep forest. Guan Ning turned her back to look at the information, ignoring his dying gasps. She thought to herself, 70 points. It seems this guy's points have increased too. The scoreboard displayed. Mon. Lebang van 170, Hagi Gosini 120, Bray Legung Warngor Guan Ning 70 Nam Su, Siong 60. Standing before the stone stele, Tan Hat calculated, "It seems this batch of examinees is not as bad as I thought. In less than an hour, someone has already exceeded 100 points." The teacher leisurely stepped into deep forest space. Before Tanhak was a large tiger-striped flower. Seeing it, the poison vine pet entered a state of focused vigilance. The tiger-striped flower snarled and charged toward Tanhak. The eyes of the poison vine flashed. It extended its branches and tightly bound the tiger-striped flower's arm. The flower struggled and flung the poison vine far away. Then the tiger-striped flower lunged and sank its fangs into it. The tiger-striped flower wins by a strong margin. Bang Woon closed his eyes, said gracefully, "Poison vine dear, do not lead anymore. It is time to find a new prey." Suddenly, the flower's body transformed, and it let out a gurgling sound. Its eyes bulged wide, veins swelling all over. Suddenly, the tiger-striped flower's body was pierced by the poison vine's vines. Blood splattered everywhere. The poison vine slowly walked toward the flower's corpse, extended its branches, and released a mist of gas into the wound. Streams of life force thus surged into the poison vine's body. Bang Woon looked at the corpse, then at the information score 2 or 10. He flashed a sinister smile, declaring that the top spot among freshmen was only his. In the distance, the red-hot stone stele floated in the air. Rank, Mon Le Bang Van Tuan Wan Hang, Wo Sini Go Sini Hunhuanti Bai Lung Honorn Ben Bor. Guanding 90 Namzam Xiong 70. Time remaining high hours Bardini minutes. Am Dung smiled faintly and said, "Indeed, you are ranked second." Go Sini complained, "Along the way you let me take all the beasts and got no points yourself. Does that not seem wrong?" He calmly replied, "Just kill the people on the board to get their points." She asked doubtfully, "So who do we start with?" Dam Dung slowly said, "Touching Le Bang Vun now is too early. Le Kung went to the same school as us." At this point his face darkened, showing a sinister expression, and Guan Ning. Go Sini was curious. There seems to be a genius youth named Lin Zi. How come his name is not there? Hearing that, Dam Dung dismissed it. "The genius youth, I think he cheated. He is all bark and no bite." "Come on, Guan Ning is not far from us," an arm pointed eastward. The flame bird shot through the space at high speed, blurring the vision. It landed right in front of Guan Ning. Looking into the flame bird's eyes, she muttered that on the left was a wind iron mantis, and on the right was a man-eating flower. Then she anxiously asked where he was so she could find him. On this side, Linzi and Zhou Xiang were strolling leisurely. In front of them was a dry command beast, and upon seeing them, it hurriedly turned its head to look. Zhou Xiang said that this one was for him, and he would stand by to support him later. In his heart, he planned to wait until it was almost done to land a strike and steal the points. Without hesitation, the rock ghost quickly killed the dry command beast. The beast was easily defeated and lay motionless. The rock ghost smiled smugly, when suddenly Zhao Xiang froze for a moment, and he suddenly yelled out, "Is it an instant kill already?" The system displayed the remaining time as 2 hours and 20 minutes. Scoreboard clearly showed Li Pengyun 290, Guo Sini 200, Lu Gang 170, Guan Ning 140, Liu Dehong 100, Linzi Huan Chuang 70. 17 people had been eliminated. He secretly assessed that Linzi had cleared the super difficulty challenge in less than 2 hours, rising from rank 33 to rank 9. He realized that they were actually teaming up with each other. Zhou Xiang said gloomily, "I told you to strike first, not to instant kill it. You were supposed to leave it for me." Linzi looked apologetic and said that the exam concerned his future studies, so every time he acted, he had his pet attack with full force. If he also wanted the points, he would give up the next one. Seeing that attitude, Zhou Xiang thought irritably, "This brat is still putting on airs. Just wait, I will kill him and take all his points." Suddenly, the system reported that there was a rare-grade ferocious beast in the area ahead. Linzi muttered, wondering if he could earn more points. They walked forward and saw a gigantic golden ancient tree looming in the distance. Zhou Xiong exclaimed that it was a golden tree, it must be a hidden reward. Suddenly 2 branches shot up from the ground, binding him, while Lindsay had already managed to dodge. Zhou Xiong was hung upside down, struggling to break free and cursing. The grotesque face of the golden tree slowly emerged. Its body began to move slowly. Zhou Xiong forced his eyes open to look and then yelled that this was a withered golden beast. Even the wide-mouthed monster had been caught, but he still screamed for help in a panicked voice. In an instant, Zhou Xiong fell into a state of exhaustion. He blurted out, "This is wrong, the vines are draining my strength," then begged Lindsay to come and help him quickly. Lindsay said calmly, "But we already agreed on one each." Zhou Xiong said fawningly, "Don't be stubborn. This time is different. This thing is powerful. We have to join forces." Lindsay turned away coldly and said, "Stop joking. I know you have a way to defeat it. I am going on ahead." Zhou Xiong cried out in despair, "Don't, I am begging you." Lindsay glanced over and then set a condition. Saving him was possible, but what was in it for him? Hearing that, Zhou Xiong thought bitterly, "This bastard dares to threaten me. Just wait until we get out. I will toy you to death." On the surface he pretended to say he knew some secrets about other people and could tell him everything. Lindsay said in a deep voice, "Speak." With a face turning pale green, he shouted, "Li Penyan Guo Sini specializes in soul techniques." "Oh, big brother, save me please." After hearing this, Lindsay silently calculated for a few seconds. Specializes in soul techniques, huh? Similar to Luda's enhancement technique, this information was valuable. Then he called out to the rock ghost. He commanded it to use split clone strike aimed at the golden tree's belly. As soon as he finished speaking, the rock ghost shot forward. The golden tree had already defended by shooting branches up from the ground. But the rock ghost swung its arm and sliced through them in an instant. It moved close to the golden tree's belly, but just as it was about to strike, vines shot out to block it. In one move it pulled the rock ghost far away. Sturdy vines shot up one after another. They bound the rock ghost tightly, rendering it powerless. Lindsay secretly assessed that a stage 2 level 9 rock ghost struggling against a stage 3 level 9 withered golden beast was indeed difficult. Seeing the rock ghost immobilized, he had to think of another plan. It seemed he could not avoid summoning Snow Maiden to end this act. Suddenly Lindsay's eyes noticed something. The rock ghost was straining to break free from the vines. Lindsay shouted loudly, calling its name. Hearing its name, it turned its head to look. Lindsay roared, "Is that all you have? Break free now." Golden Tree continued to summon even more vines. The rock ghost was bound tighter, then suddenly dissipated into wisps of smoke. The sight made Zhu Xiong's face turn pale as he screamed in panic. "It is done for. It is about to be completely drained." The countdown showed 1 hour and 54 minutes remaining, with 27 people having been eliminated. He secretly observed to see just what the strength of that genius youth who cleared the super difficulty challenge really was. A surge of black energy appeared, and then vanished. The black energy gathered together and intertwined. Lindsay looked at the scene with utter surprise, an expression of disbelief on his face. Unlocked new skill, Ghost Spirit State, duration 30 seconds. A panicked voice asked what that was. Lindsay thought to himself, dual attributes indeed have special abilities. Let's see how strong this Ghost Spirit State is. The golden tree turned around and let out a fierce roar. It attacked with its roots, but they were ineffective. Lindsay realized that the rock ghost in its ghost spirit state had no physical form, could avoid all physical damage and control effects, truly powerful. Skills Stone Bullet Barrage and Shattering Strike could not be used, damn it. He pointed at the rock ghost and told it to use the Stone Bullet Barrage skill, aiming accurately at the golden tree's eyes and belly. The rock ghost looked at the golden tree, using telekinesis to launch an attack. Rock Ghost attacked the golden tree and everything around it. Lindsay thought to himself, the level gap was too great. This damage was not enough to kill the withered golden beast. A voice rang out telling him to run quickly instead of standing there dumbfounded. Zhou Xiong thought if this brat died here, the points on him would be lost forever. Lindsay simply watched calmly as his figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Golden opened his mouth, his eyes flashing with rage. It rushed away, he summoned, and Snow Maiden appeared with her eyes closed. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze clear but unusually calm. She raised her hand to restore her power source, using Blizzard Storm. At this moment, the lava demon slowly stepped forward, charging ahead with a crazed look, and he shattered it. It lunged to attack Golden with a lethal blow. Snow Maiden coldly extended her hand forward. She uttered, "Lava Demon, Demon Spirit Form," and the power instantly froze half of Golden's body. Lindsay sneered. It was not over yet. He lunged forward to deliver a fatal strike, his soul force exploding. Golden fell lifeless like a soulless corpse, and the system announced he had defeated the Golden Withering Beast. The system continued, Lava Demon ascended to 3rd tier, new skill Spirit Demon Clone. Under Spirit Demon state splits into 2 with damage equal to the original, copying actions and skills for 10 seconds, costing 100 achievement points. Lindsay smiled, a good skill worth the high cost, I will learn it. The Spirit Demon state during a clone doubles combat power, just leveled up after the last battle. Truly the path of a king, this time I profited greatly. The score appeared, 1 180, time remaining 1 hour 20 minutes. Kinhee's face darkened thinking that kid was truly formidable, especially that ice-type pet. If he guessed correctly, it had god-tier potential. Lindsay thought the rare third-class monster added 60 points. Now being humble was impossible. A voice asked what was going on. Zhou Xiong's voice hesitated, the golden withering beast. Zhou Xiong's mouth hung open in shock, asking if he had defeated it, then pointed at Snow Maiden, asking who she was, also a contestant, which school. Lindsay cursed inwardly, forgetting to recall Snow Maiden. That guy saw her. How could he continue the act? He pointed at her, saying he did not know. She seemed to be a humanoid ice-type monster. It was her who defeated the golden withering beast. That guy was curious. Why would a monster kill its own kind, or was it someone's pet? Then he exclaimed, ice-type. Could the owner be Lindsay, since he defeated the golden withering beast? His strength must be higher than ours. Then we are done for. Lindsay heard those words helplessly, not knowing what to say. The system displayed pretend to attack towards us. Snow Maiden looked at them with confusion. Zhou Xiong exclaimed she was staring at us. She swung her hand to attack him. Ice burst. He screamed miserably, she really wants to kill me, I am doomed. Snow Maiden launched an attack. Zhou Xiong thought if both were eliminated here it would be a loss. Better to kill the guy beside him and run. It was kicked, staggering. It exclaimed, why swallow me? He replied, naturally, to protect you. System displayed, I am fine, you return. The system from the lava demon replied, you also return. A moment later, Zhou Xiong and it had run a good distance. He thought to himself, perfect, escaped the pursuit and can get more points. He asked if it was safe now, if he was okay. Lindsay calmly replied, soul defense barrier. What could happen to me? You should let me out. He stopped him, wait, that monster is still chasing, hold on a bit more. He thought inwardly, this brat should have been digested by now. Why is he fine? At this moment, the wide-mouthed monster felt very uncomfortable. It clamped its mouth shut, took a breath, then spat, making Lindsay almost fall. Zhou Xiong curiously asked how he got out. He continued, perhaps due to poor digestion. He said further, if the monster keeps chasing, we combine our strength to defeat it. Zhou Xiong laughed coldly, thinking the brat was frighteningly stupid. He continued, but it seemed not to be chasing. Can you now tell me about your exclusive soul art? He pointed ahead. First go to the stone tablet to see if I made the top 10. Talk while walking. He continued, exclusive soul art is unique. Only a few spirit tamers awaken it. Cannot be learned from books. Depends on constitution. Extremely rare, so normally not taught. Lindsay curiously asked what the exclusive soul arts of Guo Xinyi and Lei Pengyun were like. Zhao Xiong replied they were quite powerful. Let me go check that out. The system ranking board appeared with each name. He thought to himself, indeed his name was not there. Zhu Xiong thought, there is still a chance, only 1 hour left. 10th place only had 100 points. If he got the points from this fool, entering the top 10 was certain. His eyes widened in shock. On Lindsay's hand appeared the number 180. Zhou Xiong panicked inwardly. This brat actually has 180 points. The ranking board showed his name, 55 Chub 180. Trembled and asked, what is your name? Lindsay calmly replied, Lindsay. Zhou Xiong trembled, pointing at him, damn it, you tricked me the whole way. He thought to himself, forgetting that the super elite was the one with 2 pets. This brat was hiding his strength. The ice-type pet was also his. I have been played. Lindsay said, have you forgotten? If not for me, you would have been killed by the golden withering beast. Now tell me what you know. Zhou Xiong commanded, bastard, do not mess this up. Wide-mouthed monster, kill him. He let out a sharp scream. The lava demon appeared from nowhere, attacking the wide-mouthed monster. Next, she raised her hand and uttered, wide-mouthed monster. 3 people closed in on Zhao Xiong. He crawled backwards on the ground. Lindsay said, your score is not much but equals a third-class monster, I will take it. He trembled and begged, no, I will talk, just spare me. He continued, I changed my mind. Actually, what their exclusive soul arts are like makes no difference to me. He asked in horror, what do you mean makes no difference? He spread his hands, none of them are a match. He continued, Snow Maiden, Ice Coffin. Zhou Xiong cursed, you bastard. Before he could finish speaking, he was sent flying far away. At this moment, Zhou Xiong, who was under attack, fell into a state of collapse. A voice rang out as Lindsay and Peng Yun walked over from somewhere. He said, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Zhou Xiong, grabbing at a straw, blurted out, boss, this man is Lindsay. Be careful of his ice-type pet beast. In Linz's heart, he never expected to run into this man here. It seemed the old debt needed to be settled clearly. He requested, you can step back and rest. Zhou Xiong's heart was full of bitterness, thinking my points have been taken by the boss. The monster walking beside Lindsay reached out its hand, cast a spell that dissolved the ice. The points appeared, showing 430 points on Peng Yun. He challenged, show me your true skill, and let us see who deserves the top rookie spot. Lindsay calmly refused, saying he had no interest in that title. Peng Yun sneered, believing he was admitting defeat. He laughed loudly, calling Lindsay a coward. He declared he would defeat everyone on the leaderboard, like Guo Xinyi, Tanyong Lugang, and Guan Ning. Peng Yun's expression was extremely excited. The thrill of dominance made him unable to stop. Lindsay suddenly realized Guan Ning was in danger. He thought Tanyong, Guo Xinyi, and Guan Ning are in the same location, and Guan Ning is in danger. Thinking this, he immediately ran towards the east. Peng Yun sighed, ordering to block him. He extended his long hand towards him. He used his hand to tightly coil the lava demon, not giving it a chance to resist. Lindsay created a shield to protect his body. Peng Yun sneered, easily capturing him like a clown. He ordered the poison vine monster to drain the opponent's power. Lindsay frowned. That bastard truly deserves to die. Suddenly, Snow Maiden appeared from behind Peng Yun. She spoke coldly, saying there was no time for playing around. Peng Yun turned around, his eyes widening. Immediately after, his body was completely frozen. Seeing its master harm, the pet beast reached its hand towards Snow Maiden. Snow Maiden said nothing, immediately freezing it. The lava demon swung its arm powerfully, shattering the ice. Lindsay looked at them coldly. I already told you. Having said that, he turned and left, having no time to play with them. The ice from the titanium left water trails on the ground. Lu Gang walked over from somewhere, commenting on Peng Yun's tenacious vitality. He thought this was a chance to finish him off. He reached his hand towards Peng Yun, declaring that his points would belong to him. He ordered a direct attack on Lei Peng Yun. Lu Gang thought to catch the bandits, catch the leader first. Peng Yun sneered, saying luck was also part of strength. He looked at his own hand, surprised that his points had not changed. Lu Gang found it extremely strange, not understanding what was happening. A binding rope wrapped around his neck from behind, pushing him far away. Lu Gang could not believe his eyes, asking Peng Yun what was going on. Peng Yun sneered, revealing a secret to someone about to be eliminated. He continued, explaining this was his exclusive soul summoning technique, the synchronization mimicry. He loudly ordered the thorn armor to attack. He shouted once more. Scene change, 3 figures dashed through the forest. Lindsay thought to himself, Guo Xinyi and Tan Yang, if you dare to touch my little sister in his heart, then you will surely die. Ahead was a group of people standing. Young Dragon stood there, staring intently ahead. Guan Ning cursed, unable to escape. A voice spoke up, telling her not to waste her strength. Tan Yang sneered, the water prison of the undead mage cannot be escaped from the inside. He turned to speak with Guo Xinyi, telling her to take Guan Ning's points to secure the top spot. She asked if it was because Guan Ning was too beautiful, making him reluctant to act. Tan Yang frowned, insisting he had no interest in any other girl. Guo Xinyi continued, telling him to wait a bit longer before acting. He asked curiously what they were waiting for. Guo Xinyi opened her eyes wide with a cunning expression, waiting for the big fish to bite. A surge of aura came from afar, startling Tan Yang. He reacted quickly, raising his hand to summon the water guard. Young Dragon was furious, thrashing its small tail vigorously. 3 figures stepped forward, Lin Ze's voice cold as he demanded they release his little sister. Tan Yang noticed he had 2 pets. Guan Ning was surprised to see Lin Ze's pets, but quickly warned him about the opponent's strength. Lindsay reassured her, promising to rescue her immediately. Tan Yang asked curiously if he was the Lindsay who cleared the super difficulty. Guo Xinyi looked down on him, thinking he did not look like an ordinary person. Tan Yang stepped forward, wanting to test his strength. Guo Xinyi warned him to be careful, as she could sense Lindsay was not simple. Tan Yang contemptuously suggested, if he won, he would give Lin Ze's points to her so she could become the top scorer. If he lost, she could take his points. Tan Yang ordered the undead mage to control Lindsay. A circle immediately surrounded him. Lindsay raised his hand, easily destroying the circle. Tan Yang could not believe his eyes, silently wondering if this kid's soul technique was that strong. The lava demon suddenly charged towards him from somewhere. Tan Yang immediately used his power to control it with the water bend prison. The lava demon was lifted into the air by the source of power. Tan Yang calculated try to catch one first. Lindsay coldly ordered demon chain form. Immediately the lava demon escaped safely. The rock demon furiously launched an attack downward. Its entire body emanated a terrifying cold aura. Dan Dung laughed wildly. Sorry, my undead are also of the demon faction, so they are immune to physical damage. Guo Xinyi shouted, idiot, watch out behind you. Behind him a surge of power appeared and sent him flying. Dan Dung turned back in pain to look. The rock demon split into clones. Lindsay laughed. Too bad you cannot be immune to physical attacks. Dan Dung could not believe his eyes, his mouth hanging open. He shouted angrily, damn it, use the seal undead. A dark aura flew out and sealed the rock demon clone, rendering it unable to move. Lindsay thought, this guy is a bit troublesome to deal with. I will have to let Snow Maiden act. He requested to return to normal state, to avoid being suppressed by the necromancer. Dan Dung laughed loudly, the legendary genius is nothing more than this. His voice turned cold, shut up, let me show you all true power. Guo Xinyi opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Powerful radiance burst forth from Lindsay's body. Dan Dung panicked. No, this guy is not someone we can handle. Guo Xinyi's face darkened. We are going to get eliminated. Scene change, she spoke with a fearful expression. Waving her hand, hold on, we can renegotiate. Lindsay sneered, negotiate. She hurriedly nodded and explained, we are all in the top 10. There is no need to fight. We will be classmates after this. Snow Maiden did not want to listen, preparing to unleash her skill. Guo Xinyi screamed in panic, Dan Dung, release that girl. Dan Dung said coldly, if I release her and they team up, it will be even more disadvantageous. She would not listen and shouted, do as I say. He had to compromise, fine, dispel the water prison. Guan Ning escaped safely. A small creature swooped down, startling the firebird. Guan walked over and thanked him. He comforted her, rest assured, with me here, no one dares to touch you. He looked at them coldly, eliminating you still saves my sister, but what you offer is not enough to satisfy me. Dan Dung roared in madness, I will fight you to the death. Go Sini, run now. She turned to Lindsay, I have. Lindsay looked at her coldly, as if appraising an item. She forced a smile and said nervously, a specialty soul technique that can help you activate your unique ability. Lindsay mused, not a bad bargaining chip. Dan Dung shouted, Go Sini, there is no need to help that brat. He realized something. Could it be that she? Go Sini shyly revealed a faint smile. From a distance, a voice rang out, my apologies, allow me to join in. Lindsay exclaimed, you really are not dead after all. Bang Yun stepped forward with a cunning smile, sweeping his gaze. It was good that they gathered here. He could catch them all in one go. Tan Dung was trembling with anger, pointing his finger. Every single one of them was truly infuriating. Go Sini conspired with Lindsay to join forces and seize the top position. Lindsay thought the situation was starting to become chaotic. Time displayed on the screen was 10. He looked the situation, thinking these seniors all wanted to protect their own. Fighting would cause them to miss out on the talents. The teacher spoke up, giving them 10 minutes to deflate their momentum. Tan Dung said, Guo Sini, do you plan to help that kid? I have a way to use Li Bang Yun. She coldly refused, sorry, I really do want to help him. Tan Dung was crushed. Could it be though Sini like that brat? He shouted, I will defeat all of you. Bang Yun laughed slyly and charged forward. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. Stop. The voice continued, no need to fight. You have all been accepted. But there is still a trial mission for some of you. Another spatial gate appeared. Someone stepped out. A voice rang out. Your strength far exceeds those of the same age. Let us see your limits. 4 people are second-year students. Have a spar. Win and receive a baptism. Lose and still keep your spot. Guan protested, this is unfair, we are not even freshmen yet. How can we beat the second-year seniors? She continued, everyone has already been through many battles. Our spirit beasts are exhausted. Lindsay smiled faintly, raising a hand and waving it. Bang Yun taunted, pity I couldn't eliminate you all. We'll be classmates later. There will be plenty of chances. Tan Dung shouted, you bastard. First try to survive the second-year trial. Go Sini trotted over, are we allies now? She looked at him expectantly, while he looked coldly. Guan spoke up, he hasn't agreed yet. Scene change, Lindsay calculated, he had to get the baptism reward, it strengthens the soul and physique. He looked at the opponents, they sent 4 people on their side. We have 5, seems they underestimate us. He said to Guo Sini, if you want to be an ally, you must form a team with my little sister to deal with one person. Both of them exclaimed, I want to stay with you. Lindsay patted Guan Ning's head, I will handle one person. If the 2 of you can handle one guy, that's a huge win. Xingtao spoke up, have you newbies finished discussing? Who wants to fight me? You can all come at once. Tan Dung looked straight at him, I will take you on. In his heart, this was the moment to prove his strength. Xingtao laughed loudly, you have courage. Hope it's not just courage. Zhang Man walked toward Bang Yun, cracking his knuckles, I've got my eyes on you. Come be my opponent. Bang Yun laughed sickly, I'm not the type to be gentle with ladies. He waved his hand to summon a lightning lion beast of the berserker beast system. He sneered, just go ahead and hurt me as much as you can. Guo Sini's eyes glowed with an eerie crimson red. She said there are 2 left, that girl is weaker. Zitian's voice rang out, kid, are you pointing at me? I find your face annoying. Lindsay cheerfully agreed, fine. He squinted with a smile, senior, please go easy on me. Hui approached from a distance, all the new female students this year are really cute. That woman had an unfriendly expression and a voice full of arrogance and contempt. But I hate girls cuter than me the most, so I will not hold back. Guo Sini and Guan Ning were stunned, not understanding what was happening. He stood up, looking annoyed, and kept scratching his head while cursing. Damn it! Si Yan ran over crying and shook Xiao Yun's shoulders. We've been eliminated after all. Xiao Yun smiled and shook her head, there's no helping it. She said there are too many geniuses. Unless there is a miracle, we will definitely be eliminated. He panicked, damn it, I cheated the whole match and still lost. Turned pale with fear. Why does it still feel a bit painful? He stood in a corner smirking, thinking to himself, this batch still has a few interesting ones it seems. Suddenly someone patted the teacher on the shoulder from behind. Wenba smiled brightly and said to Kinhee, just leave the next assessment to me. The teacher found it strange, senior. The teacher continued, you came to steal students so quickly. I had a hard time selecting them. He replied, your methods are too extreme. You will miss many talents. I still have 10 spots here. He mused, picking gold from the eliminated ones isn't too bad, is it? The teacher got excited. Then you go ahead and arrange it. Wenba spoke to the candidates who didn't make the top 10. I have good news, I still have 10 spots. If you pass the test, you will be accepted. Hearing this, everyone looked overjoyed and cheered in unison. What, really? That's great. Si Yan cried, tears of joy holding Xiao Yun's hand. A miracle has appeared, we have to try harder this time. Making the top 20 still gives us hope. He told himself, I have to seize this chance. On the other side, someone was kneeling on the ground. Tan Yang held his head in disbelief. Damn it, this is clearly a suppression of levels. Ding Tao looked down at him, pointed a finger at his face, and mocked, "You lost, loser." At that moment, a blue light source appeared. Zhang Man exclaimed, "Your stamina is incredible, senior, but you lost. If we kept fighting, it would have been a one-sided slaughter." Peng Yun's eyes gradually turned blue, his expression eerie. She smirked, "Can't take it anymore, huh?" Hui Hui stepped forward to mock. "You call this a genius? Ridiculous. Let me tell you, this school has plenty of geniuses." She stated, "Remember to spend more time cultivating, understand, little sisters." Enba asked curiously, "Teacher Tan, what about your method? Letting them be completely suppressed. Doesn't that make them lose confidence?" Qin He replied calmly and leisurely, "I want to grind down their sharpness. If everyone enters school arrogant, that won't do. There is always someone better." Hearing this, he happily squinted and smiled. "Teacher Tan," he continued, "it seems someone can't handle what you dished out." The flame warhorse stepped out majestically, and a panicked voice rang out. "This is..." Ztian looked as if he couldn't believe his eyes, and shouted, "Impossible." From a distance, Lindsay's voice came through. "Senior." Cast a cold gaze toward him and said indifferently, "I already let you off." The countdown ended. Qin He threw his head back and laughed loudly. This time it was a bit intense. "We saw quite a few geniuses, but in this situation," the teacher continued, "I feel like I have seen the people known as the 8 beast taming talents of the Federation. When they were this young, it's really interesting." Wenbei excitedly added, "At this very age, even the 8 talents of the Federation might not have such terrifying strength. That guy's name is Lindsay, right? When the time comes, assign him to our class." The teacher looked at him helplessly. "Senior, don't snatch people like that. According to the rules, the top 10 students must be distributed among different classes." The system announced that the flame warhorse had been defeated. Ztian was dazed. "I lost." Guanning cheered excitedly. "Ah, you really won? Amazing." Guo Xini couldn't believe it. "I didn't expect him to be this strong." Tan Yong punched the ground in frustration. "There's still a difference, there's still a difference. When I go back, I'll turn sorrow into motivation. Just you wait." Xing Tao was baffled. "Is this Wu Zitian stupid? How could a new student who hasn't even enrolled beat a sophomore? I don't believe it." Lindsay taunted. "Still want to go on?" "Senior." That hit a nerve and he shouted, "You brat. Don't think that because you used a trick to beat him, you can look down on us." His gaze was cold and unreadable. "So all 3 of you want to come at me?" Tang Lang charged forward, followed by Xing Tao's curse, talking big without shame. Tang Lang and the rock demon attacked each other, neither willing to back down. Enba quickly stepped in to stop them. "Alright, stop. Xing Tao is no match for him at all. If this continues, the sophomores will lose face and only make Lin Zi more enemies." Qin He pondered and then nodded in agreement. "That's right," his voice echoed. "Alright, students, stop. The test is over." Xing Tao heard the voice and spun around to call out, "Teacher Tan." The teacher said evenly, "The only one who passed the assessment is Lin Zi. The other examinees performed very well. I believe after entering Jiangning Academy, your strength will improve by leaps and bounds." He shouted at Lindsay, "Damn it, kid, wait until you enroll and we'll have another match." Without much thought, he gave a thumbs up in agreement. "Senior, no need. You are still the formidable one." He gritted his teeth in anger, said each word slowly, "Just you wait for me, brat." Xing Tao added another sentence before disappearing. "I'll remember you." He said coldly, "Next is your reward." System displayed, "Congratulations, Lindsay, you have been admitted to Jiangning Academy." The system empowered the rock demon. The rock demon's growth increased. Snow Maiden was also empowered. Snow Maiden's growth increased. At this moment, Lindsay and the others returned to the hall. Hundreds of eyes fixed on them. "Who is he? He's really strong. He's back. Is this the one who passed the super difficult level?" Lindsay pointed at himself with a helpless expression, thinking, "Every time I wake up, the atmosphere is so familiar." Suddenly Guo Xini reached out and grabbed his shirt. She whispered, "Lindsay, I can sense your rock demon, and there are other forms that can be unlocked." He asked curiously, "Really?" She winked mischievously, "Including the specialized soul technique and how to activate it. If you want to know, come see me after the exam." Lindsay was curious but didn't ask further, only quietly acknowledging. Qin He's excited voice rang out, "Silence. The students who achieved the top 10 scores this time are directly admitted." He continued, "I hereby announce that the top scorer for this freshman exam is student Li Pengyun. Everyone please applaud him." Peng Yun stood there listening to the bustling crowd. "This is wrong. Why is it that guy?" He cursed angrily in his mind. "Damn it, that bastard really performed better than me. How humiliating." The assistant turned to ask Qin He, "That kid clearly deserved to be the top scorer. Isn't that a bit unfair?" The teacher replied, "We cannot put all our eggs in one basket. Besides, the rules clearly state that the highest position is based on scores." The assistant understood and stepped forward to announce to everyone, "Those participating in the revival challenge, follow me. Those in the top 10 may leave and wait for the enrollment ceremony in 10 days. Guan Ning encouraged the 2 girls, "It's okay. I believe you can all pass the revival challenge. Do your best." Just then, Zhou Xiong walked over and called out to Lindsay, He scratched his head and asked, so you are Lin Z? My information isn't very accurate, but I just watched your match with the sophomore. You are really cool. I have a proposal. Lindsay interrupted to ask, is that so? What do you want? Zhou Xiong said excitedly, can I be your subordinate? He flattered profusely, my respect for you flows like an endless river. Lindsay flatly refused, sorry, I don't take subordinates. He pointed forward and added, moreover, he was not yet qualified for enrollment. Zhou Xiong quickly rushed off, shouting loudly, I will definitely pass, wait for me, boss. Bai Yun quietly left. Guanning's voice rang out on the street, wonderful. To celebrate passing the challenge and becoming a new student of Jiangning Academy, do not go home today, let's enjoy the city. Lindsay replied, right, 4 hours was exhausting, we need to rest. Guanning blushed and said, let's come back tomorrow, let's stay in the city tonight. A gentle voice sounded, let's sleep in the city tonight. Lindsay smiled in reply, that's fine. Guanning lowered her head and smiled happily, but he suddenly flinched looking at his phone, seeing the expensive price on screen. Oh damn. Lindsay remembered the last time he bought materials to upgrade the stone monster, it had drained all his money. The meager balance made him anxious. Seeing his uneasy expression, she asked, what's wrong, big brother? Let's go eat something. He had to reply, okay, let's go. In front of a high-end restaurant that allowed pets to dine with them. Scale Crawler at this moment was frozen in disbelief. Looking at the bustling space inside, he exclaimed, there are places like this. Guanning said eagerly, I've been looking forward to this, brother. Let's summon our spirit beasts, they've been fighting for a long time. They deserve a good meal. He helplessly replied softly, okay. The atmosphere between the two fell slightly silent. She was quite surprised by Snow Maiden's change. The last time I saw her, she was still a little girl, now she has evolved so quickly and is beautiful. Lindsay lowered his head and said in a deep voice, it might be because of the high contract level, but he smiled faintly. The system matter is a long story, I'll tell you when I have the chance. The important thing now is, Guanning smiled and raised the menu to suggest, big brother is too amazing, tonight you teach me, but for now let's order first. Lindsay picked up the menu to look, let me see. He quickly swallowed his saliva. Aren't these prices a bit too much? The rock demon beside him was already anticipating so much it held its spoon ready. Next the flame bird waited quietly. A restaurant staff member walked over and asked, may I ask if everyone needs to order anything else? Guanning generously ordered this one and this one too. 5 minutes later, a table full of food was brought up. Everyone marveled, only he was dejected. Oh well, it's over. In just a moment, a table full of food was wiped clean. Lindsay was now sweating nervously. What to do? Should he just run away? The staff member smiled and handed over the bill. Sir, this bill is 37,000 yuan. May I ask how you would like to pay? Guanning smiled and stepped forward to say, let me handle it, brother. I've saved up quite a bit of allowance. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Save. She walked along the road, lamenting, the city at night is really beautiful. Guanning clenched his hand, hoping that in the future she could study together with him in the city. Just the thought made her excited. Lindsay dejectedly lowered his head to think. He needed to make money quickly. It seemed too late to take on a mission now. Suddenly, shouts rang out from a house. Great fight, too awesome. The people inside were constantly cheering, so cool. The four-armed monster is invincible. Inside the arena, the four-armed monster was celebrating its victory. The referee, holding a microphone, calmly spoke up. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? He introduced, just defeat the four-armed monster, and you can receive all the money in the gold pool. Pay a 300 yuan entry fee to gain the qualification to challenge. The winner receives a 50,000 yuan prize. Hearing this, Lindsay rejoiced secretly. A way to make money had appeared. He slightly raised his hand to summon. The referee continued explaining the rules. Soul arts or magic arts are forbidden, only hand-to-hand combat. Lindsay summoned the rock demon and asked, do you have confidence? It replied confidently, of course. After entering the arena, they had to sign a life and death agreement, in case a spirit beast accidentally kills another spirit beast. He turned to ask Guanning, do you want to watch the match? She asked in surprise, are you perhaps thinking of participating in the competition? Lindsay smiled and said, if they want to give money like that, then I won't be polite. He looked at the four-armed monster and analyzed through the system. It was at the 3rd tier 1st segment, while the rock demon was at the 2nd tier 9th segment. For safety, it was best to upgrade the rock demon first. Then, Lindsay lightly raised his hand to upgrade the rock demon. It immediately had its power increased. The rock demon had been upgraded to the 3rd tier 3rd segment. It consumed 780 achievement points, leaving 400 points. He thought to himself, the higher the level, the more achievement points are needed to level up. Guanning was surprised to see that. It's already been upgraded. How did you do that? Lindsay simply replied softly. Perhaps it ate something it found tasty. She immediately cheered enthusiastically. Brother, I believe you will definitely defeat it. The referee excitedly took the microphone and announced, a new challenger has appeared. Let's cheer for his courage. He shakily introduced him and the rock demon, the weak young man with a red-haired, stone-headed monster never seen before. So why exactly did he want to participate in this death arena? The audience burst into mocking laughter. Has this kid had too much to drink? Where did this kid come from? Doesn't he know his own limits? That red-haired guy looks like he's done for two. The rock demon grit its teeth in irritation. The tall, colossal four-armed monster laughed sarcastically. The bone bearer contemptuously reminded Kid, if the four-armed monster accidentally crushes this little creature later, don't you start crying. Lindsay just smiled and replied, please do your best. He laughed sarcastically, truly a kid who doesn't know his place. The referee then told both of them to sign the paper. Come on, sign and fingerprint here. The death waiver is recorded. Immediately he roared with all his might. The match begins. The bone bearer immediately ordered the four-armed monster, show him some color. Rush forward, but the rock demon easily dodged. Lindsay evaluated inwardly. In terms of speed, the rock demon probably had the upper hand. After that, it kicked off and charged forward, but it was immediately grabbed firmly by the four-armed monster's arm. Then, the rock demon tried to punch with its hand, but it was lightly blocked by it. The rock demon's entire body was now high in midair, and the four-armed monster powerfully hurled it far away. The force was so strong it shattered the stone floor. The referee couldn't help but marvel. This strength is truly immense. The bone bearer laughed and praised the four-armed monster. Even without using skills, its raw power can defeat many spirit beasts across tiers. Lindsay saw this and immediately understood. Indeed, the rules here were very favorable to the four-armed monster. No wonder they were so confident. The four-armed monster decisively raised both arms high, but the rock demon quickly jumped back to retreat. Unfortunately, it was caught firmly by the leg by the four-armed monster. Then, the monster's other two hands slammed it hard into the ground. Xionggu crossed his arms and taunted, is that all you've got? The audience cheered and roared. Guanning worriedly called out to him, brother. Lindsay analyzed that if he were allowed to use skills, the rock demon could toy with the giant monster. But the rules did not permit it, and the opponent had four hands. Remembering Guo Xinyi's words, he reasoned that the last time the rock demon evolved was when it was in danger. If so, this was a gamble worth taking. Lindsay sternly commanded, let me see if you've used your full strength yet? He taunted, or do you have to rely on Snow Maiden to win every time? The four-armed monster raised its leg, ready to stomp directly on the rock demon's head. At that moment, the rock demon lifted its head. It shot forward like lightning, punching the four-armed monster's belly, shattering its skin. Unexpectedly, the rock demon evolved into a new form, and Lindsay had predicted this. It turned out the stone armor on its body could be shed depending on the combat situation. The four-armed monster attacked fiercely, but was easily dodged by the rock demon. Xionggu, not realizing yet, still laughed loudly. Four-armed monster swung its arm back, but the rock demon had vanished. Han couldn't believe it, shouting in panic what just happened. The rock demon appeared behind the monster. When it attacked, the rock demon vanished again. Then the rock demon suddenly charged from behind. The rock demon couldn't help but burst out laughing in amusement. The four-armed monster could only clutch its head and take the beating. Lindsay shouted anxiously, 10 seconds left, finish it. The rock demon obeyed, leaping from above to dive straight down. It instantly activated its power, lightning spear array. As a result, the four-armed monster fell. The rock demon rose to 3 Duan 4G, unlocked lightning spear array, and used it in the demon general form. Xionggu shouted in panic, this is impossible. The audience buzzed, astonished that the four-armed monster had lost. The referee declared victory for the four-armed monster, leaving Lindsay stunned. The stands erupted in confusion. Clearly the monster lost. Why is it like this? The kid broke the rules by using a skill. The referee explained that the pet had used an illegal skill magic, so it was ruled a loss. Guanning was dissatisfied, arguing that merely shedding armor couldn't be considered magic. Xionggu sneered, wiping his sweat. Lindsay proposed, I lost, I accept it. But we will fight one-on-one. If I win, the prize money belongs to me. Xionggu laughed and asked back, you mean you want to challenge me? Referee and audience were both excited, cheering for the bloody match. Second Lion commented, this is even more exciting than pet battles. The rock demon behind him hung its head sadly. Lindsay turned back and patted its shoulder to comfort it. You lost, watch me this time. The rock demon lifted its head. Xionggu nodded and accepted the challenge. The referee announced enthusiastically, you are the first person to challenge Xionggu. If you win, you still take the prize. He nodded slightly to comfort Guanning behind him. Xionggu got into a ready stance, inviting the kid over. On the other side, someone asked Guo Xinyi if she was moved. Guo Xinyi replied impatiently, so what? I see him as an older brother. Tandong said unwillingly, what do I lack compared to that brat? You don't even know him. I don't want you to get hurt. She coldly turned away, telling him to go rest. He watched her disappear helplessly. Tandong shouted in fury, damn it, Lindsay, just you wait. Suddenly he heard a cry for help. A young woman was being attacked by a ferocious beast. Tandong rushed over and kicked the beast away. The ferocious beast was sent flying far away. He worriedly helped the woman up and asked if she was okay. A man on a rooftop spoke up, there are no ferocious beasts in this world. He landed behind Tandong. He warily asked who he was and if the ferocious beast was his pet. The man smiled, ferocious beasts are evil, pets being exploited are good. Who defines that? He continued, pets live longer than humans. Out of loyalty, they grow lonely when their master dies. Sometimes they are mistaken for ferocious beasts. Tandung summoned a spirit, angrily declaring he would not allow him to do evil. He asked back, "Are you Tandung?" Tandung froze, asking how he knew. He ordered the ferocious beast to retreat. The man ordered the ferocious beast to retreat, and he gently touched the beast's head. An illusion appeared, and the beast howled in discomfort. The ferocious beast's form suddenly became gigantic, astonishing Tandung. The man from the Symbiosis organization laughed, "I've been wanting to find you guys too, but first, let's see if you're worth using." Tandung hid himself, preparing to deal with the ferocious beast together with the spirit. The noise caught Guo Xinyi's attention. Everyone was shouting and cheering for Seong Gu. She quietly stepped closer to the crowd, watching the excitement, hearing a shout, "Teach that brat a lesson, Seong Gu." Guo Xinyi widened her eyes in astonishment when she saw Lindsay's back in front of her. She and Guanning cheered him on, shouting, "Lindsay, go for it." The two exchanged excited glances with each other. On this side, Hong Kot boasted about his achievements, winning the first free tournament in Shanghai in 241, defeating the heavy artillery of the Manhwa Kingdom in 243, and then from Kinping to Jiangning, keeping the championship for 3 consecutive years. He was surprised by Lindsay's calmness. Upon hearing his record, others would have trembled, but this brat was not shaken at all. He gave a sinister, challenging laugh. "So you won't say I'm bullying you? I'll let you throw the first punch." The referee shook his head and advised, "Since he's giving way, just go ahead, but be careful not to break your bones." Hong Kot smiled confidently. "Everyone look at me." Lindsay said, "Then I won't stand on ceremony." He immediately threw a punch straight at the opponent's face. Hong Kot was sent flying, skidding across the ground amidst everyone's astonished gazes. In the end, Hong Kot suffered a crushing defeat. The referee exclaimed in disbelief, "What just happened? Was Hong Kot taken down in just one punch?" Guan Ning and Guo Xinyi high-fived each other in joyful celebration. They immediately crossed their arms and turned their faces away in opposite directions. The referee rushed over to object. "Hold on, I haven't given the signal yet. Lindsay struck first. That's a foul." Lindsay glared at him threateningly, and the frightened referee rubbed his head and said, "I'm truly sorry. I was mistaken. The young hero did not break any rules." The referee declared Lindsay the winner. His phone notified him that he had received 50,000, and Lindsay secretly rejoiced. This time he had enough money to rent a hotel. Guanning and Guo Xinyi came over cheerfully. "Hey, Lindsay, what are you two doing?" Guo Xinyi patted his shoulder in praise. "You did a great job. I didn't expect you to beat him." Guanning said irritably, "It seems we're not that close with you." She replied happily, "Don't forget, we were on the same team before. Consider us teammates." Guo Xinyi continued confidently, "And since we'll be classmates from now on, let me reintroduce myself. I'm Guo Xinyi. Please guide me." Guanning could only pout in frustration. Lindsay asked her what she was doing here. Guo Xinyi answered confidently, "Why, to help you activate your specialized soul power, of course." Guanning asked in surprise, "Specialized soul power?" She happily affirmed, "If you consider me a friend, I can help." Guanning seriously suggested finding a quiet place to talk. The three of them moved to stand in front of a hotel. Guanning and Guo Xinyi sat blankly on the bed. "Why are we all in the same room?" Lindsay demanded to start, and Guo Xinyi replied, "Oh, okay." He explained, "My specialized soul power is perception. Since I was 7, I could sense information ordinary people find hard to detect, like someone's breath, location, or future." Guan Ning admired in wonder. "Wow, there's an ability like this. That's really amazing." Lindsay asked how she would help them, and she calmly requested he close his eyes. He immediately complied and closed his eyes. Guo Xinyi also closed her eyes and brought her head close. Guan Ning was displeased, but she quickly hushed her, saying this is the only way to perceive his ability. She reluctantly agreed to trust her this time. Guo Xinyi continued her work of perception. She opened her eyes wide in surprise at the radiant soul within Lindsay. A towering phantom figure appeared, and Guo Xinyi guessed in awe, "Is this?" She spoke softly, "I see a strange pet beast. It's not your rock demon, nor is it the snow maiden." Looking at the majestic blue form, she whispered, "It might be a fusion state of the two." Lindsay repeated in confusion, "Fusion." Guo Xinyi confirmed it was so, but she couldn't explain clearly because her current condition wasn't good enough. She only sensed vague information. Suddenly she pointed to the person beside her. "Next is your turn." Guanning asked nervously, "Is it absolutely necessary to touch?" She leaned in and expressed that the deeply hidden potential could only be sensed through this method, little sister. Guo Xinyi slowly closed her eyes, and when she opened them, her pupils had turned a soft pink. She was somewhat stunned by the scene before her. Figure of darkness turned its gaze toward her. Guo Xinyi flinched back in fright. Guan Ning asked curiously, "What's wrong? What do you see?" She said lightly, "Nothing, just a lot of darkness, probably because the potential hasn't been revealed yet." But she remained wary. Those things were certainly a bad omen. She decided not to tell her about it yet. Guan Ning, unaware, comforted herself that she would work hard. At this moment the clock had struck late. She sat on the bed and said suggestively, "It's getting late. A girl like me has nowhere to go. Who knows what bad people I might meet outside." She playfully hinted, "Everyone is going to keep me here tonight, right?" Lindsay was awkward in this situation. Before he could answer, she had already rushed over to thank everyone for keeping her here. At night, he couldn't fall asleep because he was lying between the two of them. Ling also hadn't slept, watching with one eye open. Guo beside her was the same, secretly observing. The more this went on, the paler Lin's face became in the middle. Finally, he pondered about fusion, needing to make the Rock Demon and Snow Maiden get along. His thoughts echoed in the empty hallway. He had to quickly stimulate the specialized soul technique. 10 days passed, everyone gathered together. They all eagerly went to see the class division board. I'm going to look too. He looked toward the bulletin board, and the information displayed was very detailed. Guan was happy to be in the same class. Hey, we're in the sning class again. Lindsay also rejoiced and celebrated. Guo Xinyi came over to the two to greet them, saying, good news, I'm also in the same class as everyone. After hearing this, Guan Ning could only show dissatisfaction on his face. Suddenly, Tan Deng beside him called out, and Guo Xinyi immediately recognized an acquaintance. She was very surprised by his injured appearance. How did you end up like this? Did you get into a fight with someone again? He only explained softly, I ran into a bunch of vicious people. Information about Tan Deng's class was remembered. Class 2? He didn't say anything more. Let's stop here for today, Peng Yun whispered softly. He was extremely angry, only regretting that he couldn't make a move. Not being in the same class as that guy, otherwise I wouldn't be able to hold back from finding a chance to kill him. Tan Deng understood that feeling and sympathized. That's right, I also want to make a move right now. Over there. Guan Ning ran over with a beaming smile, praising everyone for passing smoothly. Hui Yun replied gently, we are in class 4, but only class 1 and 2 are key classes. So Yan mischievously reached out to tease. Anyway, we have to thank Guan Ning for training us. The teacher's voice could still be heard in the hallway. Surely everyone has seen me before. He stood on the podium and introduced himself. From today, I am the homeroom teacher for class 1, guiding you in cultivation for 3 years. There are many subjects you can choose to attend or not, but regardless, you must not stop training. After each assessment period, those who fail will be reassigned to a normal class. The teacher added about the reward. The top 3 students each period will receive a scholarship of about 100,000. After hearing this, she immediately cleared up the confusion. No wonder it's Jiangning Academy. The scholarship is that high. Just 2 times and you can buy a new high-grade pet. He continued his speech. There are many clubs and cultivation projects in the school. Everyone can explore them after class. I emphasize one project I hope everyone participates in. The simulated duels in the specialized building, the lecture hall. He understood the duel process well. This is a virtual network space simulation battle. Opponents are not only students but also beast tamers from the entire federation. Rankings bring high rewards. More importantly, it is a condition for evaluating the bronze, silver, and gold grades. Lindsay felt even more urgent inside. He had to quickly level up the Rock Devil to the same level as the Snow Maiden as soon as possible. He stood with the Rock Devil and the Snow Maiden and seriously commanded merge. But both just stood still, eyes wide open. Fusion failed, levels not matching. The bell rang throughout the classroom. The atmosphere became restless. Class ended. Lindsay thought he had to go for simulated duels. At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded outside. A group of people appeared enthusiastically inviting Lindsay. Are you interested in joining the Handong Society? We are the most authoritative club for ice-type pets. Or come to us, the Rock-type Boulder Club, to train and develop together. The girls kept pressing towards him. Come join us, the Ghost Spirit Club here. Don't look down on us just because we have ghost-type pets. We have many beauties and activity funds here. Lindsay was quite embarrassed, replying apologetically, I don't have any plans to join for now. The noisy space suddenly fell silent due to an arrival. The people from the Gaoshan Club are here. A girl said this was one of the top 5 clubs. Everyone is an elite, the top second-year student of the Gaoshan Society once ranked in the top 3 upon enrollment. He watched the 4 of them walk over, everyone clearing the way as if facing Satan himself. This person was Luohan. He spoke in a cold voice. Are you Lindsay? The lackey beside him spoke up. That's right, boss, it's him. Guo Xinyi thought to herself, looks like there might be some trouble. Didn't expect that guy Xingtao from last time to be a member of the Gaoshan Society. Corner of Lindsay's mouth curled into a slight smile. That's right, I'm Lindsay. What's the matter? Luohan spoke as if giving an order, also as a warning. I'll give you a chance. Either join the Gaoshan Society and the old debt will be cleared. You should know the Gaoshan Society doesn't recruit just anyone. Be sensible, don't have an opportunity, and not know how to use it. He put on a friendly smile, waving his hand in refusal. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't want to join any society for now. In his head, Lindsay thought joining a club now would cause trouble and not help with leveling up. Hearing the reply, that man's eyes darkened, and murmurs arose. He even refused the Gaoshan Society? Xingtao pointed angrily, kid, don't be ungrateful. If you don't join today, you will become an enemy of the Gaoshan Society. The anger of that group wasn't worth his concern. Lindsay turned around and decisively left. It's nothing. Luohan was so angry his veins bulged on his forehead. His jaws clenched tightly. Guo Xinyi gripped her hand tightly. Is this definitely the man she set her sights on? Guan was a bit worried. Won't doing this cause trouble? He answered without hesitation. Joining these clubs would be the real trouble. If they really have the skills, let them use their strength to change my mind. After that, the two walked to the training room. The scene was strangely quiet. Guan looked at everyone sitting silently in practice. Couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother, this place is way too crowded." Lindsay urged, "Let's also start quickly." She closed her eyes, a slight smile on her lips. I must catch up with Brother Lindsay's pace. Also quickly immersed himself in training. Lindsay's gaze blurred. Before him was a teleportation door. Information displayed surprised Lindsay a bit. He covered his mouth. This simulated duel actually has that many people? He reached out and pressed the screen, setting a small goal for himself. Break into the top 10,000. Notification displayed, matching successful. The battle will start in 10 seconds. Suddenly, an orange-haired man appeared before Lindsay. He thought to himself, the scene has changed to grassland already? That old man spoke, looking around left and right. Man pointed. This is your first time participating in a simulated duel, right? Are you a student? Lindsay didn't know what to say, just nodded slightly. That old man bared a hideous set of teeth and laughed sinisterly. His hand clenched into a fist of power. Every year at the start of the school year, there are newbies. Looks like luck is not bad today. I'll take these points. A monster appeared summon. This is a wind-type wild boar, a 2-span 1-section beast. He clenched his fist and shouted loudly, "Come on, let's have a good fight." His gaze remained indifferent. 2 spans and 1 section? No wonder it got matched with a newcomer like me. Right after, Lindsay also performed his own summon. Gale kept looking at him provocatively, making Lindsay dissatisfied. He pointed straight at him. "I'll show you what an age gap is." But as soon as he finished speaking, Lindsay lifted his leg and delivered a straight kick at it, making the Gale dizzy, lying flat on its back with its belly exposed. The master of the Gale saw this scene and broke out in a cold sweat, clutching his head. Subsequently, the monsters were also killed one after another under Lindsay's hand. The ranking increased to 573, 541. The spirit-type cat was also killed in one hit. The ranking increased to 572, 494. The stats kept rising. The ranking increased to 548, 325. Time passed to 2 days later. A notification appeared. Rock Devil has leveled up to 3 spans and 7 sections. Snow Maiden leveled up to 4 spans and 2 sections. Achieved a ranking in the top 100,000, added 1,000 achievement points. Lindsay looked at the Rock Devil, panting heavily after the hard battles, thinking, the high intensity over the past 2 days helped it rise by 3 sections. Let's stop here for today. It must be tired. On the live screen, countless grateful comments appeared. Truly a veteran, a win rate of 100%. This guy is said to be a new student. I have met this person before. He was instantly killed. He is so handsome. Does anyone have any information about him? Guan Ning sighed. Bro, when did you wake up? Feng Yun appeared from somewhere. Isn't this Lindsay? Lindsay bent his leg and scratched it. And aren't you the freshman top student this year? He curled his lips. You are really diligent, still sparing this late. But let me tell you something. Don't be surprised. She pointed a finger. Did you drop out? Feng Yun raised 3 fingers. 3 days. It only took me 3 days to break into the top 150,000. How about that? Guanning was a bit surprised. What? She took out her phone. My brother has already entered the top 100,000. He just made it in. Hearing this, he was stunned, his eyes wide. A few minutes later, the two went outside. Guanning asked, Bro, I am stuck at rank 180,000 and I can't seem to increase it no matter how hard I try. I want to sign a contract with another pet. Do you have any suggestions? Lindsay was puzzled. Since when were you qualified to sign a contract with a second pet? She playfully punched him. Did you forget that I was the only one in the class who chose the advanced difficulty and passed? Lindsay was confused but still pretended. Of course I remember. He asked curiously. Tell me, how are you planning to contract it? Guanning shook her head. I haven't thought of it yet. I have to consider the growth rate, rarity, and how well it can coordinate with Flame Bird. Lindsay curled his lips. Don't worry. I have a lot of insight when it comes to choosing pets. I will help you. In his mind, he thought that it was time to help Guanning choose one with a hidden evolution path. She clasped her hands together. That would be great. Let's go to the pet shop together this weekend. Lindsay nodded immediately. Okay. At that moment, Lindsay noticed Guo Xinyi standing nearby. He said a brief goodbye to Guanning. As soon as he left, Guo Xinyi came over. The two of you are so close, never leaving each other's side for a moment. Lindsay turned his head. Guo Xinyi, but before he could finish, she interrupted. Let's train together. Guo Xinyi kept walking, a hint of pout in her voice. Studying together, eating together. She taunted. Hey, I'm asking you, what exactly is your relationship with her now? Lindsay scratched his cheek. If there's nothing else, I'll go back and rest. As soon as he finished, Guo Xinyi tightly grabbed his hand. The two of you might be in trouble. Her eyes were full of seriousness. Tandung was attacked by a mysterious man. In his memory, all of us candidates are targets. Lindsay listened, confused. Who is that and what is his purpose? She shook her head. I don't know. Guo Xinyi spread her hands. Right now, we only know he is very strong and also possesses a soul technique that demonizes pets. In short, I am warning you, be careful. Lindsay turned around and waved his hand. Thanks for your concern. I'm off. After he left, Guo Xinyi's face was full of thought. Would the demonization have anything to do with Guan Ning's future? It was truly unsettling. The scene changed to the next day. Lindsay sat in the training ring, deep in thought. His goal for today was to enter the top 10,000. He clenched his hand and his rank increased to 10,002. The man was sitting in front of a screen reading information. Lindsay, 18 years old. Rank 10,002. Win rate 100%. Ice-type pet. Unknown. Rock-type pet. Unknown. Special ability. Unknown. The man from the Symbiosis organization chuckled. Interesting. It seems I'll have to find someone to meet him. The notification showed a successful match. Immediately afterwards, Lindsay also appeared. A man with a rough, beastly face stood opposite him. He wondered when it had become popular to wear a mask during battles. That man raised his hand to summon. Thorn Armor, Earth Type, Tier 4, Segment 1. Dragonfish, Water Type, Tier 4, Segment 1. The man stood behind the two monsters and sneered. Don't think you're the only one with two pets. Lindsay's hand glowed 2-on-2 then. Rock Devil and Snow Maiden appeared. Now it's truly fair. Lindsay looked at the two beasts, thinking to himself. Two Tier 4s. It seems the monsters around rank 10,000 are strong. I wonder how strong the top 10 are. The man continued, I know you. You're Lindsay, right? I didn't expect you to reach this rank so fast. Not bad, but he pointed a finger and taunted, before this, you only defeated cannon fodder. Beating me to enter the top 10,000 is what truly counts as entering the ranks of the strong. Only then will you be qualified to work with us. He dug his ear. Work with you guys. Don't decide for others. Cut the crap and start. The man was irritated. Then let me show you that there is always a stronger man. Dragonfish spat out a large stream of water. There is always a stronger man. Snow Maiden immediately countered, freezing all the water. Rock Devil charged straight ahead. Spikes on Thorn Armor's body grew out abruptly, then flew off like darts. Rock Devil's two eyes blazed as it stared intently ahead. It continuously dodged Thorn Armor's attacks. At that moment, its body spun and rolled, charging straight into the ice block created by Snow Maiden. But Thorn Armor was immediately blasted backward. Suddenly, Snow Maiden noticed something. The dragonfish shot a water stream at her, and at the same time, Thorn Armor came spinning toward her. Rock Devil launched an attack, but spikes appeared along its path. Thorn Armor rolled into them, its spikes scattering everywhere. It still charged powerfully toward Snow Maiden. She snapped her fingers, her eyes serious. A large explosion of ice erupted directly. Thorn Armor was pinned against an ice block. The dragonfish was behind it. The man laughed hoarsely, not bad. He rotated both his hands. You really do have some skill after all. Lindsay clenched his fist. Even while holding the upper hand, he was still on the defensive. The opponent's two pets coordinated well. He needed to increase the synergy between Snow Maiden and Rock Devil. The man waved his hand. The real battle is just beginning. Thorn Armor melted like an ice cream bar. Dragonfish sprayed water onto Thorn Armor, and from within, tentacles emerged. The man spread his arms and shouted, combination skill, water elemental rebirth. Lindsay was astonished. There's a skill like this too. This is truly an eye-opener. The combination skill quickly exploded with power, spinning toward the three of them. Rock Devil immediately entered an attack stance. It charged straight toward the combination skill. He clenched his hand, a golden light wrapping around it. Absolute zero domain. Snow Maiden immediately unleashed an Ice Force attack, freezing Hukiki, creating an opportunity for Lindsay to rush in and attack. At this moment, thick ice mist billowed everywhere. He laughed loudly. The defense of the thorn mud could not compare to other tamed beasts, especially when the mud solidified, becoming as hard as steel. The young man still has much to learn. He shouted loudly for the high-pressure water bullet. Lindsay was surprised to see the fish spitting hot water. He watched Hukiki rushing over with an uneasy heart. This is bad. He could not use the extreme cold domain for a short time. Lindsay raised his hand and shouted, retreat behind the ship. A huge explosion with a blinding flash erupted. You brat. The girl spread her hands. You placed it. Snow Maiden could not help but be astonished. Lindsay sat on the ground, surrounded by smoke and dust, holding his head. I am fine. We lost, but we still have time to train and become stronger. You have lost. Your ranking dropped to 10,081. You will leave the battle in 30 seconds. Hukeki crawled out from the flame demon's mouth. He continued, at the critical moment you used your life to protect your tamed beast. No wonder the boss took a liking to you. I remember you. What does that mean? He crooked his finger to beckon Lindsay. Join the symbiosis group. We have a way to help you unleash your potential and elevate you to a new level. Lindsay wondered, the symbiosis group does not sound like a school club. What is your purpose? He replied. You only need to answer yes or no. He added, time is running out. What is your choice? The corner of Lindsay's mouth twitched. Of course it is a refusal. I only want to defeat you myself. He nodded. Good. I will be here waiting for you. On another side, the comments were buzzing. The freshman battle god halted before the rank of 10,000. Is this what a first defeat looks like? That kid is too arrogant. Sooner or later he will be overturned and taught a lesson by a senior. Does anyone know this young man's information? Peng Yun walked over from behind Lindsay. You also met the symbiosis group, right? Lindsay asked. Did you join them? He glanced sideways. Do not underestimate me. That man dared to show off in front of me. I will definitely make him pay. He asked curiously. Do you know their background? Peng Yin answered as he walked. I know it very well. Lindsay scratched his chin and muttered, these people are not many in number. What do they really want to do? The people Guo Xinyi mentioned that day must be them. He remembered that man. This guy might be able to pry some information from his mouth. If I ignore it, I feel something big will happen. Lindsay pondered as he walked. Currently, the Flame Demon is 3 stars 7 segments. Snow Maiden is 4 stars 2 segments. 1,000 achievement points are enough to upgrade the Flame Demon to 4 stars. But without materials, it cannot break through. The Earth Soul Evolution notification requires 3 stars 9 segments, 100% growth rate, high-grade water elemental essence 30s, stabilizing spirit stones x3. He concluded, if bought with money it would cost at least 400,000. Suddenly a loud voice called out, Big Brother. Zhou Xiang Yu Yi ran over. I saw the news on the forum, heard you were defeated. Is there an opponent you cannot beat? Lin Zi was displeased. I am not invincible. He asked, you are quick with information. Do you know how to get high-grade earth elemental essence and stabilizing spirit stones? He nodded. These are rare items, Big Brother. How many do you need? He said, 30 high-grade water elemental essences, 3 stabilizing spirit stones. Zhu Xiong cried out in shock. Big Brother, you could not rob enough even if you tried. He pointed and laughed. Wait, I know a place that can help you get these materials. Let me take you there. The corner of Lin Zi's mouth lifted. Good, let us go. Zhu Xiong was surprised. Now, then both quickly moved to Lingyan Mountain. He stepped forward with both hands raised. Before the ancient war, many spatial rifts appeared all over the world, connecting to other worlds. It is said our tamed beasts came from there. Zhou Xiang recounted, decades ago, the Tamer Association universities controlled the safe entrances to the secret realms, providing a stable resource supply. But some areas remain unexplored. Many who entered never returned, so they were sealed off. Lindsay pointed, are you sure entering this secret realm will get me what I want? He handed over a book. Of course, powerful people will appear and bring resources. I went through many difficulties to learn this information. Zhou Xiong said, the resources in the secret realm include high-grade water elemental essence and stabilizing spirit stones. He patted Zhou Xiong's shoulder. You did well. Let us go take a look. Quickly, both arrived at the place where the light emanated. Lindsay was eager and impatient. Let us go. But suddenly his clothes were pulled by Zhou Xiong. Big Brother. He warned, think carefully. If you encounter danger there, you might not be able to escape. He turned back to look. As long as I can get these 2 materials, it is worth the risk. If you are scared, then go back. Zhu Xiong clenched both fists. I will go too. The ultimate purpose of gathering intel was for this moment. He said firmly, with Big Brother by my side, I feel we will definitely get a lot of good stuff. We will get rich then. Lindsay gave a thumbs up in approval. Good. Immediately after, both jumped down below. The scenery was desolate and isolated. Zhu Xiong immediately noticed the glowing rocks upon landing. These are... Wide-mouthed monster appeared instantly. It reached out for the rock. Zhou Xiong shouted. This is a diluted crystal used to level up rock-type tamed beasts, though not worth much. Things that had to be bought before can now be easily found in the secret realm. Excitedly called out, take more. Lindsay's eyes suddenly tensed. Not right, he shouted, stop. Suddenly, from those crystal rocks, a lizard appeared. This is a 2-star 4-segment rock-type crystal lizard. Lindsay thought, so the evolution material is actually a part of another pet's body. He asked, stage 4 double layer, are you sure? Zhou Xiong said confidently, big bro, don't underestimate my wide-mouthed monster. He propped his hands on his waist and laughed. Just wait for it to digest inside the monster's stomach. The wide-mouthed monster spat out a deformed lizard. It sobbed loudly. Zhu Xiong explained, it means the prey is to eat. Lindsay was surprised. You can understand the pet's language? Suddenly the lizard let out a sharp cry, and the 3 of them looked around. At this moment, they had been surrounded by a pack of lizards. Zhou Xiong said the wide-mouthed monster was not suited for this kind of fight. Lindsay ordered a retreat. Snow Maiden unleashed a blizzard blast, and the rock demon also released its skills continuously. He excitedly picked up a piece of stone. Big bro, we're gonna be rich this time. Zhou Xiong said to let the wide-mouthed monster keep the stone for him. Lindsay coldly told him to eat it all. He cried out in disbelief, why is that? Lindsay explained that storage capacity was limited, and there were probably better materials ahead, then he could pick them up freely. Zhou Xiong nodded, saying true. He turned around and said, let's head deeper in. The further in they went, the more creatures and stones of various colors began to appear. Lindsay thought, the elemental core and spirit stones were not on the small bugs. Suddenly a jade green light flashed ahead. The entire ground sparkled like crystal. Zhou Xiong panicked, what is that? A giant monster emerged and bit the wide-mouthed monster, and he shouted loudly. Lindsay charged forward and kicked hard. Rock Demon also released its skill. He judged, this bastard bites and runs, just defending is too passive. Lindsay's voice was stern, based on their movement path, prepare thoroughly, and when they stick their heads out, deliver a killing blow. Zhou Xiong rushed forward, released the monster's mouth. He charged toward the giant rock, fighting them desperately. Then Zhou Xiong was bitten by another one and cried out, "Big bro, save me." Lindsay found this scene familiar. In a moment of carelessness, another one attacked but was saved by defensive layer. The rock demon had already tightly grasped the giant rock. Snow Maiden also charged forward and unleashed Ice Fury. A loud explosion rang out. Zhou Xiong was surprised. The rock demon can use its demonling form. Why did Big Bro jump out? Giant Rock's tail lashed out. The rock demon had grabbed it, struck it down directly, but the giant rock's head prepared to bite the rock demon. A fast punch was thrown. Giant Rock's tail writhed on the ground. Zhou Xiong shouted, "That one is charging again. Dodge quickly." Lindsay's eyes sharpened. "Don't move, just wait." The giant rock charged straight at the rock demon. This was the moment. Snow Maiden unleashed Blizzard Blast. Thick ice smoke filled the air, and the giant rock was completely frozen. Zhou Xiong broke out in a cold sweat, so Big Bro used the rock demon as bait. The rock demon gathered its strength and used Crushing Charge. Notification: you killed a giant rock. Received 2 high-grade earth elemental essences. 28 remain. He was still being restrained and shouted, "Big Bro." The giant rock burrowed underground. Both of them crawled into a pitch-black space. Zhou Xiong panicked. Where is this? He saw a pair of red eyes staring at him and screamed in fear. Zhou Xiong hugged the wide-mouthed monster tightly. "If I had known, I wouldn't have come." A hole opened, revealing a dazzling light. Zhou Xiong shouted in panic, "Big Bro." He was overjoyed beyond words. Big Bro came to save us. Lindsay pointed and smiled faintly. 28 of them. Just enough. Zhou Xiong shouted, "I knew you wouldn't abandon me." The pack of giant rocks charged toward the wide-mouthed monster. He wailed, "I'm dead, brother Lindsay. Hurry up and act." Lindsay said softly, "Snow Maiden." She stretched out her hand, Ice Fury. Countless ice blades rained down. Zhou Xiong was terrified. Giant trap monster were both about to die. The wide-mouthed monster cried out, "Don't." Notification: received high-grade earth elemental essence. He thought only one material dropped, but compared to a mature giant rock, this low-level group was too weak. Received 9 more high-grade earth elemental essences. Rescued. Zhou Xiong felt lucky to be alive. He said gratefully, "Lindsay, Big Bro, you are my true brother." Giant rock emerged and knocked both of them away. Zhou Xiong yelled in pain, "Why is it always me?" Lindsay ordered, "Rock Demon, save the person." The rock demon immediately leaped up. It pulled Zhou Xiong and the wide-mouthed monster behind it. Then it threw both of them down to a safe zone. The rock demon turned its head to look, and the giant rock also stared straight at it. He sneered, "Are you angry now?" Lindsay spoke, "Snow Maiden, Rock Demon. The moment to show your coordination has come." The giant rock charged very fast, ramming straight into the rock demon. Absolute freeze, full chain. Snow Maiden raised both hands and unleashed a ferocious attack. The ice chains tightly bound the giant rock, releasing cold energy everywhere. The rock demon took the chance to fly up, roared loudly, and charged straight in. At this moment, the rock demon was in its demon general form. It struck powerfully, and lightning filled the space. Notification appeared stating the rock demon had risen from the 3rd tier 7th segment to the 3rd tier 8th segment, with a growth degree of 24%. Achieved the feat of clearing the giant rock snake lair. Received 500 feat points. High-grade elemental earth x10 and spirit gathering stone x1. The corner of Lindsay's mouth curled up in satisfaction. 30 level up materials. The rock demon even rose another level. Now he can use feat points to accumulate experience to meet the breakthrough conditions. Zhou Xiong behind him shouted loudly, "You are amazing. Let us quickly go down to find treasures. This lair definitely has many good things." Suddenly, the sound of applause rang out along with praise for the exciting battle. The man from the Symbiosis organization raised his middle finger. "Lindsay, truly worthy of being the target I have been watching." Lindsay withdrew his hand and asked, "Who are you? How do you know my identity?" He let out a sneer full of mockery. The man from the Symbiosis organization smiled and said, "Who am I?" He spread his arms. "Surely you have heard of me." Lindsay frowned deeply. The Symbiosis group. Again it was the Symbiosis group. Zhou Xiong shouted, "Are you from the Symbiosis group?" Lindsay turned to look and asked, "Do you know the Symbiosis group?" He nodded. "Of course I do." Zhou Xiong gritted his teeth and said, 2 days ago, Boss Lee even told me to investigate this organization. He said they often ambush beast tamers to steal their pets." Zhou Xiong clenched his fists. "They claim to protect pets. The reason being to liberate pets. Freedom is symbiosis." At that moment, a fiery aura surged up. The monster behind him appeared. That was the Extreme Pet Protection Association, the Symbiosis Group. A man from the Symbiosis organization pointed his finger, saying that since the catastrophe 100 years ago, ferocious beasts had flooded the continent through spatial rifts. He coldly looked at the rock demon and Snow Maiden. Those tamed by humans were called pets. He turned his gaze toward the giant rock lying miserably on the ground. Those that refused to be tamed were called ferocious beasts. His face darkened, asking, "On what basis?" His voice was full of mockery that human society was only obsessed with distinguishing between high and low, noble and base among people. He continued speaking, "Even other species were divided into many different ranks." He spread his arms wide. The world was inherently unfair. The existence of the Symbiosis Group was to break that. Then he looked at Lin Zi, said he had talent, join the organization. we will help you unlock your potential. He added, we can also liberate the natural instincts of your two pets, helping them evolve into true kings. Lindsay thought to himself, become a king. Did he know the hidden evolution path of the rock demon and snow maiden? Lindsay frowned deeply. No, this man was just amplifying emotions. He clenched his fist, but what he said was not wrong. The strong prey on the weak. The world was inherently unfair. But he absolutely did not want to join the organization to be controlled. Zhou Xiong shouted, boss, do not listen to him. I have investigated. They use this kind of rhetoric to deceive people everywhere. They are just terrorists disguised as saviors. If they had real skill, they would have suppressed the Beast Tamer Association long ago. The man from the Symbiosis organization sneered, it seemed you do not believe my words. He reached his hand behind him, then, in front of him, a giant lava rock snake of the second tier 7th segment appeared. He cradled it in his hand, caressing it. The space directly became distorted. The giant rock went berserk, hissing sounds tightly binding his hand. Lindsay's face darkened. Zhu Xiong could not help but be shocked as well. The man from the Symbiosis organization said proudly, see, the giant rock has now completely transformed, breaking free from its bonds, accepting a new life. He added, liberating nature is the first step of evolution. A demonic lava giant rock snake of the 5th tier 1st segment appeared. Lindsay was stunned, his eyes wide open. The rank of the giant rock snake had increased all the way to the 5th tier. This soul technique could demonize ferocious beasts and pets. No mistake, he was the one who attacked Tandung. He pointed his finger, attack and show them your current strength. Immediately after, the giant rock erupted, Earth Spike. It launched a powerful attack. Due to the explosion, smoke and dust rose thickly, obscuring everything. Snow Maiden timely blocked the attack with an ice mirror. Zhou Xiong fearfully hugged Lin Zi's leg, shouting, this time we are really in trouble. I should have taken Big Mouth out for a meal before leaving. He suddenly froze, yelled in pain, groaning with each breath. It hurts so much, it hurts so much, it hurts to the point of death. He pointed at the giant rock snake, saying it was in great pain. Lin Zi was baffled, shouted, you open your mouth declaring the pursuit of equality, but your actions control the weak to serve your own interests. Is this the fairness you speak of? At that moment, the ferocious beast charged to attack. He added, you cannot escape. Snow Maiden, use Blizzard Freeze to freeze it. Rock Demon, take the chance to find its weakness. Snow Maiden's gaze was sharp. She froze the giant rock. Lindsay noticed Snow Maiden was currently 4th tier 2nd segment, while the demonic giant rock snake was 5th tier 1st segment. He thought to himself, Ice System versus Earth System had no attribute advantage. Lindsay clenched his fist. Under normal circumstances, unless there was another trump card, he judged, fighting across a major tier was nearly impossible to win. But looking at the screen, this giant rock snake was not a true 5th tier 1st segment. If his guess was not wrong, this kind of soul technique would excessively drain the pet's potential, definitely bringing huge side effects. A notification displayed confirmation of using all skill points to increase the rock demon's growth degree. The rock demon's growth degree rose from 3rd tier 8th segment to 3rd tier 9th segment, reaching 100%. The rock demon directly charged to attack the giant rock. Pieces of rock trembled and burst out. Lindsay pondered, the demon general form increased the rock demon's speed by 300%, but decreased defense by 100%, turning it into a glass cannon. He called out loudly, Snow Maiden. Lindsay commanded her to coordinate with the rock demon. Snow Maiden directly extended both hands. Countless ice blocks fell and scattered everywhere. The gazes of the rock demon and Snow Maiden were sharp and focused. A notification displayed, the increased fusion degree had unlocked the combination skill Ice Core Heavy Strike. This was a powerful attack skill, infusing ice attribute into the rock core, filling it with extreme cold energy. When it hit the enemy, it exploded. Power and soul force consumption depended on the charging time. Lindsay was stunned. A combination skill. Notification panels appeared one after another. This surprised him. The combination skill panel had been unlocked. It seemed that to unlock a fusion soul technique, it not only required Snow Maiden and the rock demon to be at the same rank Lindsay judged, but also required silent cooperation between them. The rock demon now leaped straight toward the head of the giant rock snake. It emitted a reddish aura like smoke. He shouted, aiming directly at its tail. The giant rock snake screeched in pain after being hit. Pieces of rocks shattered. The rock demon seized the opportunity to break and chase. Snow Maiden suddenly grew irritated, as if she had endured enough, drawing Lindsay's attention. The giant rock snake's attack power was too terrifying, so she could not keep defending. The symbiosis organizer sneered mockingly, you all must try harder, don't die too easily. He called out to Snow Maiden and the rock demon, use the combined skill. Lindsay thought to himself that this guy was just toying with them, so they had to finish this quickly. He turned back and told Zhao Xiang, you and wide-mouthed monster draw the giant rock snake's attention, because the pet skill needs time to charge. Lindsay said if they died here, no one would even collect their bodies. Zhou Xiang clutched his face in terror, not wanting to die. He pointed and ordered Wide-Mouthed Monster to attack with Acid D. Wide-Mouthed Monster jumped up and spat a stream of green acid that landed on the giant rock snake's head. Burning heat made the giant rock snake cry out in agony. A block of ice with a huge mass of air appeared. It emitted a dazzling light around it, and the cold air surged violently. Snow Maiden had appeared much stronger. The ancient rock also increased its speed. Lindsay narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Strike now." The large ice block hurtled straight down. Then sparkling ice blocks appeared everywhere. All three were protected inside the circle. Zhou Xiang groaned uncomfortably. The waves were still there. I can hear its voice. Lindsay frowned. Let's go check it out. Wait for me, big brother. The dripping sound continued. It hurt so much. The giant rock snake called out in painful discomfort. Help me. Zhou Xiang stammered. It's telling me to help it. He urged Lindsay, big brother, quickly end its pain. His eyes closed and he pressed 2 fingers together and raised them up. Announcement of achievement. Defeated the super corrupted giant rock snake. Received 1000 points. High grade water elemental essence x10 and beast bomb card x1. Achieved achievement. Helped the corrupted giant rock snake gain release. Received 500 points. Spirit stones x2. Soul gems x1 and soul nourishing potion x1. Lindsay pondered, gaining 2 more hidden spirit stones. The conditions to upgrade the rock demon were met, and he also received a beast bomb card. But why? His face was extremely unpleasant. Why was there no joy in his heart at all? The symbiosis organizer laughed loudly. He pointed, looking angry, right? He asked mockingly. Beast tamers usually rely on killing ferocious beasts for materials, don't they? Lindsay was so furious he clenched his teeth, but then he suppressed his anger. Lindsay said beast tamers hunt ferocious beasts for materials. If they encounter a ferocious beast, they become prey. He pointed, saying he hated guys like them even more. The symbiosis organizer stood still and listened. The subject gave off a facade of equality and freedom, but its ideology forced others. Lindsay sneered at the symbiosis organization, a bunch of hypocrites calling themselves righteous. He put his hand back in his pocket. All right, seems like no negotiation is possible. The corner of his lip twitched as he asked the girl holding the true corruption skill if she would be willing to talk. He sneered, your little sister is skilled in dark necromancy, so I think she will be willing to talk. Lindsay roared, what do you want? Guan Ning is in danger. He turned around and waved his hand. Come and get her. Snow Maiden then launched an attack. But when the dust cleared, there was nothing but a pile of scattered chains. Lindsay was chilled. He let him escape. Scene shifted to Jiangning Beast Tamer Academy. He walked around the academy, showing a photo of a Ning, asking if anyone had seen Guan Ning. Lindsay ran frantically, searching and asking everyone if they had seen this female student. Tan Yong walked over and saw Lindsay seemed very anxious. He frowned and asked why he should care about him. She rushed over and asked what was wrong. Guo Xini hurried over and asked Lindsay what was going on. He said he had met the one who attacked Tan Yong. The next target was Guan Ning. She recounted that Guan Ning had just said after class that she wanted to go to the simulated combat room to practice. Hearing this, he turned and ran toward the simulated combat room. She ran after him, saying she would go with him. Tan Yang asked in confusion, what's going on? This is really strange. Zhou Xiang informed him that Brother Lindsay met a member of the symbiosis organization in the secret realm, and he wanted to harm Guan Ning. He was stunned. Tan Yang hurriedly ran. Why didn't you say so sooner? I won't let this happen again. I'm going to help too. Everyone tried calling Guan Ning. Where are you? Bang Yun appeared, saying he knew where Guan Ning went, and sneered lewdly, beg me, and if I'm in a good mood, I'll tell you. Before he finished speaking, Lindsay grabbed Bang Yun's neck and roared. He panicked and said, let go. Bang Yun said nervously, I just happened to run into her. He said her friend named Zhang said she was going to buy materials at the pet shop. He-Yun expressed she wanted to buy materials and Guan Ning was interested and went along. Lindsay panicked and called, but couldn't get through. Zhang He-Yun's phone was unreachable. He turned and ordered Zhao Xiang to notify the school to search together. He immediately obeyed. The other side, Guan Ning woke up in a daze in the rain. She saw He-Yun lying there and asked, where is this? Startled, Guan Ning realized she was trapped. The symbiosis organizer appeared and said, awake, huh? She asked in fear, who are you? Why did you kidnap us? He waved his hand. It's not kidnapping. I want to make friends. Guan Ning exclaimed agitatedly, who in the symbiosis organization makes friends by kidnapping? Let us go. She thought to herself, the fire attribute of the flame bird could counter plant systems, so she just needed to summon it to burn the vines. Guan Ning struggled in pain. That symbiote said the venomous nether had injected poison into them, and if they did not want to become cripples, they should not use soul power. Guan Ning frowned, planning to stall for time until the toxin dissipated. He spread his arms, saying he wanted to invite her to join the symbiotic organization for a great goal, needing her power to break this unjust world. He pointed and asked, heard that she knew a special soul technique that could demonize tame beasts, right? Another creature's tentacles lashed out, demanding her cooperation. She shouted, saying using my beast could demonize, but that is the flame bird's ability. He crossed his arms and sneered. It seemed she did not want to tell the truth. He scratched his head and said, then there was no choice but to use special methods. Guanning cried out in fear, I really do not know any soul technique. Suddenly, the door burst open. Lindsay appeared with an angry expression, let her go. Guanning exclaimed happily, you. She smiled joyfully. That symbiote was stunned. The boss said we would meet Lindsay. Lindsay also recognized him as the one he had encountered in the simulation battle. He was startled, so that was it. He looked at the spirit hound. No wonder he could find this place. The system displayed that scent tracking could follow the target's breath. He mocked, is this the tamed beast of the Tamer Association? That symbiote ordered an attack, and he gathered his power. Another beast immediately lunged to attack. Guanning screamed, be careful, the poison vine fiend has poison that blocks soul power. Its tentacles stretched out in an eerie manner. It knocked Lindsay away and his grip loosened. The snow maiden and the rock demon appeared. He summoned his Yao beast, saying this was not a simulation battle. Injuries were real and death was real. The fusion appeared, the water and earth combined skill was formidable. He pointed, go. The mucus on the fusion's body dripped down. Smoke erupted violently, and passion blazed. He sneered, both of my tamed beasts are of the 4th rank. You are no match. The snow maiden frowned, saying he should confess to reduce his sentence. Lindsay thought the hot environment would hinder the snow maiden, and the rock demon would have to be the main force. He retorted, are you the only one with 4th rank beasts? Lindsay's hand glowed, thinking that before coming, the rock demon had already met the conditions for evolution, but lacked a hidden spirit stone. The rock demon stood upright. Both of my beasts are also 4th rank now. Its eyes shone brightly, having met the evolution conditions. Notification displayed evolving the Earth Soul Hall. Guanning was surprised. Did your tame beast evolve that fast? She observed the rock demon and the fusion. This mud turtle suddenly feared battle. That symbiote was startled, having never seen such a spiked turtle. Between the same system, there was no effective counter. Lindsay sneered, is that so? No effective counter between the same system? He said that the Earth Soul Hall was not an ordinary rock system tamed beast. Its new skill was Earth's Majesty. The system displayed that it was a crowd control system skill. Enemies within range would suffer the pressure from the Earth's core. Rock system enemies would feel pressure from their own rank. He pointed and shouted, the situation is bad. Facing them head on is unwise. Take the girl and retreat. He was startled. Poison vine fiend. The tentacles coiled around Yaoyan and Guanning. Guanning frowned, I cannot be a burden. The poison must have been greatly depleted. Guanning shouted flame bird. A loud explosion, and the smoke cleared. Guanning was holding Xiaoyan, saying she was just asleep. We are fine. She insisted on catching them. Both of them fled in fear, saying the people from the investigation team were about to arrive. The poison vine fiend, its poison smoke spread. The nether beast spewed purple gas. Lindsay said coldly, thinking of running away. Two blamed each other, saying it was all that useless bastard's fault for holding them back and failing to capture the girl. He yelled, your tame beast is also useless. It cannot even attack the opponent. Good job. He judged that Lindsay's beast had evolved strangely, urging them to stop talking nonsense and run quickly. Outside, the sky was covered with 1,000 stars. Guanning asked sternly as the flame bird echoed, what is the demonizing soul technique you mentioned? A man with black and yellow hair whose mouth was gagged, whimpered. Guanning pressed on, what is your great goal? Lindsay remembered the man in the robe, the demonizing soul technique. The one in the hat had used that ability. He pulled the cloth out of that man's mouth, telling him to answer truthfully. Lindsay raised an eyebrow, his face threatening, or else. The yellow-haired man, pale-faced, confessed. A detective said the new student at the academy had great potential. The black-haired man's veins bulged as he warned him, but the yellow-haired man ignored him. Most people in the symbiotic group were low-level tamer masters. That man roared to become stronger. We need to gather power. Guanning was stunned when she heard about herself. She had demonized her tamed beast during the exam. This soul technique was very important. Demonizing increases combat power. Did everyone know what it meant? She asked doubtfully. And that man repeated, that is the flame bird's ability. Lindsay asked in surprise, you have not mastered the demonizing soul technique. The yellow-haired man was silent and then said, our demonizing is not a soul technique but a parasitic creature. He asked in confusion, a strange creature. That man quickly spoke as the black-haired man still struggled. Loosen my restraint, I will show you. Suddenly a hand slammed down on the black-haired man's head. He passed out immediately. He ordered unhappily, do you still want to negotiate conditions? Snow Maiden, freeze him. The Snow Maiden charged forward. The yellow-haired man flinched and yelled, it is too cold. In my pants pocket, do not freeze anymore. She took out a rift shard, mysterious crystals that appeared 100 years ago when the extra-dimensional rift opened. It came with the invasion of the alien beasts, containing powerful energy, used as evolution materials or for other purposes. Guanning and Flamebird curiously leaned in to ask him what this thing was, as they had not seen it in her collection of curiosities. Lindsay held the crystal up in silence, and the system sounded in his head, explaining that curiosities were supernatural items with strange powers. He imagined that the source of that power originated from the era of the Great Disaster, a product of the collision between spatial rifts and this world. There were also many other types of core curiosities with diverse uses, some possessing spaces far larger than their actual size, used as storage tools or heavenly treasures to enhance the combat strength of tamers and their beasts. After hearing this, Lindsay contemplated. According to the system's description, the main use of the crystal was as an evolution material, with another use being the demonization of beasts. Seeing Flamebird's interest, he weighed the pros and cons. It might be related to its evolution path. Without hesitation, he handed the crystal to Guanning, causing her to jump with joy. "You take this. It must be some kind of evolution material." Lindsay turned to the blonde man and continued speaking about Flamebird's demonization power. Suddenly a call rang out, and everyone turned their heads. Lindsay and Guosini walked in, asking loudly if everyone was alright. Tan Yong appeared close behind. "Are you alright?" Lindsay happily pointed at the two men sitting on the ground. "We are fine, and we caught them too." The blonde man said dejectedly, "We are not fine." Looking at Xiao Yun, who was fast asleep, he added, "She is fine, just knocked unconscious by the bone venom of a poisonous vine demon. She will wake once the poison dissipates." And Hao suddenly jumped out and ran towards everyone. Yu Yan, dressed in a police uniform, walked in and ordered the scene to be cordoned off and the injured to be checked. He walked up to Lindsay and asked, "Are you Lindsay?" He stammered back, "Who are you?" Yu Yan calmly stated his name. "I am the captain of A-Team 23 of the Tamer Association's search group in Ningjiang." He said, "You are an outstanding student. Thank you for providing the information. I will request a reward for you." Hearing there was a reward, he happily shook hands and agreed. "Yes, sir." He instructed that this place should be left to them, needing everyone's cooperation. Lindsay readily agreed. He turned to look at Xiao Yun being carried away. "I will send someone to take you to the treatment center for a body check to prevent any hidden injuries." The black-haired man, handcuffed, immediately struggled. "My mask." The scene shifted to the hospital where treatment was taking place. Xiao Yun woke up and heard the story. So many things happen like that. She let out a light smile. "I just felt a bit dizzy while walking. Then when I opened my eyes, I was at the treatment center." "Good thing Brother Lindsay noticed in time." Guanning dejectedly blamed herself. "They came for me. I dragged everyone into this." Xiao Yun comforted her. "Not at all. Tan Yong and Brother Lindsay met the symbiotic group too." Lindsay stood outside the door organizing his thoughts. They mentioned the symbiotic group because of the demonization soul technique targeting Guanning. He imagined past memories, wondering if the soul technique was related to the scene he saw. Suddenly Guosini called out, "Lindsay, Guanning, I have something I want to tell you two in private." Guanning and Lindsay followed Guosini outside, and he asked, "What's wrong?" She slowly turned around, her gaze calm. "Do you two still remember when I helped probe the potential of the soul technique?" Both were stunned. Guosini confessed hesitantly. "At that time I said I only saw a few shadows. Actually, I didn't tell the whole truth." She recalled the bizarre scene. "I saw Guanning developing demon traits not belonging to humans. Countless demon-type beasts kneeling at her feet." Guosini clasped her hands and bowed her head in apology. "That scene was too eerie. I planned to look up materials first before telling you too." Guanning thought. "I've only heard of demon-type fierce beasts." Guosini explained in detail. "The demon type is a special branch. Its development speed is extremely fast. But these fierce beasts are often cruel and tyrannical. After signing a contract, they can corrupt the tamer's mind." She imagined the scene of a person becoming grotesque, the tamer gradually becoming violent, dark, twisted, eventually becoming a fallen one, losing direction and committing every heinous act. Guosini calmly continued. "The Tamer Association has banned the breeding and trading of demon-type beasts, and evolution materials are also controlled." Lindsay understood. The person I met had a demon-type beast, but remained lucid. He deduced the fallen ones are tamers devoured by their beast's power. Conversely, the symbiotic group are beasts that suffer backlash from their own strength. He turned and asked Guanning, "How did you manage to demonize Flamebird?" She replied without hesitation. "After Flamebird evolved, it gained this skill." Guanning analyzed. After demonization, it maintains 3 stages, 3 segments for 1 minute. Based on current soul power, it can be used a maximum of once a day. Lindsay found it hard to understand. He saw the demonized fierce beast was very unstable, with great backlash. They wanted to control this power. Guosini refuted. "The world is vast and full of wonders. The current development of soul techniques is just the tip of the iceberg." She happily held Guanning's hand to comfort her. "Don't scare yourself anymore. The urgent thing is to increase strength." After signing a contract with a second beast, you will have a new understanding of this power. Guan Ning was slightly uneasy. If this really is a new soul technique, the symbiotic group will be even less willing to give up. She clenched her fist, her spirits roused. Only becoming stronger is the ultimate solution. We'll deal with whatever comes. Guan Ning turned to him and called softly, "Brother," she excitedly requested. The first trial is approaching. Flame Bird is still stuck at 2 stages 7 segments. I want to sign a contract with a second beast. Can you help me take a look? Lindsay happily agreed. A deep meaning showed in his eyes. He thought to himself, this was a good chance for me to observe Flame Bird's situation. Guo Zini cautiously asked, "It's late now. The beast shop is probably closed. Maybe go tomorrow. There are still 3 days until the trial." Lindsay happily suggested, "I know a shop open 24 hours that provides materials and preliminary appraisal of beast levels. We can go there." The scene shifted to a street corner. A large sign hung in front of the door, 24-hour beast shop. Lindsay walked with Guan Ning and Flame Bird, thinking there were still some beasts without a special evolution path. Guan Ning observed the display cases and was slightly disappointed. They all feel very average, huh? He turned to look at Flame Bird standing behind without disturbing. He reached out and touched its beak. It quite enjoyed it. The system sounded, "You can choose an evolution path." The system's analysis appeared. 1. Blaze Rain Falcon Path. Strengthens basic power and attributes. Next form is Scarlet Flame Eagle. Evolves to 5 stages. 2. Demon Emperor Abyss Flame Path. Awakens Ancient Bloodline. Focuses on flame control ability. Next form is Crimson Wyvern. Lindsay stared intently at the system panel. The normal path of the Blazing Flame Herald was the Blaze Rain Falcon. The hidden path was Demon Emperor Abyss Flame. Why did Guan Ning activate it from the start? Based on what Guo Xini saw, it might be related to the demon type. He stroked Flame Bird's head in his arms, considering, since it had already embarked on the Demon Emperor Abyss Flame path, there was no turning back. Either let Flame Bird continue evolving, or get stuck at this stage. System displayed. Any ancient medium can be used to awaken bloodlines. He was surprised. He did not need this type of material when evolving Little Snowball and the strange stone monster. Could it be because of the demon type special attributes? Lindsay turned and called, "Guan Ning." She replied, "Brother?" He raised a hand to explain, "I have truly awakened a special soul technique. Sometimes I can perceive a beast's potential evolution path." Guan Ning was surprised. "Really? There's a soul technique like this?" She praised, "It's no wonder the snowball could evolve into what it is now. This kind of ability is too amazing." He was helpless. It's not that exaggerated, just a vague feeling. And it consumes a lot of soul power. Lindsay imagined himself being exposed. In short, he could not tell anyone about the system. If his heaven-defying ability was discovered, he would be dragged into the Tamer Association and used to death. He put that aside. "I sense something on Flame Bird, an abnormal power sleeping within. This evolution path is powerful, far surpassing the Blaze Rain Falcon." Guan Ning listened seriously to every word. "But this path is very dangerous. I sense a wild and unstable power. The next evolution form is related to the demon type." She stepped forward and stroked Flame Bird. Could it be a beast evolving into a dual type, fire plus demon? Although rare, it is not impossible. Tactfully said, "The information I perceive is vague. It seems to need an ancient catalyst to awaken that power." Guan Ning stood up determined. No wonder it still couldn't evolve. Regardless, this is the power Flame Bird, and I must face. She suddenly realized something. Could it be? Guan Ning took a purple crack fragment from her pocket. Lindsay was surprised. A crack fragment? He stared at it, sweating. The system said any ancient medium could be used. But how should he tell Guan this? Suddenly Guan Ning spoke. "I can vaguely sense the energy fluctuation inside the crystal. It seems to resonate with Flame Bird." Her gaze turned serious as she corrected herself. "Not resonance." As she finished speaking, Flame Bird lunged forward and swallowed the crystal. It was very eager for this thing. Both were frozen in place. She stammered, "It already ate it?" Suddenly, a purple aura emanated from around it. A blaze of purple flames erupted, enveloping Flame Bird's entire body. Guan Ning panicked and shouted loudly. The fire had arrived. Lindsay created a protective barrier for his feet. "Do not be afraid." The purple flame gradually transformed with a mysterious allure. Guan Ning joyfully watched the Flame Bird flap its powerfully evolved wings. It had evolved. She rushed over and hugged it tightly, both of them extremely excited. This form was really cool. Lindsay stood watching this warm scene and felt happy as well. A smooth evolution was good. He said he would help it check next time. She happily agreed. Suddenly Guan Ning froze and turned to stone instantly. "Brother." Looking at the ruined scene around the shop, she stammered, "We seem to have caused trouble." The sky was clear blue, but the two felt heartbroken. The clerk swung the computer and reminded them to go to a professional training facility. Both of them hugged their credit cards, their own money. Lindsay calculated as he walked back. The reward from the association vanished in an instant. He needed to earn money immediately. The scene shifted to a simple house deep in the forest. The man in the green robe placed his hand on the large spirit stone, sensing. A henchman rushed in to report, "Boss, those two were caught by the investigation team." He had no reaction, only replied casually, "I know." The other man eagerly asked, "What do we do next?" He thought for a moment, then ordered everyone not to act. He reached his hand toward the spirit stone, his voice sinister, "Wait for the opportunity. They will come to us on their own." The scene shifted. At the same time, Lindsay was sitting at the magic table. He meditated and calculated. After the secret realm, there would be a midterm exam. If he achieved good results, he would receive a scholarship of 10,000. Improving his rank on the simulation board also had valuable rewards. He entered the system world, went through a round, then felt frustrated. Having not fought for a few days, his ranking dropped nearly 2,000. Lindsay pressed the match button with determination. He had to surge to the middle of the board in one go. While daydreaming, his small goal before the exam was to enter the top 100. In the secret realm, after a solo match, the Flame Rock Demon sent the opponent flying in one move. The system announced the winner rose to rank 1038. Snow Maiden also climbed fiercely, increasing by 8.90. The Flame Rock Demon climbed at godly speed like a war machine. The rank increased by 5903. System sounds rang out with non-stop rank increases. Congratulations on reaching rank 37. On the system message board, lines about both of them continuously appeared. The forum was buzzing with discussion. This person won one match in half a minute. The slowest was only a minute. Crazy at this speed. Into the top 10 tonight. Impossible. Too exaggerated. Anyone know his info? The next match, Zhang Niang mocked. "I know you are a rising newcomer. I heard today you climbed from tens of thousands to here." He stood before Lindsay and continued, "You have some strength. I admire you." Zhang Dang pointed at the board disdainfully. "This stops here. I will end your winning streak." Lindsay dug his ear indifferently. "Let us begin." His attitude infuriated him. He shouted, "What attitude is that? Just one pet beast wants to defeat me. Call the other one out." Just a moment later, he was frozen into an ice block, utterly defeated. Lindsay praised Snow Maiden, causing her to be delighted. "Good work." Within the same level, Snow Maiden completely suppressed her opponent. He watched her obediently snuggle into his arms. He opened the system panel. Her win rate was 100%. Lindsay was proud of her. The high-intensity battles had filled her growth progress. Now only materials were needed for her to evolve. Suddenly, 3 system panels for the bronze honor rankings appeared. He was surprised and excited. Indeed, he had triggered the achievement rewards and special quest. Lindsay clenched his fist with determination. Tomorrow he would buy the materials for Snow Maiden, and conveniently use the Soul Spirit Stone to boost basic attribute points. Scene shifted. Dragonheart Society. Man walked out excitedly waving. "Guo Xinyi, darling." She trotted over. "Next week there is a team trial. Do you want to go with senior sister?" Guo Xinyi quickly replied, "Yes, I was upset for not finding a team. Who is in our team?" She thought excitedly and then listed them: senior sister, me, Lang Yan, and the kid. Man leaned in and whispered, "Still missing 2 people. Call Lindsay here." Guo Xinyi understood. "Senior sister, because of Lindsay." She smiled gracefully. "He is a heavy hitter in the simulation room." After the smooth climbing training session, his stats also increased. The scene shifted. Lindsay was strolling on the street. His heart was full of excitement. Great. The soul level had risen. The soul force limit was higher too. The combined power of Snow Maiden and the Earth Soul would be even stronger. He entered a shop. The clerk greeted him. He happily replied, "I want a Snow Maiden tier." After a check, the clerk disappointedly replied, "Sorry, the last one was just sold. This material is rare. Restock is not until next month." Lindsay looked displeased. "A month? That long?" Suddenly Guo Xinyi ran over from afar. "Lindsay is here. What a coincidence." He was startled. "Guo Xinyi." She quickly asked, "Next week is the trial. Are you looking for a team?" Lindsay replied, "Yes." Her eyes lit up with excitement. Guo Xinyi spoke up then. She extended her hand toward Man invitation. "Why not join our team?" Man happily greeted, "Long heard of you, Junior Lindsay." She introduced herself. "I am the head of Dragonheart Society, Zhang Man. And this is Vice Head Lang Yan, a sophomore." Lang Yan waved. Lindsay stepped forward to shake hands. "Hello, senior sisters. But I am not planning to find a team." In his head he calculated the benefits. Splitting rewards in a team was very troublesome. Being with strangers was even more tiring. He would take Guan Ning and go. 2 people sneaking through the secret realm was better. Guo Xinyi asked with confusion, "Do you not plan to enter the secret realm?" She explained, "For safety, the academy triers a team of at least 5 people." Lindsay listened and felt frustrated. There is such a rule. She crossed her arms, exposing his intention. "Were you planning to go alone?" He scratched his head and admitted it. Suddenly Lang Yan stepped forward and asked, "Earlier did you want to buy a Snow Maiden tier?" She held out a sparkling, transparent white tier. Lang Yan gave enticing condition, "Join my team and you will receive rewards. After the trial, I will give you this and 10 more ice-type materials." else. Lindsay was stunned. It was truly hard to refuse the Snow Maiden tear. His eyes were only on the Spirit Stone, but he still tried to act like he did not need it. This thing is not that great. Lang Yan added without hesitation. Besides everything you obtain, we will give you an extra share. Lindsay immediately sealed the deal. Fine, but I have one small request. Lang Yan already knew. Bring Guan Ning along, no problem. He chuckled and shook her hand. See you next week, senior sister. Lang Yan cooperated. See you next week. The scene shifted. Fast forward to the trial day. All the groups gathered densely under the secret realm gate. Guan Ning, following behind Lindsay, was extremely admiring, magnificent indeed. Man acted like a senior sister, impressive, right? The first time I saw this gate, I was also dazed for a long time. Lindsay raised a question. Senior sister, what ferocious beast is carved on this? The gate was engraved with complex runes emitting a golden light. She explained, according to the Alliance and the Beast Tamer Association, no one has seen the ferocious beast on this gate, but the Beast Tamer world calls it the Void Beast. He rubbed his chin, showing interest. The Void Beast. Suddenly, a voice rang out to calm everyone, and order was restored. He stepped out from the crowd, announcing that the first full-grade secret realm trial of the semester was about to begin, and those who had registered should prepare to challenge. He raised his voice loud enough for all to hear. In this trial, any materials collected would be shared among all students, and did not need to be handed over to the school. Everyone cheered and applauded upon hearing this, thinking the school was very generous, truly excellent. He continued explaining. The Red Earth secret realm had 5 rings, with increasing danger towards the center. Each ring had its own gate and distinct environment and ferocious beasts. He sternly warned against entering the deepest area. Finally, he concluded the trial would last 7 days and participants could withdraw at any time. Now you may begin. Guo Xinyi cheerfully tugged Guan Ning's hand as they set off. Stepping inside revealed a vast golden desert, the 5th ring of the Red Earth secret realm. Lang Yan summoned his 2 strongest monsters, the Land Dragon and the Meditation Herb. Man summoned the Vanguard Lion Master, saying his beast would handle the outer ring. Man also summoned the Crimson Red and the Silver color. Lindsay was surprised to see she had 3 4-striped pet beasts. Man said smugly, I am ranked 2nd in my 2nd year, rest assured, I will definitely protect you all well. When she saw Snow Maiden and the Rock Demon, she eagerly rushed over, praising the pet beast's beautiful appearance. Suddenly, Guo Xinyi's hair clip emitted a faint crimson-purple glow. Guan Ning stepped closer, his eyes full of admiration. Your hair clip turns out to be a wondrous item. He gently clipped her hair back and explained, the clip is a spatial item, and inside it also contains a wondrous item called Rain Spirit, which is of the combat type. Guo Xinyi was enveloped by a strange light, both protective and allowing her to attack. Thanks to it, she possessed power on par with a 4-striped pet beast. Guan Ning admired it for its comprehensive offense and defense. It must be very expensive. Man praised. Guo Xinyi is a direct descendant of a major family. She has many good things. She scratched her head sheepishly. Lindsay and Guan Ning were petrified on the spot. A rich girl was right beside them. He remembered when the clip glowed, thought to himself that spatial items were really convenient, and if he had the chance, he should get one. Lang Yan spoke to stabilize them. Alright, everyone ready, let's set off. In the vast desert, mummies lay scattered everywhere. They were not intact, their limbs scattered in pieces. Lang Yan examined them and analyzed. These are mummies, 2-striped ferocious beasts commonly found in the 5th ring, 15 of them, defeated in one blow. She noticed many human footprints around, thought to herself that spatial items were indeed necessary. Guo Xinyi said loudly, then they helped us clear out the ferocious beasts, let's move forward. Man and Lang Yan looked at the 2 people, Lindsay and Guan Ning, who had already gone ahead. Man asked, why do you look troubled? Lang Yan frowned. The pet beasts of Lindsay and Guan Ning I have never seen before. Man was surprised. You are an encyclopedia and you don't recognize them? Their 3 pet beasts had strange forms exuding a mysterious aura, perhaps all very rare, possibly never seen before. Lang Yan replied irritably, unclear, the evolution path of pet beasts is still being researched. Some major families have exclusive patents. She felt annoyed inside, but pet beasts were the secret of a beast tamer. Only close friends could ask. Despite her curiosity, it was best not to rush. Afterwards, they quickly arrived at the 4th ring. Before them was a skeletal mummy beast, holding an iron chain and a skull. Lang Yan ordered the meditation herb to advance. This was an evolved form of the mummy, the skeletal mage. The meditation herb crawled fast as the wind, charging straight into the skeletal mage, catching it off guard. As the skeletal mage fell, Lindsay stepped forward. Senior, let me handle it. I want to accumulate combat experience and practice soul techniques. Skeletal mage still struggled, trying to get up, Yen immediately rushed over, striking it down on the spot with one blow. Lindsay praised him, delighted inside because it increased his progress. Man and Lang Yan stood aside, both thinking, this junior is quite handsome, isn't he? After traveling deeper for about an hour, Lindsay, Guanning, and Guo Sini looked up. Man explained, "This gray-white wall divides the third and fourth rings, a relic from the era of catastrophe." She explained, "From the third ring to the center is all enclosed by the wall. To enter the third ring, one must pass through here." Lang Yan led everyone along the wall to find a gate. There were 4 entrances. After a while, they finally saw a gate. Flamebird looked around briefly, then growled a few times. It charged forward, using its strength to open the door. Man praised, "Having a strength-type pet beast is really convenient, saves effort. In the past, it would take half a day." Lindsay stepped inside. Before him was a primeval forest thickly covered in fog. Lang Yan reminded, "The ferocious beasts in the third ring are more numerous than in the previous 2 areas, of higher level, and there is a type of skeletal being called the Pale Lord." Lindsay was stunned. A single lord alone is not difficult, but its ability to command troops is what is truly terrifying. A surge of deathly energy appeared, and many skeletal beasts charged out while Lang Yan was still explaining. The Pale Lord had the ability to summon its low-level kin, and whenever it appeared, many guards followed. Everyone quickly advanced. Lang Yan instructed, "The target is the second ring. Do not waste energy. Push through quickly." Man reassured, "No need to worry. Most Pale Lords sleep deep underground and rarely surface." Her next sentence stunned the 3. "Unless you are extremely unlucky, normally you won't encounter one." Lindsay helplessly, "Senior, those words might be a bit jinxing." She laughed happily. "Pretend I said nothing. We are not that unlucky." Before she finished speaking, a loud noise came from the forest ahead. Man glanced anxiously in that direction, on high alert. A cry from within the forest was drawing closer to them. A troop of white-bone undead descended like an army. Guanning shouted in fear, "Senior, what is your mouth made of?" Man replied helplessly, "I really didn't mean to." Guo Sini asked worriedly, "What do we do? Run?" Lang Yan explained, "The white-bone ones are not slow, and the undead never tire." He ordered the land dragon and the meditation herb. Facing them head-on is the best strategy. A group of white-bone ones wielding weapons charged forward, ready to fight. The meditation herb rushed to the front, sending one flying with a kick. Man also ordered giant spirit Crimson Red to use a skill, explosive fireball. Its flames knocked back several white-bone ones at once. Guo Sini stepped forward, unleashing a crimson-purple light to attack. "I'm here to help." The white-bone ones that touched the light instantly collapsed and fell. Snow Maiden leaped up and used a domain of extreme cold, freezing a large area of monsters. The rock demon cooperated by leaping up and punching away the frozen monster blocks. Man exclaimed in awe, "So powerful and having a large-scale attack skill like that." Lindsay paid no attention, lost in thought. The Whitebone Lord possesses a strong commanding ability. After this commotion, there must be a lord. He watched but couldn't see it, puzzled. Guanning understood and ordered Flamebird to find the Whitebone Lord's location. It obeyed, flying high above the group of white-bone ones searching for it. In the distance, there was one larger than the rest, its breath oozing a deathly aura. That was the Shanghai Lord. It had been found southeast, less than 100 meters away. It realized it was being followed and let out an angry roar before charging. Guanning shouted loudly to signal Lindsay, "Brother, it is heading straight for us." He ordered the rock demon to deploy the earth spirit energy to block it. The Lord, riding its horse, suddenly reined in before the rock demon's skill, maintaining a safe distance. Lindsay observed and was startled to see the numerous wounds on its body. Realizing it had not joined the battle because it was already injured, he immediately seized the opportunity to spend system points to upgrade his skill, while the injured lord had to withstand the attacks from the group of pets. Seeing the Snow Maiden and the rock demon pinning down the lord, he thought to himself that this was an ambush opportunity. He could take it down in a single blow. Suddenly, Lang Yan sensed the flow of mana and turned back. Seeing the soul power fluctuation, she shouted to remind Lindsay that a low-level soul arrow was not enough to kill it, and he should use the attrition method. He did not stop but continued casting and explained that they needed to go deeper into the second ring. Prolonging the battle would weaken the pets, and if another team was nearby, it would be dangerous. They had to finish it quickly. Lindsay reached his hand behind him, mentally preparing. Internally, he analyzed that for an ordinary person, a soul arrow only cost a few dozen points. Using it in this situation was truly wasteful. His hand quickly transformed the super compression into a soul arrow, compressing 400 points of soul power into a 6th grade arrow, enough to kill that injured lord. He widened his eyes and shot, go. The arrow shot straight into the lord's body, and it screamed in agony. With a single blow, Lindsay had completely defeated it. The remaining 4 people were all stunned with their mouths agape. Lang Yan was terrified, thinking to herself that he had not used soul arrows so powerfully before. To freely control and increase damage, one had to cultivate to at least the 6th grade. Lindsay was a newcomer. How was that possible? Remaining Shanghai soldiers, seeing their lord destroyed, fled in panic. Lindsay stepped forward and said coldly, "Do not think you can escape." He cast skills creating ice and stone that rained down from the sky. Ice bursts and stone bullets shot out. A loud explosion rang out, and the entire Shanghai army was completely annihilated. Man was dazed, unable to believe it. Was it already over? Guo Xini and Guan Ning beside her cheered happily. It was so unreasonable. He was truly formidable. Lindsay turned and reminded everyone to quickly collect the spoils and leave this place fast. A group of people walked over from a distance and shouted angrily, "Lindsay, why you again?" Everyone was startled and turned to look. Tsingtao pointed at Lindsay and yelled loudly, "Your little squad has no shame, daring to steal our Kaoshan Society's prey?" Man recognized him and immediately stepped in front of Lindsay. "Isn't this Luo Han, a cadre of the Kaoshan Yu Association? What a coincidence to meet them here." Tsingtao flew into a rage and shouted, "Cut the familiarity, hand over the spoils to us." The people in his team also chimed in. "That is right, hand over the materials from the Shanghai leader." Man's face darkened, her tone threatening. "So your meaning is that all the items from the Shanghai lord belong to you?" Hang scratched his head, making a broad sweeping gesture. "Inside the secret realm, robbing others of their prey is forbidden. Have you people of the Long Sin Society forgotten that rule?" Man refused to back down, retorting that was just an unwritten rule, and besides, there was a second half to it. Looking at the dried bones on the ground, she continued, "If the prey escapes, the hunt is considered a failure. From the moment you let the Shanghai lord escape, it was no longer your prey." Guo Xini also spoke up. "That is right, you could not even hold on to your own prey, and now you have the face to come asking for it?" Tsingtao got angry, swung his fist, and charged forward. "What did you say? Do you want me to tear your mouth apart?" Luo Han held him back and advised, "Turn around, no conflicts allowed." Tsingtao asked angrily, "On what basis?" He argued angrily, "Are we just letting them off like that? That Shanghai lord was clearly our prey." Luo Han retorted angrily, "If not, what do you plan to do? Snatch it from their hands?" That man's face darkened, his eyes cunning. A direct confrontation was not advantageous. And there is that Lindsay repeatedly showing no respect. If he will not be an ally, then there is only one way. Tsingtao also grew quieter. He wiped his nose and asked, "What do you mean, brother?" Luo Han's face twisted as he said, "First move forward, find an opportunity, and then give them a grand gift." Over on this side, Lindsay was watching Man retrieve the items. She took out a round object and shouted happily, "Shanghai ox bone. It can sell for at least 100 and something thousand." Lindsay looked at the round lump in her hand and asked doubtfully, "Does the Long Sin Society have a conflict with the Kaoshan Society?" And Man explained, "The two societies are like oil and water, having many conflicts. Just like today's incident, it has happened many times before." Lang Yan stepped over and asked, with Xing Tao's attitude just now, "Do you also have a grudge with the Kaoshan Society?" Lindsay scratched his head and gave a vague reply, something like that. "Let us not talk about this. Let us continue." She took out her phone and said, "Passing the second part of the deep wall means getting through the second ring." Lang Yan continued speaking about the next goal. "Our goal is the Grey Mountain Valley. This area is rich in a rare mineral called Grey Stone. Each caddy is worth up to 5,000. Scene cut. 3 hours later, everyone had arrived at the Grey Mountain Valley. Lang Yan said, "Thanks to Guo Xini's spatial, we can carry a lot of materials, but we must be absolutely careful not to let our guard down." Looking at the oddly shaped things in front of them, she cautioned carefully, "From here on, many Nan-Dai ferocious beasts will appear." Lindsay looked at the rock demon. The grade and density of ferocious beasts in the secret realm were larger and higher than in the wild. In less than half a day, the earth spirit had grown by 12%. He weighed inwardly. The school's secret realm had a minimum number of members, but the Beast Tamer Association did not. Even with an entry fee, trip here seemed very worthwhile. Everyone together advanced deeper into the area to explore. Man walked up to a large boulder and shouted happily, "Found it, Grey Stone." The Kaotran rock demon rushed forward, using its overwhelming strength to punch the boulder. Watching the boulder shatter into pieces and fall, she cheered happily, "Amazing, Lindsay's little brother. Your pet is really strong." Man happily went to pick up the red stones and gather them, first unifying them in one place. Guo Xini standing nearby agreed, "My spatial booth still has room. Let us pick some more." As everyone was happily collecting, a group of people were hiding in the distance observing. Tsingtao said quietly, "They seem to not be prepared to go deeper. What do we do?" Luo Han, with a profound expression, replied, "Getting into the second ring is enough. Just follow the plan, lure that troublesome thing towards them." Their entire group revealed a sly expression. A good show was about to happen. Suddenly, 2 figures of spirit beasts flew over from the sky. Chan Yo sensed it first. It trembled incessantly. Lang Yan's 2 spirit pets also shivered in fear involuntarily. She quickly said, "It seems something is wrong. Our pets' states are abnormal." Man panicked and justified, "Again, this time I did not say anything." Lindsay turned to look at his own spirit pets. Seeing that the 2 of them seemed normal, he wondered. The Snow Maiden and the Earth Spirit show no abnormality. Guan Ning observed the look in the flame bird's eyes and was terrified. terrified. Lindsay walked over and patted her shoulder asking Guanning, "What is wrong?" Her face was pale, she was sweating profusely and stammered, "A purple dragon was spreading its wings and flying close towards them." Guanning quickly shouted, "The flame bird saw a dragon heading towards us." "What?" As soon as it arrived, the dragon opened its mouth and gathered mana, firing a large energy sphere at everyone. The whole group looked at the scene in extreme panic. "Oh no, it is about to attack us." The purple dragon gathered mana for the sphere, making it bigger and bigger. Guanning was pale and panicked. "Oh no, it is aiming at us." Lindsay also shouted in panic, "Everyone stand behind me." The purple dragon then fired the sphere towards their group. He immediately cast two moves, Soul Protection and Crystal Ice Mirror, to block it. The system voice sounded, spending 1,800 achievement points. Soul Protection was raised to grade 8. New feature, can continuously transfer soul power over 80 points to enhance defense. Note, the maximum soul power that can be channeled at this grade is 600 points. Everyone saw the terrifying power and was horrified. Lindsay's face was also pale and panicked inside grade 8. Soul Protection could barely block that impact wave. Before anyone could react, the dragon accumulated energy again, creating small spheres. It used its strength to swing its arm, throwing each sphere at everyone. A terrifying wave of attacks crashed against Lindsay's group's shield as the rock demon used its demonic phantom skill to burst out. The demonic phantom charged forward to confront the dreadful barrage head-on. A thunderous explosion echoed, accompanied by a massive surge of mana spreading outward. Taking the chance, the rock demon used lightning smash to flash in front of the purple dragon, and the two stared each other down. Suddenly, an aura of pressure rose, and the rock demon directed its skill, Land's Majesty, at the dragon. The dragon's eyes contracted repeatedly as the system explained. Land's Majesty placed divine pressure from the Earth's core upon enemies within range. It let out an irritated roar, its tail thrashing wildly against the rock demon's phantom form. Lang Yan watched and spoke up. "That is a mature demon dragon of the stone, a dual rock and shadow element, at least 8 spans long." Lindsay turned back with a grim face. 8 spans, a rank nearly double ours. No wonder the Land's Majesty was ineffective. Lang Yan pondered, then analyzed. The stone demon dragon is the tyrant of the first ring and rarely leaves its lair. It must have been lured here. Man and Lang Yan exchanged a glance, both thinking the same name, Gaoshan Commune. Bo Sini shouted angrily, "It must be them, their malicious intent to lure the dragon and kill us." The other team was not faring much better either, with one member hit and a few others collapsing from being too slow. Lahan, drenched in sweat from fear, scurried away with his tail between his legs. On this side, another pink demon dragon was also hunting them down. Guan Ning shouted to signal, "There is still a stone demon dragon chasing the Gaoshan Commune members heading our way. Look at the purple demon dragon surrounded by our demon pets. But we have run into a real dragon." She turned toward the pink demon dragon. The female dragon was chasing after Gaoshan Commune. Lang Yan pushed up her glasses and analyzed Dragon Clan's live solitary lives, the only exception being mating season. She explained, "Those two appeared in the second ring to incubate eggs. Gaoshan Commune must have targeted the dragon eggs." Xingtao was running with his tail between his legs. "Damn it, how did it come to this?" He charged toward Lindsay's group, surprised to see Longsing Commune members still alive. Xingtao gritted his teeth reluctantly and dashed over. He was on the verge of despair at death's door, thinking if he had to die, he would drag them down with him. Guanning warned Lindsay to defend. "That man wanted to drag the dragon over here." Lindsay threw a punch that sent Xingtao flying. The pink demon dragon lunged forward as Xingtao raged in anger. How dare he? With a mere flick, he was sent spinning dozens of times through the air. Lindsay felt a tense frustration. There is no time the dragon eggs were stolen. Those demons would never forgive humanity. Looking at the two murderous demon dragons, he thought to himself, "This is a huge trouble." Lang Yan dashed forward and commanded her Drake, Ice Drake. Shallow Herb also charged to battle. Lang Yan ordered healing. Shallow Herb Beast, Thunderstorm. Combined skill shook the entire sky. Shallow Herb was injured and cried out in fear. The pink demon dragon's eyes bulged with furious bloodshot veins, opening its maw to spew an enormous flame. Shallow Herb was hit and turned into a stone statue. It swung a claw, smashing the statue into pieces. Lang Yan coughed up blood in pain, and Guan Ning quickly supported her. Lang Yan wiped the blood from her lip. Blood mist petrification is the most powerful skill of the demon dragon. Looking at the dragon breathing out smoke, she said, "Unless there is a higher grade abnormal resistance skill." Two leading pet beasts also began to petrify, and in the blink of an eye, they were completely frozen solid. Man suffered damage from the contract and spat blood. At this rate, total annihilation is just a matter of time. The flame bird flying in the sky easily dodged that smoke. It swooped down to draw the attention of the two demon dragons, and Guan Ning urged everyone to hurry and go. Lang Yan said in despair, "We cannot flee. We can never outrun two dragons in terms of speed." Man had a determined look in her eyes as she spoke. "No, I still have a way." She took out a bell-shaped item, shook it, and urged everyone to run toward the exit. Guo Sini stared in shock at the golden bell. It is the relic heavy bell of heaven. Seeing the bell radiating golden light, she said using it can forcibly seal the target regardless of their rank. Everyone grew anxious because the user would also be bound in place, but Man said sternly, sacrificing me is still better. Man turned to Lindsay, take them away. She shouted with an urging tone. Snow Maiden tears have agreed. After you get out, Lang Yan will guide you. Lindsay choked up and apologized. Abandoning a teammate is something I cannot do. The situation is not that dangerous yet. He called two of his spirit pets closer. Snow Maiden, soul of the earth. Lindsay cast a fusion soul technique on both, and a great flash of light burst forth. Everyone squinted from the afterglow, and Man stood stunned. Snow Maiden and the rock demon had merged into the giant spirit Frost Mist. The giant spirit appeared with a colossal form, and its rank also rose. Man held the bell in shock. Guosini cheered joyfully. That is the pet beast I sensed earlier, Lindsay's exclusive soul technique. Lang Yan raised her eyebrows, sweating such a powerful aura, at least 6 spans, but how can it fight 2 8 spans? Lindsay took out another card, his eyes resolute. It is not over yet. He used the Swarm Insect card 9, and it shone brightly once more. Its power exploded, rising another level. He and Annie, seeing this for the first time, were dumbfounded and speechless. Man was if pressed the pause button, only able to be astounded seeing the level increase from 4 to 6, then to 8. It had already doubled. Could this be a wonder item capable of upgrading levels? Lindsay raised his voice, his sharp gaze calling out, Giant Spirit Frost. He decisively ordered it to immediately annihilate the 2 dragons. The giant spirit charged straight into the midst of the unsuspecting dragons. Its hands began to execute the skill Absolute Zero Domain. The skill accompanying Giant Spirit Frost. Its effect dealt ice damage and inflicted extreme freezing on enemies. The wings of the 2 demon dragons were frozen, causing them to panic. Both were forced to fall to the ground, letting out pain cries. Purple Demon Dragon, unwilling to accept defeat, let out a ferocious roar. Suddenly its eyes constricted as if seeing something extremely terrifying. The giant spirit simultaneously activated its domain, Frost Earth Nether Chill region. The 2 dragons were instantly frozen solid as they charged forward. It used its strength to leap up, charging straight toward the dragon before it. The giant spirit clenched its fist, pulling its arm back to gain momentum. It rained down a series of punches onto the demon dragon's body. Everyone stood frozen, watching the scene. Even Guanning was equally stunned. After punching the 2 dragons full of holes, the system sounded, the time remaining for the effect of the Overlord form. The giant spirit staggered slightly, its vision darkening. The soul fusion concluded, it slowly separated back into its original 2 forms. Nam Kwai fell backward, quickly caught by a demon pet. Snow Maiden was supported from behind by Lindsay. He spoke up, well done, you have both performed excellently. He reached out and recalled the 2 spirit pets into his body. The consumption of the fusion was too great. Rest now. Man still stood frozen, muttering, the Dragon Might Stone was killed just like that? Lang Yan shook her head, trying to regain her composure. Lindsay produced a card, explaining that most wonder items only increase 3 to 4 ranks at most, but this wonder item could break the level limit. Lang Yan retorted, this powerful effect is truly fearsome. Even a pet with a deep foundation would find it hard to possess such a wonder item. Guosini echoed, right, I have never seen such a heaven-defying wonder item. Lang Yan made a suggestion that made everyone nod. We need to keep this matter a secret, understand? Lindsay smiled, changing the subject. Senior, can we take these materials with us? High-grade items lay scattered on the ground, dragon teeth, blood, horns, scales, hide, and meat. Guanning and Guosini's eyes lit up with desire. Watching everyone collect, Lindsay felt puzzled, as if there was still something missing. He suddenly realized, that's right, the dragon egg. Lindsay walked over to where the collapsed nest lay on the ground. Seeing him searching, Guanning came over to ask. She came over to look and exclaimed in surprise, this is... In Lindsay's hand was a gleaming ring, a spatial wonder item. Guanning urged him, quick, put it on and see what's inside. Lindsay responded, okay, gently fiddling with it until it shone brightly. This wonder item had no ownership restrictions, anyone could use it. Lindsay closed his eyes, a thought flashing through, concentrating his mind to probe. When he opened his eyes, he was floating in a different space, filled with familiar objects. Lindsay landed, amazed by the space of less than 20 square meters, larger than he had imagined. He glanced around and was drawn to a purple egg. He happily approached, lifting it up high, found it the demon dragon's egg. The system displayed information. Demon dragon egg, dark attribute, bloodline type. Unleash bloodline power to evolve, improve physique, and control dark elements. Next stage hatchling. The notification board stated that pure-blooded dragon race developed differently. Wormling, young dragon, adolescent, adult, prime, ancient, primordial, supreme, primordial. After reading, Lindsay hugged the egg tightly, closed his eyes, and changed the space. The 3rd core pet was secured, waiting to leave the secret realm to participate in the evaluation. Shortly after, he returned to reality. Guanning was waiting. The dragon egg was hidden in the spatial wonder item. No wonder the female dragon chased us. Lang Yan suddenly stepped forward. Junior Lindsay. This time it it was thanks to you. Let's negotiate, including the egg. Everything belongs to you. The promised materials are also yours to keep. Lindsay refused. How can that be? The dragon egg and Snow Maiden's tears are more than enough. The rest is for everyone. Man stepped forward and took his hand. She smiled softly. The secret realm can be entered again, but life is only one. Without you, my sisters, and I wouldn't have survived. These materials are nothing compared to the favor of saving our lives. Guo Xini nodded vigorously. Nevertheless, Lindsay was still awkward, not knowing how to handle the situation. He firmly refused, but Man was equally stubborn. The two argued for a long time, and in the end, he accepted 80% of the total. Guanning had a bright idea. That's right. Don't you like collecting treasures? How about we conveniently go loot their lair? Flamebird agreed. I just got the location. I want to go over and check it out too. Lindsay agreed. Good idea. A short while later, all five arrived at the dragon's lair, gradually moving deeper inside. Guo Xini stopped, sighing in disappointment. Unlike Snow Maiden, these dragons don't seem to like hoarding treasures. Lang Yan, however, was intrigued by the crystals in the cave. The nest is used for reproduction, so the dragon race hoards crystals to supplement energy. Lindsay mused. We can take some. The deeper they went, the stranger Guanning felt. Strange, why is there a familiar aura? Guo Xini replied, is there? I don't sense anything. Guanning placed her hand on the wall to feel more clearly. I'm not lying to everyone. It seems to be in this direction. The wall actively split apart, revealing a large door. Under Guanning's influence, the door suddenly swung open. Guo Xini exclaimed in astonishment. Guanning knows how to create hidden doors? Lindsay had a different thought. Why does it look man-made? Could someone be here? Is this secret realm not just for us students? His eyes widened, as if seeing something terrifying. Inside the room, dense talismans covered every surface, along with chains and sealing spells crisscrossing everywhere, making the atmosphere eerie. In the center of the room, a dragon egg lay within a magic circle, surrounded by swirling, ominous auras. Lindsay noticed Guanning's expression and called out to her. She stood still, her gaze vacant. It is calling to me. Lang Yan appeared, shocked, reaching her hand toward the egg. This is an evil attribute Masao dragon egg. This place is not suitable for staying long. Take it, and we will talk later. A dazzling beam of light flickered up. All five people stepped out of the secret realm one by one, the light fading away after their footsteps. Tan He was disappointed. Out so soon. I thought you all would stay the full 7 days. Lang Yan coldly reported, indifferent to the teacher's attitude. We have all returned safely. Watching the backs of the group receding into the distance, Tan He wondered, what happened that made them so hurried? At the academy, Lang Yan informed Lindsay on behalf of everyone that they had converted the materials into money and would distribute his and Guanning's share to everyone. She also personally handed Lindsay the promised items, which were Snow Maiden's tears and 10 ice element cores. Lindsay received them and quickly expressed his thanks. Lang Yan's gaze suddenly turned cold as she sternly warned about the egg found in the dragon nest. It was a demon-type contracted beast, and it was best not to hatch it hastily in the dark room. It might be related to the Crimson Moon Society. Hearing this, Lindsay and Guanning exclaimed in panic. Lang Yan slowly explained that they had probably heard of the Calamity Bringers and the Crimson Moon Society. Pausing for a few seconds, she continued, it was an evil faction whose core members were all Calamity Bringers formed together. According to Lang Yan, many images surfaced in everyone's minds. If the parasitic groups were pests, then the Crimson Moon Society was the devil dragging the world into the abyss, standing behind any terrorist incidents that shocked the alliance. Quickly, Lang Yan came to a conclusion. Demon-type contracted beasts only appeared through special summoning rituals, yet one suddenly appeared in the Academy's secret realm. Lindsay guessed her meaning and asked if there were people from the Crimson Moon Society. Lang Yan pushed up her glasses, saying that was only the worst-case speculation. As if remembering something, she gave additional advice about the demon egg, saying it was best to find an opportunity to report it to the higher-ups. Both nodded and smiled in response. The atmosphere was tense. Man laughed and spoke up. Stop discussing such serious matters. Junior Lindsay, keep in touch from now on. Longsin will welcome everyone. Find me anytime you have any issues. Lindsay quickly walked away, leaving only a farewell. Guanning turned her head and waved enthusiastically. On the way back, she curiously asked him if he had any plans. Lindsay replied that Snow Maiden was about to evolve, and he was going to buy the missing materials. Soon, night enveloped the entire city and its towering skyscrapers. In Lindsay's bedroom, a high-grade ice element core was lying comfortably on the bed. He just handed over a spirit stone while calling out softly. Hearing the voice, Snow Maiden appeared and happily received the spirit stone. A few seconds later, it transformed into an extremely beautiful girl, smiling and teasing Lindsay. Faced with that mischievousness, he helplessly exclaimed, being naughty again. Looking at the giant spirit stone, Lindsay felt something was missing. Suddenly he realized he still hadn't claimed the achievement rewards. Lindsay was silent for a moment, telling himself that after defeating the 2 stone mother demon dragons, Giant Spirit had unlocked a new achievement. But because he left in a hurry, he hadn't looked closely. A few seconds later, the system panel displayed a series of rewards. He achieved the Great Dragon Vanquisher achievement, receiving 500 points, 10 Dark Element Cores, Dragon Fangs, Dragon Blood, and a Dragon Heart. Not stopping there, the panel also displayed, and shaking a tree for defeating an opponent above his level, earning an additional 1500 points, a Mutant card, Healing Potion, Evolution Stone, and Growth Crystal. Lindsay cheered with joy. He slowly walked up to the system panel, thoughts rising in his mind. The reward from Great Dragon Vanquisher was Dragon-type evolution material, very useful for hatching the Stone Mother Demon Dragon, even though he had already used a Mutant card. The next second, the panel displayed information about the Healing Potion, a miraculous medicine containing life force. Drinking it could instantly heal all wounds, effective for both beast tamers and contracted beasts. Growth Crystal was a crystal that stimulated potential, accelerating the growth rate of a contracted beast below 7th rank that had already evolved. Evolution Stone contained a strange power. After absorption, it would stimulate potential, causing the contracted beast to evolve immediately, with its rank not exceeding 5th rank. The more he read, the happier Lin Zi became. Just as he was preparing to form a contract with his 3rd contracted beast, this evolution stone was truly useful. His eyes widened, and his mouth couldn't help letting out an eh. In the room, Snow Maiden suddenly burst out, startling Lindsay so much he jumped onto the bed. Within the mist of ice and snow, a new form of Snow Maiden was gradually taking shape. For long it appeared in a magnificent form, being the ice attribute Snow Maiden. Level 5th rank first stage, growth rate 0%. Next evolution form, Polar Ice Queen. Required conditions, growth rate 100%. Low grade ice element 130, Polar Ice 1000x1. Snow Maiden suddenly looked at him and then smiled. After it stabilized, Lindsay asked if it felt any abnormality after fusing and resonating with Earth Spirit. He secretly worried that its rank surpassed Earth Spirit, wondering if the soul fusion would still have an effect. Snow Maiden examined its limbs for a moment, then lightly nodded a few times. Lindsay was greatly relieved. Excellent. As long as fusion form was unlocked, they could still fuse even if not at the same rank in the future. He chattered on endlessly. The system panel displayed new information. Snow Maiden at 5th rank, 1 step away from Earth Spirit's evolution progression. Earth Spirit was of the Rock and Ghost Spirit types. Level 4th rank 5th stage, maturity 73%, next evolution divine weapon. But its current strength was sufficient to pass the assessment. At the Beast Tamer examination ground, a voice suddenly rang out in the air. Everyone, keep order. When the examination ground quieted down, Zhu Ping announced that the students should choose their exam difficulty. He advised them to choose based on their strength, not to be arrogant and waste their opportunity. A moment later, he turned and asked the guard if the choices were made. The number of people for each difficulty displayed on the spirit crystal: super grade 1 person, high grade 4, medium grade 34, low grade 24. Seeing only one person chose super grade, Zhu Ping asked curiously. The guard replied that it was Lin Zi, a first-year student from Jiangning Academy. He also provided additional information. 2 months ago, the Pinghai Port branch had a student who passed super grade, and that student was also Lin Zi. Zhu Ping nodded knowingly. He had heard of his achievements. Calling him a prodigy was not an exaggeration, but the bronze super grade difficulty, he hoped he could pass it. He began the countdown for the students. When the count stopped at 1, the combat space completely changed. Seeing his surroundings empty without a single person, Lin Zi spoke in annoyance. A simulated duel arena again. An announcement sounded. The super grade test has 5 stages. Please prepare to participate. As soon as it finished, a swarm of rats rushed out like arrows. They were the Deep Abyss Mutant, Dark and Fire dual attributes, level 3rd grade 9th stage. Spotting their prey, the violent rats rushed forward, sharp teeth bared, eyes red as if they wanted to devour Lin Zi alive. Before they could get close, Zhu appeared in midair, carrying a chilling aura that blew towards the swarm of rats, instantly turning into an ice block to block them. Right after, the rats turned into ice statues. Snow Maiden's new skill appeared on the panel. Snow Maiden exhales to create a mist of frost, dealing massive damage in a fan-shaped area. Soon, an announcement sounded. First stage cleared, continue the challenge. The next stage opened, a creature stepped in, a multi-headed hydra of the beast type, level 4th grade stage. Seeing the enemy, Snow Maiden was already preparing to unleash its skill. Without a word, it silently and easily annihilated the hydra with an ice explosion. And so the stages opened in succession and were quickly destroyed by Snow Maiden. The 3rd and 4th stages were also passed in an instant. Seeing Lin Zi clear stages continuously in such a short time, Zhu Ping widened his eyes in astonishment. How could this be? That powerful battle demon was insta-killed so quickly. He continued observing, his focus shifting from Lin Zi to Snow Maiden. It wasn't the demons. The other creatures also died in one hit. Could it be that Lin Zi's contracted beast had surpassed the 5th rank? Seeing Zhu Ping's confusion, the guard explained. When participating in the assessment at Pinghai, he also easily cleared super grade. The Beast Tamer Association sent an invitation, but he refused. Zhu Ping understood Lindsay's personality, but the final round was a 5th rank bronze dragon. Not easy. His words had just finished when Zhu Ping's mouth fell open because he saw the 5th rank bronze dragon also easily get frozen. Lindsay kept surprising him. He only summoned his 2nd contracted beast and he already won. At that time, the students who had completed the test were complaining about the difficulty. One regretted almost killing a fierce beast. Another was happy to become a bronze beast tamer. He even boasted arrogantly. Now he could choose high-grade difficulty, and among the 4 challengers, he was the only one who passed. Suddenly, a student beside him shouted, "It seems something is wrong." He pointed at Zhu Ping's screen, saying that this bronze dragon seemed to be 5th grade. Another recognized that it was Lindsay who chose super grade difficulty, who had dominated and passed during the test at Pinghai. All of this reached the arrogant student's ears. Inside the simulated duel arena, Lindsay had officially cleared all super grade stages. The system congratulated him. Stage clear successful, passed the bronze assessment at super grade difficulty. At the same time, his rating stats also increased respectively: physique from 13.5 to 18.5, spirit from 15 to 23. Using the designated beast increased growth rate by 30%. The Snow Maiden currently has a growth of 30%, level 5 rank 3. Looking at the results he created, Lindsay smiled gently, not bad. A while later at the assembly ground, Lindsay walked out of the duel arena amidst the welcome of his classmates. Zhu Ping took the initiative to congratulate. "Congratulations, Lindsay." He also introduced himself. "I am Zhu Ping, the examiner this time. At your age, I only had 2 3-rank beast pets." He sized up Lindsay and then suggested he join the Beast Tamer Association, but Lindsay politely declined, saying he wanted to focus on cultivation. Seeing he had no interest, Zhu Ping did not insist further and handed him a business card. He reminded again, "You also declined back in Pinghai City. If you become interested in the association later or need support, just find me." This time, he had no choice but to take the business card and say, "Thank you." At the apartment building where Lindsay lived, he was sitting on a small stool. Not far away were the Snow Maiden and the Rock Demon. In Lindsay's hand at this moment was a dragon egg that was constantly emitting an aura. He hugged the egg and said to himself, "Senior sister said that just by feeding spirit power, it can hatch and sign a contract." After speaking, he began to transmit spirit power into the dragon egg, but after a few seconds, he found it difficult. The consumption was indeed very large compared to his 2300 spirit power, to the point of exhaustion. An ordinary bronze beast tamer would likely be drained dry immediately. After a long while, the dragon egg suddenly began to fluctuate. Both the Snow Maiden and the Rock Demon looked on curiously. Lindsay observed closely and wondered, "Is it ready yet? Do I need to help it crack the shell?" It fluctuated for a while, then the eggshell began to crack, revealing a powerful aura inside. Waiting a bit longer, it suddenly burst open. A baby dragon slowly crawled out of the egg. It stood in the middle of the room, strongly stretching its newly hatched body. The Rock Demon was carefully nibbling on the broken eggshells. A few seconds later, the system displayed basic information: Demon Dragon, Juvenile Line, Dark and Rock Systems, Level 1 Rank 1 Growth 0% Skills, Dragon Breath and Fisher Claw. Afterwards, the information on the condensed rock was more detailed. The Bloodline Path: Excavated Evolution from Origin Power, improves physique and strength, enhances Dark Element Control ability. The highest can reach King rank. The next evolutionary form is the Condensed Rock Demon Dragon, requires growth 100%, low-grade Dark Element Essence 10 years, Fang X1. Looking at the small creature before him, Lindsay thought in disbelief, "I didn't expect there to be a hidden evolution path. But it's fine, finding the original can reach King rank, but having a hidden path is not necessarily bad." He continued to calculate. Although it was still in its early stage, the growth rate of a pureblood dragon clan would be very fast. The evolution materials happened to be available as well. Lindsay looked at the system panel, thought for a while, then decided, use achievement points to increase growth and add available materials, pulling it directly to rank 3. He suddenly sensed something was wrong. Lindsay quickly moved to another space, and of course the small condensed rock also appeared there with him. The reason Lindsay brought it here was that if he leveled up in the room, and its form suddenly grew larger, the room would explode. On the system panel displayed, confirm using achievement points to increase the growth of the beast pet demon dragon? Lindsay's answer was, confirm. I already fed it the evolution materials, now only the growth is needed. The next second, the condensed rock began to change its form. All the light converged on it, filling the surroundings with aura. Even Lindsay did not expect this. This was the Dragon Clan, its power surging like a storm. His vision at that moment was filled with only thick, hazy smoke. When the condensed rock reappeared, it had grown much more than before. Evolution successful, the young demon dragon reached rank 3, level 3. The condensed rock glanced around lightly. Seeing it look towards him and call out, Lindsay happily waved. "Hello." He gently stroked its little face and praised, "You grew quite a lot, well done." Lindsay suddenly brought out a crystal. "Come on, eat this." The crystal's information was a peculiar crystal containing evolution power. After absorption, it can activate the evolution potential within the beast pet, pushing growth to the maximum and evolving. After evolution, level cannot exceed 5 rank. After eating, the condensed rock's power increased significantly. Young demon dragon reached level 4, rank 4, growth 9%. A glint flashed in its eyes. Dragon breath spewed a stream of energy full of primordial dark aura, causing massive damage. Fisher claw swung its giant claws to crush the enemy. Deals bonus damage to metal and rock. Shadow wrap uses newly controlled primordial dark to wrap the target and deal dark damage. Cannot be blocked by physical defense. Death pressure forms a giant hand of death to deal damage. Seeing the condensed rock growing more and more, Lindsay thought contentedly, the blood mist is still not unlocked. Maybe the level is not enough. 2 beast pets at level 4 and 1 at level 5 are now strong enough. He tried to ask, "Can you control your own size?" As if understanding Lindsay, it quickly complied. When the condensed rock became tiny in his palm, he laughed with joy. "Very good." Lindsay carefully stroked its tiny body. "Being able to control size is good, otherwise I couldn't call you out in the room." A few days later, at the Academy's lecture hall, the teacher standing on the podium said loudly, "Next, I will announce something." Seeing the students quiet, she then announced, "In 1 week, the annual Academy tournament will be held." Just receiving the information, the students below cheered endlessly. "So cool, awesome." Lindsay was also interested. Academy tournament. At that moment, the system panel suddenly appeared. On the screen was a newly unlocked special achievement mission. Claim the champion. Lindsay looked at the panel. In the upcoming Academy tournament, claim the champion position. Become the #1 student of Jiangning Academy. Upon achieving the achievement, receive 1500 achievement points. Soul skill scroll X1, random rare item X1. Seeing the generous rewards, he rejoiced inwardly. You need achievements to unlock new ones, and the rewards are very abundant. Lindsay quickly raised his hand to ask, "Teacher, can first years also sign up to participate?" She smiled and replied, "Of course. According to the Academy's rules, any student can sign up, no level restrictions." But her tone became serious. The Academy tournament will use a knockout format. Most first-year students just participate as a formality, except for a few. Finally, she concluded, however, everyone is still encouraged to actively register to gain experience. After the announcement, the atmosphere in the lecture hall became livelier. Some people discussed, "That new student Lindsay, really straightforward. We are both first years, even in the same class. Why is the strength gap so big? Have you heard? A few days ago, he completed the most difficult bronze exam extremely fast." After class ended, Guosini and Guanning stuck to him asking, "Lindsay, are you sure you want to participate? Let's go sign up together." The similarity between the two made them stare at each other in astonishment. Without saying a word, both clung to Lindsay unyieldingly. "What are you doing? Why are you sticking to my brother Lindsay like that?" Just then, Tan Yong appeared in the distance and heard the entire conversation. He thought tearfully, "Damn Lindsay, Guosini, Guosini." Bang Yun also unexpectedly appeared right behind. "Lindsay, this time I will definitely defeat you." In another space, where a candle was flickering, skulls continuously emitted a cold blue light. In a dark room, figures in black cloaks sat around a long table and whispered secrets. A loud voice suddenly rang out speaking. Nyan, an executor of the Moon Council, spoke up about the missing Hein Dao. A Red Moon member said the Academy was having a secret realm training session, so losing contact was normal. Immediately after, he was whipped painfully by Nyan and called an idiot. The man held his face in pain and cried out, "My lord." Nyan was silent for a few seconds, then said losing contact was normal. He stepped forward, reiterating that the Hongdo secret realm was safe and could not be discovered. That man still tried to make excuses. Nyan sneered and then spoke, "Explain it." He seriously asked everyone about the traces of the experimental body that had completely vanished. Even the body sample had lost its sense. No one answered. Nyan concluded the experimental body had been stolen. He explained the sample could not sense it because it was hidden in a space tool or had been destroyed. Everyone stood up simultaneously, begging his lordship to calm his anger. He looked at the crowd with contempt and called them a bunch of trash. Nyan turned and walked away. Before leaving, he assigned the task of finding out those who participated in the training and had contact with the experimental body. He asserted that the Jiangning Academy this big could not find them. Everyone replied in unison, "As you command." A week later, Looking at the crowded stream of people, a few students had to exclaim that there were so many people. Guan Ning walked beside Lindsay, constantly asking about the training and the third contracted pet. He replied that she would see when the competition started. Hearing that, she only smiled and replied, "Really? Making me so excited." A familiar voice rang out behind them. Lindsay turned around, facing Lang Yan and Man Man. Man Man smiled and said she knew he would definitely sign up. She placed her hand on Lindsay's shoulder, teasing that she believed in him. This year's prize had a full 100,000 coins and a valuable rare object. Hearing that, he thought to himself that if he won the championship, he would receive both the Academy's rare object and the prize, a total of 2 items. At that moment, a group of students whispered about Lindsay's appearance. A large man suddenly bumped into him and shouted, "Move aside." It turned out the group entering was the current president of Kaohsiung Guild, Lap Nen, and the former president, Luong Quan. Seeing an acquaintance, Luong Quan took the initiative to step forward and greet them. Man Man asked with some disgust what he wanted. He pretended to be hurt, saying he just wanted to ask how everyone was. His gaze suddenly became strangely serious. A few seconds later, he asked if everyone had encountered Lahan and Hin Dao in the previous secret realm training. Man Man laughed and asked back, "What, did people from Kaohsiung Guild get lost and come to Longtam Guild to file a report?" She added contemptuously that his eyesight was poor, choosing a successor so mediocre he could not even look after the guild members. Lap Nen angrily shouted, but Luong Quan only replied he was just asking casually. Having said that, he and his group turned and left, saying, "Let us go." Guan Ning looked at Man Man, saying they were already suspicious of us. Lang Yan pushed up his glasses, his tone unbothered, saying it was fine, we were the victims. No one could prove we had a conflict. Man Man lowered her head, saying Luong Quan always liked to cause trouble, but she suddenly thought of Lap Ning, who had signed up for the competition. Though he was flashy, his strength was formidable. He was the top student in his 3rd year, possessing 3 pets, 2 at level 4 and 1 at level 5. Man Man carefully warned that if he met him, he must be careful because he liked to play dirty tricks. Lindsay nodded in acknowledgement. In a different space, Lap Nin angrily slammed his hand against the wall, asking why they just let them go like that. Luong Quan glared at him, saying without evidence what could they do. After a while he seriously told Lap Nin to think of a way to deal that brat Lindsay. A kid from a normal background had strength yet refused to join Kaohsiung Guild, causing many to mock them. If he stole the spotlight in the competition, their reputation would be damaged. Lap Nin did not think highly of Lindsay's abilities, believing that a poor kid who awakened had no resources for evolution materials. He declared that if they met, he would teach him a lesson. Right then, an announcement rang out. Round 11 of the preliminaries, Lap Nin versus Lindsay. Hearing this, Lap Nin could not hide his joy, grinning smugly and saying, "Does this not mean I get to meet him right away?" Lap Nin promised himself he would teach Lindsay a lesson. On the competition stage, the referee announced the start of the Group 11 match. At the same time, Lindsay's teacher suddenly turned and called out to the dean. Immediately, many voices followed in greeting the dean. The people present were surprised because the dean had never come to watch the competition before. They looked at the elderly man with a beard and thick eyebrows, saying it was normal for a top 10 of the federation like the den to have no time to watch matches. Vu Niem, sitting next to Ko Tran, wondered why the dean had come this year. Hai Dian laughed loudly, saying the students this year were stronger than last year, with quite a few good seeds appearing. Vu Niem crossed his arms and laughed along, saying the dean was busy so he probably did not know there was a talented youth this year. If they did not keep an eye out, they were afraid someone might poach him. Kai Dian slowly asked back, "Do you mean the student who passed the super difficult assessment and was rated bronze, named Lindsay?" Vu Niem admitted it, saying he had once assisted the investigation team in capturing a member of the symbiosis group. He looked at Lindsay's back, saying it was perfect timing, that child had just entered the arena. Below, the crowded students discussed the match's outcome. Some thought it was hard to say since Lap Nin was the top 3rd year, but Lindsay was also not weak. Guesses were continuously made. Lap Nin had a higher chance of winning because Z was a first-year student. Lap Nin had 3 pets, including 1 at level 5. On stage, Lap Nin spread his arms confidently and told Lindsay he would give him one last chance. He contemptuously suggested he join Kaohsiung Guild to get some scraps. Lindsay was unmoved, replying that he was not interested and did not approve of the habit of bullying the weak and looking down on common beast tamers. These words angered Lap Nin, who gritted his teeth and said that was a bit interesting. After the announcement, the match began. Lap Nin quickly summoned X-Tick, sneering that he would show him the gap between them. The audience marveled at the mature stage X-Tick, thinking Lindsay was done for. Lap Nin controlled his battle beast, saying one was enough to deal with him, then ordered Wave Surge. The beast charged at Lindsay with astonishing speed and ferocity. Seeing Lindsay still standing still, Lap Nin was amazed that he refused to summon his pet. He chuckled to himself, thinking the kid was scared stiff, saving his pet the effort. Lap Nin sneered that this was the result of challenging Kaohsiung Guild, completely unaware that Lindsay had already struck X-Tick, causing it to lose its momentum. Xatich tumbled painfully onto the arena floor. Lap Ning was horrified, unable to believe his eyes. He exclaimed that his Xatic had been defeated with a single soul talisman strike. At the same time, everyone present could not hide their extreme astonishment. They pointed at Lindsay, shocked that he did not summon a pet, but used a single soul talisman strike to finish off Xatic. Girls excitedly praised him, saying he was so cool, no wonder he was their junior. Kaidian also seemed a bit surprised. He observed Lindsay for a while and then commented that this kid's soul talisman must have surpassed level 6. On the opposite side, Lap Ning gritted his teeth and cursed, asking what kind of Jose was. A thought crossed his mind. This brat did not summon his pet. Could he be looking down on me? He was a bit panicked, thinking the previous moment was just a fluke due to carelessness. The kid just hit a weak point. Next, Lap Ning began summoning his battle beasts. Happy Elephant of the humanoid race, Soft 8 sections, and Thunder Ape. Ice System 4+6 sections. Lap Ning immediately ordered him to be torn apart, cold sweat pouring profusely. Even though the soul beast's level was high, it was useless as the previous strike had drained more than half of that man's soul power. Lap Ning lost patience and shouted louder, "Summon your pet beast here and fight seriously." As soon as he finished speaking, that man's 2 pet beasts were struck by Lindsay's critical blow. They lay sprawled on the ground motionless. At the same time, Lap Ning lost his balance and fell flat onto the arena floor. He was extremely terrified, unable to believe it. No, how can this be? Opposite him, Lindsay slowly extended his hand and said coldly, "There truly is a gap between you and me." His voice lowered. "With your current strength, you are not yet worthy for me to summon my pet beast." The referee announced, Group 11 preliminary match, Lap Ning versus Lindsay. After hearing that sentence, the match result was Lindsay's victory. Lap Ning gritted his teeth, his brows furrowed in anger. Meanwhile, Man could not help but praise, "Impressive, Senza. My worrying was for nothing." Tamdi immediately added, "Winning a cross-level match grants extra accumulated points. You can directly advance to the main tournament." After that, Guan Ning, with sparkling eyes, asked, "Brother, do you want to watch the match together?" Lindsay quickly declined. "No, I plan to go to the pet beast store to buy some materials." Elsewhere, Lungquan was furious and cursed. "Damn it." He looked down at Lap Ning, his brows furrowed. "That brat dares to insult the people of our Khausan society. He is extremely arrogant. He must be made to pay." The moment he finished speaking, the other party admitted with shame, "Lindsay only used 3 soul arrows and defeated me. His soul power is not bad, but he must have used some rare item. How could an ordinary person have such a good item? He must have stolen it." At the same time, that man covered his face with both hands, his eyes lifeless. "I want to report him. I have to report him." Just as the words reached his lips, Lungquan slapped him hard across the face. He asked coldly, "Enough. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough?" After that, Lungquan dusted off his hands and reminded, "Pull yourself together. Compete well." He lowered his voice and added, "The academy competition is not only about one-on-one arena matches. I have to think of a way to personally teach that punk a lesson." The scene shifted to a street district with brightly lit street lamps. There weren't too many people passing by. Lindsay stepped out of the door and sighed. So expensive. He looked at the items in his small bag and sighed. The upgrade materials from essence to primal stone have increased 5 times in price. Compared to potential, long-term materials are the biggest obstacle on the path to becoming stronger. Without getting the needed evolution materials, no matter how good the pet beast's talent is, it will be stuck in place. With both hands in his pockets, Lindsay strolled into a dark alley. He thought, "I still need to find a way to make money. It would be great if I could go to a related secret realm to find materials." Suddenly, something caught Lindsay's attention. He looked left and right, puzzled. "This alley, I remember it's not a dead end. There's no way I could be lost. Is it an illusion?" Lindsay instinctively turned his head and asked softly, "Have I been spotted?" Behind him had somehow appeared 2 people, a man and a woman, with extremely calm expressions. After a moment, Mo, a beautiful girl with sharp eyes, asked, "Handsome, your name is Lindsay, right?" Ang Yu, standing nearby, heard this and quickly reminded, "Your attitude, be a bit serious." The moment he finished speaking, Mo immediately agreed and adjusted her posture. All right. Look at you getting so anxious." She approached Lindsay at an astonishing speed. "Not long ago in the Red Earth secret realm, you took something you shouldn't have." However, he still calmly replied, "I don't know what you are talking about." Fast speed indeed. Who are these people? Lindsay glanced around and began to speculate. Related to the Red Earth secret realm, they are people from the Red Moon Society. At the same time, Mo seemed unable to hold back any longer and spoke up. "Stop pretending. We have already investigated. The thing on your chest is the spatial artifact from that Tomb Raider." She lightly touched her lovely face and continued, "But you have such strength at a young age. The Lord Executor is very interested in you. As long as you join the Red Moon Society, everything you have done can be erased." Mo stared at Lindsay, tempting, "You are very smart. smart, your talent is also good, but talent needs resources to fuel it. The Red Moon Society can give you what the Academy cannot. Lindsay still showed no fear and answered bluntly, refused. Hearing this, Mo put on an angry expression. It seems you cannot see the situation clearly, and she suddenly raised her voice. The area nearby has been sealed with our restriction. No one will come to save you. Mo took slow steps towards Lindsay, threatening, join the Red Moon Society. He placed both hands on her hips and coldly added, behind me are countless subordinates as escorts. 2. Die here. At this point, Mo had already furrowed her brows tightly and continued, between these two choices, pick one. After that, she looked at the girls following Lindsay and warned kindly, the people involved in this matter are not just you alone. Join us and the Lord Executor can spare them. The moment she finished speaking, his face darkened, his eyes clearly showing anger. However, Lindsay quickly calmed down, threatening me. He asked back in a serious tone, giving me two choices? Lindsay answered without hesitation. I choose the third option, and that is to kill you all. Seema and the other beasts, upon hearing the command, immediately attacked fiercely. At that moment, Seema immediately used its tentacle tip with its fangs to pierce into the ground. Then Lindsay called softly, Snow Maiden. Instantly it swung its arm and used its ultimate skill. Countless streams of freezing cold air were released everywhere. They shot straight into the body of the red-haired ape with a muscular build. After that, it could not withstand it and fell to its knees. Behind him, Liatkik stood still in silence, its eyes revealing a fierce murderous aura. The scene immediately struck Lindsay's eyes. At the same time, the sky suddenly appeared with countless eerie purple lights. On the ground, Liatkik and Thirst slowly approached the spot where the red-haired ape had fallen. Liatkik leisurely bit into the opponent's flesh with its mouth and savored it like a delicacy. Lindsay could not help but be stunned. They are eating their own kind. Meanwhile, after eating and drinking to its fill, Liatkik lifted its face to the sky and let out a long breath. After that, its eyes became even more terrifyingly bloodshot. It seemed to have been filled with power, its hands clenched, its mouth constantly growling. This scene struck Mo's eyes, and she drooled with greed. As expected from a B-grade test subject, absolutely amazing. Look at this cool and fierce appearance, a body full of a sense of power. Then her voice suddenly turned harsh, and she commanded, Liatkik, go tear this human apart. Let him know how foolish a decision it is to oppose the Red Moon. As for Lindsay, he still could not believe his eyes, his face frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Liatkik, opening its mouth to reveal sharp teeth, let out a gleeful laugh. Suddenly, Lindsay once again sensed something. He stood directly confronting Liatkik at a sufficiently close distance. Lindsay slowly lifted his foot and wondered to himself, what on earth is that disgusting thing? At the same time, the system quickly searched and was checking. However, the opposite side answered without hesitation, disgusting. This is the creation of our Red Moon Society, a test subject far surpassing ordinary pet beasts. Lindsay was utterly baffled. Test subject, meaning this thing is not an ordinary evil-type pet beast. The system quickly identified. Man-eating thirst of the evil system, slimy worm of the evil system, blood-drinking thirst of the evil system. Lindsay broke out in a cold sweat when the system could not retrieve any information about this thing, not even a name or attributes. Looking at the situation before him, he thought that this guy grew stronger the more demonic plants he ate, and the more casualties there were, the more ferocious he became. He had to be eliminated immediately. Suddenly, a white-haired figure tore through Simma's body. Lindsay thought of something, but Snow Maiden was stuck, and his soul power was also heavily depleted. Lindsay slowly looked at the pet, gently touched its head, and said, if that is the case, then let me see your skill. Opposite him, Mo still confidently raised his hand to his chin, thinking that the opponent's struggle was futile. Ngu, standing nearby, spoke coldly, saying that although his strength was not bad, relying on only 2 pets could not lead to victory. He stared at Lindsay's pet and sneered. The demon dragon contract from the Red Earth secret realm was only a newborn body. Lindsay immediately retorted, who said it was a newborn body. As soon as he finished speaking, the small dragon on Lindsay's shoulder suddenly grew gigantic. At the same time, the sky gradually turned purple. The massive dragon opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, stunning Mo to the extreme. How could this be an adult demon dragon? Lindsay merely curled his lips. Sorry, I have no obligation to explain. Then he quickly commanded the dragon, come on, demon dragon, make your move. A moment later, the purple aura enveloping the space gradually dissipated, revealing a bright full moon. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the wall. Wu Yan stepped forward sternly and ordered the area to be cordoned off, civilians to be evacuated, and the wounded to be checked on. At this moment, a sudden call came. Captain Wu Yan. Upon seeing the other party, he could not help but ask curiously, Lindsay, why are you here? Wu Yan glanced at the bound man and woman. You caught these two? Lindsay calmly replied, Captain Wu Yan, there is something important to report. Members of the Red Moon Society have infiltrated the academy and are conducting dangerous experiments. In the investigation team's office, Wu Yan placed a teacup on the desk and warned, careful, it is hot. Lindsay quickly thanked him. Wu Yan got straight to the point, saying he had received reports of suspicious people lurking near the school, but he he did not expect them to be the Red Moon Society targeting him. He frowned and asked seriously, "Are you saying that the Red Moon Society members have already sneaked into the academy?" Lindsay did not hesitate to reveal his suspicion that there were also their people in the school. As he spoke, he placed a small accessory on the table. It belongs to Tsingtao from the Gaussian Society. Lindsay slowly recounted that not long ago, he had encountered them during a secret realm training expedition and a conflict had broken out. Through his words, fragments of memories came flooding back. They had infiltrated the secret realm, attracting the attention of a demon dragon that was giving birth. The dragon attacked him and his teammates in an attempt to steal the eggs. Lindsay mentioned the outcome. They failed and were killed by the demon dragon. Afterwards, he entered the dragon's lair and discovered a mysterious dark door. After hearing the final words being the Red Moon Society's dark room, Wu Yan exclaimed in shock, "What?" Lindsay was still calm. At that time, he was very curious why the Red Moon Society members had appeared in a secret realm managed by Ningjiang Academy. He added in a low voice, "Until that woman discovered this space item belonged to Tsingtao." Wu Yan asked for his opinion. Lindsay continued, "I believe Tsingtao and the Red Moon Society are in collusion." After listening, Wu Yan lowered his gaze. "I understand. I will send people to investigate." He looked at the handcuffed man and woman and said that those two could probably provide plenty of information if questioned. Suddenly, Lindsay shifted to another topic. "What about that experimental body then? I killed one of them. Can I use the corpse for research?" But he was only met with silence. After a moment, Wu Yan finally frowned. "This matter was supposed to be confidential, but since you are a meritorious contributor, I will tell you. The Red Moon Society is secretly nurturing a type of artificial demonic pet." After hearing this, Lindsay offered his opinion, "Artificial pets. I remember the Tamer Association also cultivates them." Wu Yan crossed his arms and answered seriously, "Correct. The spirit AO of the investigation team is a unique species, but demonic pets are different. Pure-blooded ones only appear from sudden seals." Wu Yan spoke gently, "In short, we are still investigating step by step and have already destroyed several secret egg incubation sites." He warned, "The Red Moon Society has set their sights on you. You must be extremely careful," and he would provide a special communication device. Lindsay accepted the goodwill okay. Then he slowly stood up and said, "Goodbye. I will head back to school now." Wu Yan maintained a stern expression. "No problem. I will inform you of any progress and recommend you for a reward, but regarding this matter, you need to keep it absolutely confidential." Elsewhere, Lindsay was walking on the street while intently looking at his wrist. He quickly assessed, "This is the Tamer Association's communicator. Pressing the danger button sends your coordinates. It is really high-end. First, I will hack to school to prepare for tomorrow's competition." The scene shifted to a large courtyard where a man was holding a microphone. In a secluded corner, Guan Ningning asked with slight irritation, "Brother, why did you not reply to my messages last night?" Lindsay casually shrugged his hands. "Last night I was busy training my soul art until my phone battery died. Sorry, sis." After hearing this, Guan Ning's attitude changed. "It is good to know nothing happened. I thought you had been tricked by the Gaussian Society. Today is the official match. Let us go see your bracket." Everyone turned their eyes to the battle stage. Guan Ning excitedly raised her fist to cheer for Wu Ying. At the same time, Lindsay and Snow Maiden were standing together on a battle line. Their opponents for this round were sophomore Zhou Jai and his rock armor turtle, a rock type, 4-fold, 1-stage pet. After a moment of preparation, the referee shouted for the start. In less than 5 seconds, the result was announced. The winner, Lindsay, advances to the top 16 round. This decision stunned everyone, their mouths agape. What happened? That skill was too fast. Why was Rock Armor Turtle's absolute defense frozen? Next was the match between Lindsay and another person. A pair of slender legs in high heels appeared before Lindsay. It was Junior Li Union and her Swift Shadow Leopard, a beast type 4-fold, 2-stage pet. Instead of acting aggressively, Union seemed intimidated. "I surrender." The scene disappointed the audience. That girl directly surrendered. If it were me, I would surrender too. His pet is too scary, and Lindsay only won using soul art anyway. At the same time, Deng Yu stood on a high balcony looking down at Lindsay, her eyes filled with immense interest. He is an interesting guy. After Snow Maiden froze the Plamp Tree Demon, a 3-fold, 3-stage pet, the referee quickly announced that Lindsay had advanced to the top 128. Next, Lai Ji used his power to take down the rock-type giant rock monster, a 3-fold, 9-stage pet. The referee announced that Lindsay had advanced to the top 64. Finally, Snow Maiden used ice chains to bind the rock-type yellow sand mummy, a 4-fold, 1-stage pet. The judging panel decided Lindsay had advanced to the top 32. Everyone marveled, another wipeout. Is he really just a freshman? They raised their hands and cheered, "Lindsay, Ling Lindsay." At the same time, a notification appeared before him. Achievement unlocked for Academy Tournament. Top 128, reward 50 points. Top 64, reward 100 points. Top 32, reward 200 points. Lindsay calculated, unlocking these small achievements, even scraps of meat are still meat. He would continue unlocking the remaining matches. Suddenly, something distracted him. Lindsay stared in amazement at the countless system windows appearing before him. His eyes widened as he wondered, what is this? The scene shifted to a crowded area. A chubby boy said happily, no wonder he is the big brother. He scared those juniors and seniors into surrendering, bringing glory to the freshmen. At the same time, Guo Xinyi approached and encouraged him. You are the first freshman to enter the official round, even making it to the semifinals. I believe in you. The eliminated contestants sat in a daze, feeling the gap with him widening by the day, unwilling to accept it. An Ning stared at her phone. He was exempted from 3 rounds because his opponent withdrew. His semifinal opponent was, she suddenly found it strange. Guan Ning quickly handed the screen to Lindsay. Look, the semifinal list for this afternoon has been confirmed. Your opponent is Liang Jun. Looking at the text, Lindsay could not help but say, what a coincidence, running into someone from Gaussian Society again. Fat Boy asked curiously, Liang Jun is the former president of Gaussian Society. He said to Lindsay in panic, you had a conflict with them, and now you run into Liang Jun. This time it's over. He is very formidable. Tell me about it. The Fat Boy immediately told everything. Liang Jun is ranked 254, a bronze tier beast tamer, with 3 fire-type long-tail pets. His voice was serious, but the most sinister thing is that he has inherited soul technique, never revealed, which can raise the level of pets. At the same time, Kaidian sat high up watching Lindsay. This kid is beyond my imagination. Vungyim continued, of course you didn't trust me. Lindsay single-handedly caught 2 dangerous criminals on the wanted list. He looked at the audience. Compared to the battle against the deserter, this tournament is child's play. In the crowd, a few people discussed, who will win, Liang Jun or Lindsay? I support Lindsay. Xiao Yan slowly turned to ask Xiao Ru, who do you think will win between Liang Jun and Lindsay? She happily answered herself, of course Liang Jun wins. Lindsay is good but he is still a freshman. Xiao Yan was surprised. You think Lindsay can win? Enro stared intently towards Lindsay, obviously. Lindsay hasn't used all his strength yet. Xiao Yan sighed. If Xiao Ru thinks he is capable, I will also side with Lindsay. You are the top student in senior year, I trust your eyes. She envisioned a scenario in her mind. If you two meet in the finals, it will be a battle between a genius girl and a monster student. Dengru reminded helplessly, focus on the match. Liang Jun suddenly spoke up, kid, I have this match in the bag. Lindsay fearlessly retorted, just talking won't win you anything. Do all you people from Gaussian Society like to talk nonsense? Liang Jun was furious, fine, very good. His anger spread to his subordinates. I hope you can keep that attitude. One person was excited, he's playing. Liang Jun really wants to play for real. The sound became more thrilling. Look, his blazing flame summoner is evolving. 3 long-tail pets, Lindsay is doomed. Lindsay calmly said 3. After saying that, he snapped his fingers. Behind him appeared 3 figures with surging energy. Perfect timing, I also have 3 pets. Everyone's jaws dropped. Isn't that a demon dragon? Oh my god, he contracted with a demon dragon. Guan Ning and Guo Xinyi also cried out, demon dragon. Lang Yin adjusted his glasses, based on its size. This is an adult demon dragon. Hatching, contracting, and then leveling up this fast. How many more secrets does he have on him? Obeying Lindsay's command, make your move, hold nothing back. The Snow Maiden and the Blazing Flame immediately unleashed their ultimate moves. Opposite, the dragon opened its wide mouth revealing sharp teeth. The 2 sides closed in on each other with speed and power. A powerful red flame flew towards Liang Jun. Shards of ice crystals shattered in the air. The Blazing Flame and the Blazing Flame Breaker stood opposite each other at very close range. Flames with immense power surrounded Liang Jun, his pet's body gradually cracking in pieces. The sight stunned Liang Jun. He pointed and commanded, deal with the dragon first. Chains with a terrifying aura approached. It revealed its violet eyes, wanting to slaughter its opponent. The figure surrounded by flames continuously hurled scorching fireballs. Snow Maiden managed to block them with an ice defense. Her eyes were stern. Fai Hong silently stared at the opponent for a long time. Liang Jun gritted his teeth. What is this? Blocking the attack of Fai Hong Vu Kuai. The invisible ice-type humanoid pet has already reached the high stage of the 5th belt. How can a freshman's pet be this formidable? He gathered energy in his palm, planning. That 4th belt ice dragon is nothing but a moving target. Liang Jun, like a sneaky villain, threw his hand towards the Snow Maiden. Now is the time. The 2 sources of hot and cold energy gradually approached. They created an earth-shattering explosion. Lindsay brought his ring-clad hand forward. Senior using a sneak attack to interfere with the battle will make people think less of you. He taunted, this behavior is very fitting for you people of Gaussian Society. Liang Jun was furious. You, damn it, if you're asking for death, don't blame me. Instantly, Liang Jun's pets had all their life force drained. They transformed into 2 specks of light floating in the air. After a moment, they merged into a high-grade pet. Everyone marveled. What is he doing? What is happening? Yang Yun asked. Did the Blazing Flame Summoner absorb the other 2 pets? The fat boy continued. This is his inherited soul technique. Kai Dian looked at Liang Jun. a soul technique that increases power by absorbing the lives of other pets. How absurd. I must stop this match. Emperor Ngiam calmly advised, don't rush. Lindsay can handle it. Kai Dian retorted, absurd. That's a 6th belt pet. The kid is in danger. At the same time, the blazing flame summoner at level 6 belt 2 sections trembled incessantly. Liang Jun turned his head, veins bulging on his face, eyes cold. Soul fusion drained all soul power, sacrificing 2 pets. But today I will kill this bastard. Lindsay calmly mocked. Is this your trump card? The result is mediocre at best. His voice dropped, sacrificing comrades to fuse is nothing but dark magic. Snow Maiden, Earth Spirit. The Snow Maiden gradually vanished, and the blazing flame breaker did as well. Both turned into countless molecules merging into each other. Afterwards, they combined into a more powerful form. Seeing Mingzu, Lindsay thought, the Snow Maiden evolved. The fusion form has upgraded. 1 minute is enough to end the battle. The people present shouted, Lindsay's pets are fusing too. This aura is stronger than Liang Jun's blazing flame summoner. The fat boy couldn't help it. Did Big Brother use Liang Jun's inherited soul technique? Guan Ning said proudly, my brother's soul technique is far more powerful. Kai Dian and Vung Yim were shocked. Kai Dian said, this is. Vung Yim replied, I told you the kid could handle it. Liang Jun frowned then laughed loudly, bloodshot. No, stop putting on a false front. Die. The flames continuously blazed bigger in the air. Lindsay crossed his arms lightly. The fire element counters the ice element, but when faced with extreme cold, a small flame is but a flickering lamp in the wind. The fragments were like attracted by a magnet. After a moment, they coalesced into a giant sphere in Ming Su's hands. Seeing the ice sphere hurtling down from the sky, Liang Jun could not believe his eyes. No, this could not be. Everything was already too late. Liang Jun was filled with regret as he watched his pet beast be destroyed. Fusion Soul, my strongest trump card. At that moment, towering pillars of white smoke appeared everywhere. Liang Jun knelt down, trembling. Damn it, that was the backlash from the Fusion Soul. He looked at his 2 pet beasts, thinking that the resolute Destruction Caster had lost its combat ability. The growth rates of the Fiery Crimson Mist monster and the Infernal Giant had also dropped to 0. Liang Jun's face was covered with twitching green veins. I lose like this? I refuse to accept it. What does that brat rely on? The referee sternly announced that Liang Jun and his pet beasts had lost their combat ability. The winner of the semifinals was Lindsay. Everyone cheered excitedly. He really did it. Lindsay is forever the best. Damn Goshen society. Meanwhile, Mingzu and Lai Chi unexpectedly split into 2 separate individuals. Lindsay immediately caught Mingzu in his arms. You've worked hard. All 3 of you did very well. Looking at the girl before him, he thought that after this fusion, Snow Maiden didn't faint immediately. It seemed the stronger the strength, the less the consumption. Let them go back and recover their stamina. The system displayed a line of text. Achievement for the student conference. Entered the finals. Reward 600 achievement points. Lindsay realized he only needed to win the final match. Suddenly, Dengru, who was sitting up high, raised her hand and said, Referee, I surrender. She seemed to have made up her mind and repeated the words. Xiao Yan found it hard to believe, her eyes wide open. Jiao Ru, why are you giving up? I was waiting to see you 2 fight. Deng Ru replied frankly, my trump card is only for real enemies. As for Destroy Grass Cutter and that Lindsay kid, the top seat is just the starting point. I look forward to seeing him in the upcoming Beast Taming Tournament, defeating those prestigious schools. After that, she slowly walked down the stairs step by step. Deng Ru approached Lindsay. He quickly turned around and said quietly, Senior has given way. Deng Ru did not hurriedly extend her hand. Congratulations on your championship. You deserve this top seat title. Perhaps we will meet again soon. Lindsay tilted his head and replied, I very much look forward to fighting side by side with Senior. The 2 touched palms. The system displayed, achievement for the Academy Conference Champion, reward 1500 points, a soul art scroll, a random rare item pack. After a while, Lindsay put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked through the crowd. Kai Dian gently picked up the medal from the tray. He hung the medal around Zi's neck and praised, well done, you have impressed me. His voice was full of pride. Your strength is enough to step onto a higher stage. The school will devote all efforts to train you. He held the lapel pin in his hand for a moment. Kai Dian slowly pinned it on the chest of Lindsay's clothes. Congratulations, from today you are the top seat of Ningjiang Academy. This medal proves your identity, granting priority approval for teleportation and entry into secret realms. Lindsay expressed his gratitude, thanking the dean. Kai Dian happily continued, the champion's reward includes money and rare items. Come to the office tomorrow to receive it. I have prepared a few items. You can choose one yourself. Finally, the 3-day break arrived. A delighted student stretched, finally a break. Guan Ning ran over and said, Big brother, Guo Xinyi and I have arranged to go to the Greenwood Secret Realm for training these 3 days. We need to improve our practical combat. Lindsay was curious, just the 2 of you. Since when did you 2 become so close? A sudden thought arose. The Greenwood Secret Realm is low level but has complex terrain, easy to get lost. The 2 of them, one is impulsive, the other lively. Guo Xinyi stepped over and added, Don't worry, we can handle the Greenwood Secret Realm. During this conversation, conference. Without you, we wouldn't even have passed the preliminaries. We need to strengthen our training. Lindsay had to agree, but he still wasn't at ease. As he walked, he pondered, based on my current strength, having many rare items is useless. If Guan Ning finds a rare item from the system, it would serve as insurance. At this moment, his index finger touched the screen with the phrase "use the optional rare item pack," and he received the Shield Shadow Orb. The system described in detail. Shield Shadow Orb allows instant teleportation to any location within line of sight, up to 3 times with a 24-hour cooldown. Lindsay commented, "Very good, it seems very suitable." He suddenly called out, "Guan Ning, I'm giving you this item." She quickly turned her head, puzzled. "What is it?" Lindsay held the item with 2 fingers. Shield Shadow Orb can perform short-range teleportation, saving your life at critical moments. Keep in contact, no need to fight if you encounter a ferocious beast. Got it? Guan Ning was excited. "Thank you, big brother, I will be careful." Xianguo Sini stared at the expensiver item. "Lindsay treats you so well. You're jealous, right? He's my brother." Lindsay pondered again, giving them this card to set his mind at ease. Next is to prepare materials to upgrade Earth Spirit and Demon Dragon. In another development, a voice rang out, "But the price of meteorite on the market is too high. Buying directly from the source is the most optimal." The chubby boy said while eating noodles. "Dark attribute materials are abundant in the myriad insect's secret realm, but that place is eerie, with insect-type and dark-type ferocious beasts everywhere, a harsh environment. Are you going alone?" Inside the Beast Tamer Association building, the main hall was filled with many people. Lindsay, wearing a mask, quietly stepped in. A beautiful receptionist wearing glasses happily bowed. "Hello, may I ask what business you would like to handle?" Lindsay handed over his ID card. "I want to register for the exploration qualification for the myriad insect's secret realm." Receptionist stared at the card and replied, "Certainly, please wait a moment." But she immediately noticed something unusual. She compared the photo on the computer with the person in reality. "You are Lindsay." Lindsay quickly raised his hand to signal for silence. "Shh." The other party understood. "I understand." Receptionist showed an admiring expression. "I watched your match. You are truly amazing. I'm a fan. Can you quietly give me an autograph?" Lindsay calmly replied, "Thank you. But can you help me with my business first?" The other party quickly agreed. Across the hall, 2 other people also recognized him. Where? Lindsay still calmly dealt with it. "The tournament of Jiangning Academy. Outsiders are also welcome." Lindsay took a commemorative photo with another girl. He didn't expect he would have a day like this. "After the competition, I became a celebrity, getting recognized and taking photos everywhere I go." Receptionist attentively processed Lindsay's paperwork. After a while, the other party happily held the ID card and said, "It's done. The permit has been entered into the card. Exit the door and turn left. That's the entrance to the myriad insect secret realm." Lindsay received the item. "Thank you." At that moment, underground in the Beast Tamer Association building, a crowd gathered around a large wall. Everyone stood still waiting. Lindsay mused to himself, "Quite a lot of people here." Suddenly a voice came from behind. "Young man, are you also going to explore the myriad insect secret realm?" A kind-hearted man asked, "Do you want to join our team?" Lindsay quickly declined. "No need, but thank you for the offer." The other party had to nod. "All right." Li Hao asked the team leader in confusion, "What are you looking at?" The deputy captain coldly replied, "Nothing." Suddenly, an announcement sound rang out. "The myriad insect secret realm is about to begin. Adventurers, please prepare." Stern tone continued, "The secret realm is dangerous. We hope all of you will be careful. The liability waiver takes effect immediately upon entry. Any losses shall be borne by the adventurer themselves." Everyone slowly stepped through the door. Lindsay looked into the distance. So this is the inside of the myriad insect's secret realm. He remembered the words of the chubby boy. According to Zhou Xiong's information, the destination was Lava Valley. That place had many dark-type ferocious beasts, and a rare material called blood snow crystal, which was very valuable. Lindsay unhurriedly opened the map. To reach Lava Valley, he had to cross the secret realm and could hunt ferocious beasts along the way. He flicked his 2 fingertips, jumped onto the back of Golem Rock, and commanded, "It's easier to observe the terrain and beast herds from the air. Snow Maiden needs control practice. Earth Spirit needs face-to-face skill sharpening. Demon Dragon needs to get used to aerial combat. Every one of them needs improvement." After a while he said loudly without hesitation, "Let's go, we're setting off." At the same time, a common 3-generational, 4-section system type appeared, leading a whole herd as it advanced. Lai Chi was immediately summoned to defend and counterattack. Earth Spirit's maturity level increased. The sky gradually turned to night. A campfire was lit to roast meat. Lindsay looked at the skewered meat on the stick, thinking. Using achievement points to increase growth rate was fast, but a pet that lacked real combat experience would become dependent. During the day, Congealed Stone Demon practiced fighting, and at night, it was Earth Spirit's turn. It was just right. At the same time, Mingxu did not hesitate to add her opinion. The current horde of fierce beasts was too low level. They did not help him grow at all. Wait until encountering higher level fierce beasts before letting them make a move. During that time, Lich was still constantly battling with the Thornblade bugs. He unconsciously turned his head to look at the carcass of one lying beneath the weeds. Over here, Lindsay also quickly sensed someone approaching. From a distance, a voice echoed from the direction of the light where Lindsay was staying. There was a fire ahead. Could it be another adventurer? The group of people who were ignorant of the world spoke up. Such good luck finding a free campsite. The captain was right. We had our eyes on this territory from the Green Forest. Who would dare to snatch it? When they saw Lick, one of them excitedly said, "There's even a strange pet. Looks like stone, a rock type." He issued a threat. "This place, the Green Forest team has already claimed it. Hurry up and go inside so your master can lead you away." From a rather far position, Lindsay asked with a hesitant tone, "What's wrong?" Ming-Su slowly walked towards Lit with stern expressions. At that moment, Dahao suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. He stared at the top of Ming-Su's head admiring, a humanoid pet, beautiful. Hearing that, Lindsay quickly shielded her with his own body. After a moment, Lindsay asked in a low voice, "Do you have business here?" As soon as he finished speaking, Dashan laughed loudly and told him to scram. This cave belonged to them. But Dahao stopped him. "Don't be hasty." He began to play mind games. "Friend, it's getting dark. We want to rest for the night. I see you're alone. Mind if we borrow this place for a bit?" However, Lindsay remained alert and replied, "Not convenient." Hearing this, Dashan seemed to lose all patience. "Brat, we are the Green Forest team." But Lindsay just put on a forced surprised look. "Oh, very famous. Never heard of it." These words made Dashan even angrier. "Damn it." When stopped by someone in the group, his face twisted in anger, his jaws clenched. "Why are you stopping me?" At that time, Zan still bowed his head in deep thought. "Don't you think this person looks a bit familiar?" This made Dashan a bit confused. "Huh? How strange." As soon as he finished, Zan asked again, "Weren't you the one who missed the academy competition of Jiangding Academy before?" He began to list the strange points. One female humanoid pet system, one strangely shaped rock-type pet, plus another rock-type demon dragon. His tone was extremely serious. "This lineup is exactly the same as the legendary genius who became a student of Ningjiang Academy in his first year." Hearing this, Dashan seemed to hesitate for a moment. He stared hard at Lindsay and replied, "You say that? It does seem a bit similar." However, Dahao still didn't know his place, pointing forward and threatening, "Kid, if you won't even give me face, then I don't need to hold back either." Then, he summoned a giant spider to attack. "Take your pet and get as far away as possible. This cave belongs to us, the Green Forest team." Dahao put on a triumphant air. "Or leave your humanoid pet behind to relieve us. You go alone, it's best to consider your own skills." As soon as he finished, the sea spider was struck in the body by a freezing force, catching it off guard. At the same time, Dahao couldn't help but cover his mouth, his brows furrowed tightly. A lot of blood appeared in the palm of his hand. He stared at the scene before him, wondering, "How can this be?" Dahao couldn't help but wail in pain. "My 5-stage sea spider, dead just like that." At this moment, Lindsay revealed lifeless eyes and pointed forward. "If your tongue is unclean, then it's no longer needed." So Zan couldn't help but hold Dahao's hand and plead, "Friend, wait, our team didn't mean it that way." He looked at the person beside him and added, "Our team usually has this habit. Please be lenient, friend. We will leave right now. Just think of us as nothing. Are you alright, Captain?" Then Zan whispered to inquire, "Captain, this kid is Lindsay. This name has been quite famous recently," making Dahao a bit stunned. "What?" Then Dahao immediately scratched his head and forced a laugh. "That is, Brother Lin, I've admired you for a long time. This is a misunderstanding." He put on a smiling face. "We are getting lost now. Won't disturb your rest." However, Lindsay did not intend to let it go. "Do I look like I would let you off?" He concentrated all his strength into his palm, forming an attack. "Today's matter. If it were someone else who was not as strong as you, would you let them go? I want your answer." So Dahao's group hurriedly shouted, "Please don't." Suddenly, a strange sound wave unexpectedly arrived. It turned out to be a swarm of 4-segment bloodline-nosed ants of the sound type approaching. Xiao Qiang was extremely panicked. "Damn it, why are there so many bloodline-nosed ants?" He quickly ran to another place to hide. "Oh my god, hundreds of 4-segment bloodline-nosed ants." Zan also couldn't help but be shocked. A dozen or so would be one thing, but this is hundreds of 4-segment fierce beasts. Even if we summon our pets, it's useless. Run quickly. On the other side, Xiaogang was suddenly caught by one in the swarm, its sharp leg piercing his body, spraying blood. Seeing this, Dashan also didn't hesitate to run. "Damn it, I don't want to die yet. But we need to run now." But Lindsay was extremely calm. "There's still this kind of good thing?" The corner of his mouth involuntarily curled into a mocking smile. "Hundreds of sound-type fierce beasts. The materials I need, delivered right to my door." One with extremely high combat ability suddenly charged over. However, Lich was one step faster and knocked it away. Afterwards, Lich did not hesitate to bravely fight the entire swarm of bloodline-nosed ants. At this moment, Lindsay slowly turned his head to look at Ming Zhu. Each 4-segment bloodline and before the Earth Spirit can still be handled. Fighting opponents of the same segment also provides a lot of growth. Watch closely. If it really can't hold on, then make your move. Suddenly, the crystal rock did not hesitate to appear at the critical moment either. Quickly became gigantic to conserve Lindsay's strength. On the other side, seeing him jump onto the back of the crystal rock, Dahao screamed in terror, "Wait, don't go!" He ran after him, repeatedly admitting fault. I apologize for what I just did. Please let me come along. We are all adventurers, you can't just go like this. But these words seemed to be in vain because Lindsay was already far away. Stop for me, hey. Scene changed to where the crystal rock was. Lindsay sat on its back and began to analyze. Bloodline ants are fierce beasts from Raging Mountain Valley. From here to Raging Mountain Valley is a distance of nearly 100 kilometers. He constantly analyzed the beast's habits. A foraging ant colony shouldn't move that far. Afterwards, Lindsay did not hesitate to mention the exception, unless an anomaly has occurred in Raging Mountain Valley. Suddenly he realized something. Lindsay slowly pointed towards a distant place. Wait, let's go there first. Below was another swarm of bloodline ants waiting for prey. They gathered together into an extremely large group. One of them raised two long, sharp pincers to the sky. The sky tonight had a full moon, the silhouette of the crystal rock carrying Lindsay on its back. Seeing this, their eyes suddenly emitted a dazzling, mesmerizing light. This action caused Lindsay to seem to fall into an uncontrollable brain shock. At this time, he could subconsciously recognize this as a spirit-type attack. His entire body and the crystal rock seemed to lose all strength. Spirit attacks are formless and intangible, very difficult to block, but fierce beasts using spirit attacks are nearly invincible at long range, yet extremely weak in close combat. However, Lindsay did not yield, ordering, "Let's go down and fight it in close combat." Instantly, a beam of light flew towards the lead ant at the speed of light. It immediately struck the middle of the opponent's body as if wanting to destroy everything. At this moment, the eyes of the bloodline ant lit up again, bearing a look of attack. At the same time, Lindsay had already landed on the ground in a fighting stance, his reaction speed very fast. The system immediately displayed a notification, 5 segment 2 stage. Lindsay couldn't help but conclude, it seems it is the leader of this swarm of bloodline ants. After that, he quickly ordered Ningxi to take its turn to perform and slaughter the swarm of bloodline ants, and so it calmly became incomparably fierce, grabbing each one. Ningxi crushed them one after another, their mangled bodies falling onto the grass. After a while, only the leader ant remained. It once again used its innate technique to attack the opponent's mind. This time, Lindsay had found a way to deal with it. He flew out of the protective barrier, his brows furrowed, clever, knowing the advantage of a beast tamer. Ningxi replied without hesitation, "The bloodline ant is no match for you in close combat." Ningxi opened its mouth wide and mercilessly crushed the bloodline ant's body. Elsewhere, the scene had become far more desolate. Bloodline ant was still alive despite having bled quite a lot. Zhao Qiang wiped the blood off his face. "Captain, the number of ants is too great. The line is about to break." Fu King coldly ordered, "We must hold the line even if we cannot," and judged that the bloodline ants fear death when losses are heavy. At that moment, Lindsay calmly walked across the battlefield. Seeing the members of the Green Forest team lying all over the ground, he shot him a contemptuous look. Lindsay sighed as he stepped past. This outcome was retribution for the bully. Next, he signaled to Snow Maiden, "Let's go back." Snow Maiden and Dai displayed their results, and Lindsay praised them, saying, "You two have worked hard." After that, he sternly instructed them to advance deeper into Fiery Mountain Valley for a closer look. Ningxi spread its wings wide, carrying Lindsay and Snow Maiden high into the air. He deduced that they had encountered 4 or 5 leaders along the way and was startled to spot a spark. He patted its back and directed, "Go, let's go check it out." In another direction, a life-and-death battle raged fiercely, with blood spurting everywhere. Li Hao panted, saying, "Captain, this is bad. We've killed many, but they won't retreat. These blood ants heal by eating their own kind, while we have no way to recover." At that moment, streaks of lightning tore through the air, striking the dense formation. Fu King screamed inwardly, barely finished one wave and another is already coming. Seeing the lightning pattern cracking, Fu King's heart was frantic. It can only hold for 30 seconds. Most of the area damaged beast pets were already dead. Li Hao earnestly pleaded with the captain to go. "Don't let everyone die here." Ibo agreed wearily. 2 of her beast pets had been sacrificed. "You must go quickly." She firmly refused, saying, "What nonsense is that? I am your captain." Suddenly, Fu King saw a flash of light fall, looked at the brilliant white sky, and gasped, "Snowflakes." He wondered in confusion where Fiery Mountain Valley got snowflakes. Maybe it was an illusion before death. Zhang Bao calmly shouted, "It's not an illusion. Someone is riding a dragon over there." Before them were Lindsay and Snow Maiden, pouring down a freezing blizzard. Next second, the entire swarm of bloodline ants froze into immobile ice statues. Seeing them unmoving, Fu King rejoiced, "We are saved." Leibo recognized Lin Zi, the genius beast tamer who passed the bronze evaluation. Members shouted in unison, begging Lord Lin Zi for help. "We can't hold on much longer." He did not bother to argue and directly instructed Snow Maiden to clean up. Snow Maiden condensed a great snowflake crystal, and the ice block shattered into tens of thousands of arrows. Ning Shai then brought its master down to the ground. Fu King expressed her gratitude, "Fortunate to have met you, or we would have been annihilated." She solemnly shook his hand. "My name is Yi Fu King. I recognized you at the secret realm entrance." Lindsay got straight to the point. "Captain Yi, do you know what is happening in Fiery Mountain Valley?" He spoke softly. "It's inconvenient, but we followed suspicious traces here. I suspect this anomaly is related to the rebel, Lindsay blurted out in surprise. Fu King pointed ahead. We found strange footprints and drag marks. Right after setting up camp, we were attacked by 2 waves of bloodline ants as if they were being driven. He pondered, deducing that the rebel was operating in secret, possibly luring this upheaval. He asked curiously how far the traces extend, and she said about 2 kilometers to the northwest. Fu King asked suspiciously, you don't mean to go in, do you? Lindsay replied indifferently, I want to go take a look. And Li Hao exclaimed in fear, that's too dangerous. Lai Bo hurriedly advised, it would be better to go out and report to the Beast Tamer Association before handling it. He calmly analyzed, waiting would be too late, their plot is almost complete. Lindsay gave a reassuring signal, I've already informed the investigation team, I'll go ahead to stall them. Fu King firmly insisted on going together, then turned to angrily order her subordinates to take the wounded and retreat. She confidently affirmed she could not watch her savior face danger, and that she had reconnaissance experience. Lindsay quickly waved his hand in denial, then silently admired her, she is indeed very experienced. Right after that, Lindsay threw an item to Fu King, and hurriedly said this was soul power medicine. She should drink it and prepare, they would depart in half an hour. She took the medicine bottle, smiled gratefully. Okay, thank you. The scene shifted to a remote, dark cave, the air thick with yin energy. In the corner, corpses were piled up into a horrifying mountain of flesh. Amidst the ruins, a pack of howlers was devouring their prey. They scattered around and ate to their heart's content. Just then, Yin loudly asked about the experiment's progress. A subordinate stammered a report. Most of the young birds had matured. Only a few hours left until completion. He narrowed his eyes and pressed for the numbers. The subordinate respectfully replied, there were currently 425, with 389 already mature. Yan was displeased and roared, demanding they speed up the incubation process. He wanted to see 1,000 crying beaks the day after tomorrow. The group of subordinates looked at each other in confusion. A representative gritted his teeth and explained that the great blood ant migration meant they didn't have enough fertilizer. He flew into a rage, cursing loudly, saying if they lacked it, they should go find more. Did he have to teach them this too? The subordinates, terrified, knelt and begged the Lord to calm his anger. We will go find it immediately and ensure we fully meet your requirements. Hearing this, Yen coldly threatened they had better complete the task, or he would use them as nutrients for the crying beaks. The subordinates chorused their agreement. When he was alone, he gritted his teeth and cursed, those 2 idiots, Mo and Yu. They couldn't even deal with an 18-year-old student and let the investigation team catch them. He clicked his tongue. Trash was truly trash. Since things had come to this, he had to personally teach the Beast Tamer Association a lesson. But that brat Lin Zi was quite interesting. Suddenly, a subordinate ran in panic to report Lord Yan. There is an issue. He asked dazedly what it was. The pale subordinate tremblingly recounted that there was an intruder, very strong, and the outer guards and the howlers were almost wiped out. At that moment, a bone-piercing chill suddenly descended straight onto the position of the howlers. As Snow Maiden gracefully glided past the corpses, the system displayed that the Snow Maiden's maturity level had increased, allowing the unlocking of new skills. There was extreme ice, dealing area damage, ice attack causing explosion, unlock cost 500 points, bone spike ray, single target, dealing high damage and weakening, cost 500 points, Ice Dragon Break, multi-lock target, crystallizes Ice Dragon dealing immense damage, cost 800 points. Looking at the status board, Lin Zi was satisfied. Real combat was truly the best catalyst. He had 3 very powerful new skills and still had 4,650 achievement points. Without any hesitation, he proactively pressed the confirm button. Seeing the howler corpses scattered around, Fu King was stunned. It had been hard to find this place, and they were attacked as soon as they entered. She curiously asked Lin Zi what he thought. Lin Zi reasoned with a serious face he had never seen it before, but the suspect was the Red Moon Society. They were breeding artificial evil-type pets. Fu King was horrified and exclaimed, the Red Moon Society. The situation was more serious than she thought. Just then, he suddenly sensed something from behind. Lin Zi cautiously warned that something was coming, and there was quite a number. In front of them was a group of monsters flickering in and out of the shadows. Next, they ferociously stepped out from within the darkness. In the blink of an eye, the entire group of demons had fully appeared. Seeing this, Fu King screamed in fright, demon type, be careful. The Red Moon member delightfully displayed a bloodthirsty expression. Found you too, you damned rats. Leader gave the signal, hell has no door yet you barged in, daring to lay hands on our precious experimental subjects. He stared intently at the targets. Just in time, we were lacking fat. Leader arrogantly taunted. Becoming the flesh and blood of the howlers is an honor. Having said that, he viciously launched an attack, soul power surging. Fu King said firmly, if you want to fight, don't dawdle. Since we dared to come, what is there to fear? He spat out a curse, bitch, you got lucky and dared to be cocky. Amidst the chaotic battle, Lindsay silently pierced his soul arrow skill straight through the leader's body. He died and collapsed to the ground. He sternly pointed at the electric current energy flow. Lindsay quickly realized this emblem was indeed that of the Red Moon Society. Just then, he was startled as he glanced down. The notification board displayed the achievement Chaos Bane 1. First time killing a Chaos Bringer. Reward 500 points and a high-grade soul power medicine. Looking at the reward, Lindsay marveled. They even had this kind of achievement, and it was a series. Without hesitation, he directed, Snow Maiden, destroy those demon-type beasts and then bind those two. Snow Maiden immediately obeyed and cast Extreme Chain and Ice Dragon Break, in a blink successfully binding the Red Moon members. They were stunned, struggling and roaring. How is this possible? This guy is just a little brat. The Red Moon member writhed in pain and moaned in despair. Fu King exclaimed in amazement, such powerful skills, he used Soul Spirit so masterfully. Its power wasn't inferior to her 6 major lightning pattern's secret puppets. She calmly walked closer. At this moment, Lindsay asked coldly, Talk, what are these monsters? What is your goal? He stubbornly cursed, saying he couldn't tell. Upon hearing this, he snapped his fingers lightly, firing a sharp magic trace that embedded itself straight into his forehead. Lindsay warned with a glare, that was a warning, talk or not. The remaining one panicked and begged, I'll tell you everything, don't kill me. We were ordered to cultivate the Flesh Howler experimental bodies. He hastily confessed, the newly cultivated Flesh Howlers were demon-type pets. Their reproduction method was completely different from normal. It reproduces by splitting itself to increase numbers. Mature individuals reach a maximum of the 6th grade level, 5th segment. Our superiors were very satisfied and ordered cultivation. Flesh Howlers need a lot of flesh and blood to reproduce, so this place was chosen. Lindsay deduced, this was reasonable. The blood ants met demand. Fu King nodded, no wonder the ants migrated from Lishuang Valley. Lindsay probed, asking the goal. The Red Moon member added, Lord Yan's plan was to wait until enough Flesh Howlers were incubated to attack the Ningjiang branch of the Beast Tamer Association. He was startled, eyes wide open. What? She frowned and cursed. A bunch of lunatics. He sobbed and pleaded. He had told everything he knew. Could he be spared? As soon as he finished, a tentacle pierced through the chest of the Red Moon member. Yan angrily stepped out and cursed. A bunch of trash, can't even watch the gate. He roared madly, daring to barge into Red Moon Society territory. You damn beasts, I will skin you alive. Yan saw the scattered Howler corpses, his achievements destroyed. He gritted his teeth in anger, investing so many resources to reach this scale. He stared at the two, asking himself furiously, because of 2 beasts everything is lost. Recognizing their faces, he pointed accusingly with hatred, Lindsay, you damned brat, capturing my men, ruining the plan. Yan viciously ordered his pet. Old and new grudges will be settled today. Immediately, Bai Xu's tentacles all shot towards them. Snow Maiden quickly focused and summoned her spirit, the lament of Snow Maiden. In an instant, a layer of ice enveloped the tentacles, trying to freeze them. The tentacles suddenly emitted a blazing red flame, blasting away the ice layer. Lindsay frowned and analyzed fire counters ice. Level suppression, a head-on fight with Snow Maiden would only be a loss. At that moment, Lai Wen decisively unleashed his lightning-infused technique, the Lai Wen secret puppet lightning burst. Xiaoshu swiftly charged into the flames. When the 2 streams of lightning and fire energy collided, a deafening explosion rang out. Seeing the danger, Fu King turned and suggested, I will deal with the blazing flame phantom body. Leave that octopus to you. Lindsay nodded hesitantly, understood, but he clearly commanded his spirit beast, the Earth Spirit. As soon as it appeared, the Earth was struck by a powerful sweep from the opponent. At the same time, Li Hao's group was startled by the violent aftershocks. They curiously turned around. What happened? That is the guild leader and Lindsay. Back on the main battlefield, the erupting clash caused Chen Hang to create a massive hole leading up to the sky. Stood on the back of the golem and outlined a strategy. The cave is narrow, its tentacles have the advantage. We cannot use long-range skills. Fu King agreed, smart. A wider battlefield gives us more options. Lindsay urged fiercely, do not let them rest, attack. The Snow Maiden and the Earth skillfully executed the skills Frozen Dragon Break and Polar Chain. A storm of mixed energy, along with a magnetic burst, shot out from the epicenter. The pressure of the attack was so tremendous that even the golem was heavily shaken. Standing high above, he thought, the Soul Clip can help the Snow Maiden, but it is rare to face a high-level opponent, so I will let them fight on their own for now. At the center of the battle, the Snow Maiden stood firm, clasping her hands before her chest. She did not hesitate to unleash her power aimed at the octopus, Bone East Ray Thread. Within seconds, it was tightly bound by chains. Seizing the opportunity, the Earth activated its combat state and leaped in with the Ghost General form. It ferociously punched a hole through the octopus's head. The moment of victory. The system updated. Growth points are sufficient to unlock new skills. Evolution conditions are met. Unlock Glacier Lance, a single target skill with high damage and a shatter effect, costing 300 achievement points. Rock Shield, a single target defense skill that creates a rock crystal shield, costing 500 points. Seismic Shock, an area of effect skill skill that creates a central shockwave with a slow effect costing 800 points. Lindsay hesitated slightly, then directly pressed to unlock all of them. Recalling he thought smugly, before setting out, the Earth Spirit had already noted all the materials needed for evolution. Now I just need to meet the growth requirements to evolve immediately. A second later, the Earth officially transformed evolution state, Nyan Divine Weapon. The Divine Weapon had the attributes of Rock and Ghost Spirit Systems, rank 5 stage 7, with 0% growth. The next evolution form, Rock God General, requires 100% growth, 10 intermediate elemental origin stones, and 1 Skyframe Falling Iron Man. Seeing this, Yan was stunned with envy, evolving in the middle of a fight. This guy sure has good luck. Sensing the pressure, Fu King marveled. Its aura is approaching the 6th belt. It almost jumped a whole belt rank after evolving. How is that possible? Lindsay merely cast a calm glance. He explained calmly, when the stone monster first evolved, I realized its potential was immense. It is the same evolution, but its rank has always been far superior to what is in the novels. Without hesitation, Lindsay clearly commanded Divine Weapon. Let me see your strength. It received the order, concentrated power into its fist, and smashed downward, seismic shock. At that moment, the octopus was shaken and fell into the deep pit. At the same time, Lai Wen unleashed the Willow Skull Strike. Seeing the overwhelming power, Yen cowered in fear. He refused to give up and struggled. Brat, do not think this is enough to deal with me. As soon as he spoke, the bodies of the wailing howlers suddenly began to tremble. Rotting flesh began to move, converge, and transform into a disgusting, slimy liquid mass. After just a few breaths, the heterogeneous blood flesh swelled and mutated into a towering giant monster. Yen exclaimed excitedly, today, none of you are leaving here alive. He slowly took a box out of his clothes. Seeing this, she quickly warned Lindsay, look at the wooden box in his hand. Fu King was terrified. What the hell is that? Yen said gleefully, the blood origin fruit, originally prepared for the raid on the Beast Tamer Association branch. Never thought I would use it on you two now. Without hesitation, he directly crushed it, releasing tens of thousands of vengeful souls that flew against the sky. She frowned and covered her nose. That stench is deadly. Lindsay narrowed his eyes, realizing this miasma is not right. At that moment, the wailing howler absorbed all the evil souls into its body, thousands of strands of black energy twisting and rushing in, piercing through its skin and flesh wildly. After absorbing the energy, the wailing howler suddenly froze. Next, its body began to rot and melt into liquid. The four-limbed wailing howler felt an invisible suction from within. Lindsay quickly directed, it is undergoing restructure evolution. Interrupt it. Fu King decisively agreed. Okay. He shot a magic spell straight at it, Soul Clip. Instantly, the attack pierced straight through the wailing howler's body. However, it was unharmed and regenerated itself. Within seconds, the wailing howler had perfectly completed its restructure. She was astonished. Its recovery speed is incredible. Lindsay calmly refuted, that is not recovery, but a flexible state during the reconstruction process. The effectiveness of physical and energy attacks has been significantly reduced. He decided to defeat it, we need a lethal blow. Yan boasted arrogantly, do not waste your hopes. The Origin Blood Heart Tribute is a rare enhancement artifact that can break the rent of a pet beast. Under its effect, the Bloodflesh Howler has reached rank 7, stage 4. Fu King was terrified, rank 7. That is outrageous. Lindsay sneered mockingly, only rank 7 stage 4? She stared wide-eyed in shock. What did you just say, only? He roared in anger, brat, what do you mean by that? Standing under the moonlight, Lindsay calmly exposed the truth. You used the demon dragon to guard the gate and secretly built a secret room to raise demon-type pets. If you think the Crimson Earth secret realm is related to me, then you should understand clearly. I even dealt with 2 mature 8-belt demon dragons, let alone this defective artificial product of yours. Without hesitation, he directly ordered Fusion Spirit Technique. Instantly, the Snow Maiden and the Divine Weapon merged into one, creating an overwhelming entity. The system reported Giant Spirit, current rank 7 stage 4. Duration 60 seconds. Lindsay smiled with satisfaction. The Giant Spirit also rose to rank 7 stage 4. Looks like I can save 1 Berserk card. Yen fumed, how can the rank increase so much? The report said this brat's fusion form was only at rank 6. He hurriedly turned around and muttered, where there are mountains, there is wood. Once I get out of here, I must report this strange behavior to the lords. At that moment, he was startled and stopped his movement. Seeing his feet frozen, Yan panicked. Why, I cannot move at all. He dazedly looked up. In seconds, Yan and the Wailing Howler were completely frozen by the technique, Netherfrost Polar Domain. Suddenly, the massive block of ice high above plunged straight down, delivering a fatal blow. It smashed heavily into the ground, creating a horrifying explosion that swept everything away. Dawn broke, and Li Hao led the way, following the planned direction. Upon arrival, a valley filled with smoke and dust appeared before their eyes. The entire team bound to look below. The ravaged battlefield, piled high with countless shattered rocks, made Uncle Lai cover his face in self-blame for arriving late. Faced with the desolation, Wu Yan exclaimed in shock. This level of destruction was hard to believe. Suddenly, Lindsay happily waved his hand from one side. "Good morning, Captain. This time I went a bit overboard. Sorry to trouble you with bringing people to help." He asked in astonishment, "Did you really capture one alive?" This man is Zhao Yan, an executive of the Red Moon Society with strength at the 6th tier. Looking at the scene, Wu Yan pointed a trembling finger. "Do you mean?" He asked in confusion about the mountain peak and the scattered debris on the ground. All of it was done by the two of them. King explained swiftly. It was mainly Lindsay, she barely helped. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead. This was truly exaggerated. If they arrived later, even the entire E-grade secret realm would have been destroyed. He ordered the scene to be sealed off and every piece of evidence recorded. Everyone immediately began gathering information. While waiting for results, Wu Yan analyzed and gave thanks. The Red Moon Society dared to conduct experiments within the secret realm. It's fortunate you stopped them in time, otherwise Ningjiang would be in great chaos. I will file a report to request rewards. He clearly acknowledged the situation. The location of the secret base was thanks to Captain Yi's team's surveillance. He solemnly handed over a business card and an invitation to join the investigation unit of the Beast Tamer Association. Your abilities are most needed. Li Hao urged. That is a prestigious investigation unit. Hurry and accept. He quietly observed Lindsay's expression. Seeing him calm, Wu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, a normal reaction. He softened his tone and asked about her. Lindsay calmly said she could decide for herself, no need to mind him. Fu King nodded in understanding. She smiled and agreed to join the investigation unit. Before leaving, Fu King told him to contact her if anything came up. Lindsay nodded in agreement. Wu Yan patted his shoulder, saying to leave the handling to them. He waved goodbye. At the trading post, Lindsay collected his spoils of war and documents to exchange for money. With money, he bought evolution materials for the dragon beast, so many that even the spatial ring could not hold them all. Back home, he lay tiredly sprawled on the bed. The materials were enough. Next was to increase the growth rate. The 3-day holiday ended. Time to go to school. The next morning in the lecture hall, looking at the empty classroom, Lindsay was baffled, wondering if he had come to the wrong place. Guanning sulkily scolded him for not checking his phone. She held up the screen, questioning why he hadn't seen the school's notice about the extended holiday. Lindsay reluctantly explained he hadn't looked at it for days while in the secret realm. The schedule adjustment was probably related to Tsingtao's collusion with the Red Moon Society. He dazedly wondered what to do next, or if he should just clear another secret realm. Guanning and Guosini looked at each other helplessly and sighed. Guosini suggested exploring a ruin. Guanning said Liu Man and Gulang Yan were also coming. She enthusiastically introduced that ruins were locations left over from great disasters. Unlike secret realms, ruins existed directly within the real world. A newly discovered relic in Doan City, where someone had found artifacts and rare pet beast eggs. The environment inside was very suitable for pet beast growth. Guo Sini grabbed his hand and taunted him, asking if the president would like to come along. Lindsay shrugged in agreement, asking when they would depart. The two girls excitedly high-fived and set the date for tomorrow. At the bustling central station, Lindsay's group boarded the train one by one. At that moment, he subconsciously turned his head to look behind him. Lindsay caught the gaze of a man with a scar on his face. The train conductor respectfully asked Colonel Meng Long why he had come. Meng Long warned that there had been many abnormal attacks by ferocious beasts along the route recently. He reported that the entire train system had been thoroughly inspected 3 times, ensuring safety. On the train, Lindsay's group chatted happily. Lindsay gazed dazedly at the scenery, comparing this world to the one before. Trains were not common, only connecting the major cities, and were considered a luxury form of transport. The wilderness was dangerous. The train was equipped with spatial armor to protect the passengers. A sense of unease rose within him. He had a feeling something would happen in that perilous wilderness. The armored train had already traveled quite a distance. Bored, Lindsay stood up and asked to go buy drinks for everyone. The girls happily agreed. Just as he left the table, he bumped into Liu He. That man wasn't watching where he was going, yet even had the attitude, cursing his bad luck. Lindsay silently brushed past him, knowing the man did it on purpose but chose not to mind. His eyes fell on the man's silver-grade beast tamer badge. Lindsay turned away coldly, not wanting to cause further trouble. Outside, the train sped along the tracks. After buying the drinks, he returned to the train carriage. Just as Liu He was about to bump into Guanning, Man knocked his hand away. He showed no courtesy and loudly ordered him to leave. He pretended to back off, saying he only wanted to get to know them and invite them to the ruin together. Liu He stroked his badge, arrogantly emphasizing he was a silver-grade beast tamer, promising to protect them. Lang Yan slowly closed her book. She coldly dismissed him, saying she wasn't used to forming teams with strangers. Guanning chimed in, asking if he didn't understand human language. Yet the moment she saw Lindsay return, her attitude shifted immediately. He was finally back. Hurry over here. Liu He gritted his teeth and looked at him with eyes full of jealousy. 4 beautiful girls accompanying this brat. Did he even deserve it? Lindsay showed no courtesy, shrugged the guy's shoulder telling him to move aside. He was blocking the way. Liu He flew into a rage and rushed over to grab his collar, daring to touch me. I am a silver-ranked beast tamer. Lindsay hadn't had time to reply when the train suddenly braked sharply. He lost his balance and fell heavily to the floor, a look of confusion on his face. The person in charge announced over the speaker that the train had entered a storm area expected to pass in 10 minutes. His attempt to chat up the girl having failed, he had to sulk back to his seat, thinking he would settle the score with that punk after passing this area. Just as he sat down, Li Xiaojun came from behind asking Liu He what was going on. Liu He invited her inside, glossing over it with a smile saying it was nothing, just a minor incident. Li Xiaojun had no suspicion, replying that she traveled this route often so she was used to it. Liu He laughed along, saying it was good that she wasn't scared. He added, only rich young masters treat the train like public transport. Seeing her happy, he moved closer asking what she found so amusing. She softly replied, news about her idol Lindsay, the top student of Ningjiang Academy, was truly impressive. Hearing this, Lindsay squinted his eyes and laughed arrogantly, saying only young girls would be into inexperienced students. He claimed to be a silver-ranked beast tamer, too busy training for such frivolous matters. Before his words ended, the entire train carriage shook violently. Go Xinyi almost fell. Man quickly grabbed her hand to steady her. On the other side, Lindsay swiftly pulled Guanning into his arms, telling her to hold on tight. Lang Yan had just steadied herself when she anxiously asked him, was this normal? She firmly denied it. Absolutely not. I have taken this route 5 times, and even the strongest storms never caused such a terrifying impact. She stated with a serious tone. The train was definitely under attack. Sure enough, outside appeared a swarm of Atla, giant thunder attribute insects, 8 spans long at 4 segments. From the sky, Atla flew down from below. Lava attribute stone scorpions crawled over, 4 spans long at 1 segment. The Atla directed lightning strikes straight at the train, causing half of the carriages to overturn. The passengers were tossed about, screaming in panic. That section of the train fell off the tracks. In the end, half the train overturned, and the swarm of insects and scorpions immediately flooded in. Terrified passengers shouted that ferocious beasts were attacking, the screams causing everyone to panic. They cried out, where was the military? Where were the beast tamers? Save us. Liu He, who had been putting on airs moments before, was now trembling and hiding under a table. Li Xiaojun hurriedly urged him. Liu He, you are a silver-ranked beast tamer. Take action quickly. Right at that moment, a stone scorpion broke through the train ceiling. The people in the carriage screamed in terror, it's coming in. Li Xiaojun unfortunately became its closest target. She stared wide-eyed as the stone scorpion lunged at her, only able to shriek in fear saying no. Just as it was about to grab her, a flash of light streaked past, blinding everyone. She hurriedly turned her head back. Lindsay shouted loudly to reassure everyone, don't be afraid, stand behind me all of you. Lindsay slowly observed. The carriage was cramped. The guardian spirit only offered passive defense. He quickly decided to deal with the ferocious beasts and then move outside. He shouted loudly, Snow Maiden. Snow Maiden immediately appeared, unleashing a blizzard. Several stone scorpions froze simultaneously, and she clenched her hand tightly. That action caused them to shatter into pieces of ice. Li Xiaojun stared at Snow Maiden in astonishment, exclaiming, how amazing. Guanning immediately went over to ask the older sister if she was injured. Li Xiaojun, supported by her, had eyes full of gratitude. I'm fine, thank you. Liu He then clumsily crawled out from under the table, reaching out to explain, asking if she was okay. He claimed he had been trying to observe the ferocious beast's weak points to find an opportunity to protect her. Li Xiaojun avoided him with disgust, firmly refusing to let him touch her. She detested his excuse, her face full of disappointment. Guanning saw his shamelessness and exposed him, saying when the ferocious beast charged he was trembling under the chair, and now he dares to speak. He was struck at his sore spot, frozen and unable to retort. Train carriage shook again, and Li Xiaojun staggered. Guanning shouted loudly, don't be afraid, stand firm. Lindsay quickly went outside to check the situation, seeing the towering ferocious beasts trying to overturn the carriage. Sure enough, on the side of the train, a stone scorpion was gripping it with its pincers. Right at that moment, the sound of Meng Long shouting loudly rang out, stop. A beam of light pierced straight up from below. He had summoned the light attribute Flash Silver Dragon, 8 spans long at 2 segments. He yelled at the swarm of insects daring to attack the train with concentrated fire. Just as his words ended, someone rushed over frantically, reporting to Major General Meng. The insect tide was increasing, they couldn't kill them all. He urgently reported the train's defense system could only handle common-grade insects. The current scale exceeded the limit. The defense line would collapse in at most 10 minutes. Facing the critical situation, Meng Long decisively ordered a large-scale attack. This organized assault was surely commanded by a leader ferocious beast. With that, he leaped onto Flash Silver's back, going to deal with the leader beast. He told everyone to stay put and hold the line, protect the passengers, and wait for his return. The man acknowledged the order. Over here, Man was busy supporting an old man, telling him to take it easy, she would guide him. On the other side, Guosini was trying her best to calm a mother and child. Don't be scared. She said they were Beast Tamer students from Ningjang Academy. They would definitely protect everyone. Guan Ning gently guided Li Xiaojun inside the shield, telling her to wait there. With the guardian spirit, the ferocious beasts could not harm her. Before she could answer, her gaze happened to land on Linzi, and Li Xiaojun immediately recognized her idol. She blushed and stared at him. It was also him who had saved her just now. Niang Shiki stayed close to Linzi. Seeing the approaching demon beasts, it let out a fierce growl. He gently patted its head, saying the guardian spirit was enough to fend off low-grade ferocious beasts. This was a perfect opportunity to increase its growth rate. Linzi ordered. It was its turn to shine, guard the perimeter, and use these bugs to level up. In an instant, Niang Stone transformed into a larger form. It opened its mouth and let out a sky-shaking roar, causing the scorpions to retreat cautiously. A passenger was stunned seeing this and exclaimed, "A dragon." A woman happily said, "It's a beast tamer contracted with a demon dragon. We are saved." Niang Stone opened its mouth again and gathered an energy sphere. Waiting for the demon beast to charge all at once, it immediately unleashed its attack. The energy sphere collided with the demon beasts, splitting into fireballs. The train conductor saw it from afar and rejoiced, saying there was still a powerful beast tamer on board. The young man beside him recognized him as Lin Zi, the beast tamer prodigy from Ningjang Academy. But at the same time, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky. Flash Silver was hit and fell from the sky. Meng Long, sitting on Flash Silver's back, spat blood because of it. He and the conductor immediately shouted, "Major General Meng." The ship captain quickly jumped into the pit to catch Meng Long and asked, "How are you?" Seeing him continuously coughing, his face turned serious. "Given your strength along with Spark Silver Dragon at 8 rings, 2 sections, how could you be so severely injured? It is unbelievable." Meng Long forced himself up again. This Atlas giant worm at leader rank had strength 2 sections higher than Spark Silver Dragon. He said resolutely, "Not just 1 but 2. Hearing this, the captain asked in shock, "What, 2 8-ring, 4-section beasts?" More dark clouds began to gather in the sky. Just as Spark rose, another bolt of lightning struck its body. This time Spark stood firm stubbornly. Meng Long looked up, unknowingly clenching his teeth. "This is deadly." Spark took another hit, then directly fell down. Meng Long immediately ran over. Spark Silver Dragon was formidable in single combat, but now had to face 2 8-ring, 4-section beasts. He lifted it heartbroken, his eyes filled with pain. With such severe wounds, it seemed it had almost lost its combat strength. At that moment, Lin Zi spoke from behind. "Maybe this can help you." He walked over from behind, then slowly brought out a vial of medicine. This is a recovery potion that can instantly heal wounds on a pet, restoring its combat ability. Meng Long reached out to take it while looking at this young brother and asking, "Who are you?" His subordinate immediately exclaimed, "He is Lin Zi, top student of Jiangning Academy." He then looked over at the chaotic battle. "Commander Meng, look, with his help the beast attacking from behind has been controlled." Meng Long looked at Lin Zi again. "I have heard of you, but in person you are even younger than I imagined." He replied with a gentle smile, "Major Strong, we need to deal with the enemy first." Lin Zi added concisely, "My teammates are already helping with the defense on the front line, so no need to worry about the rear." He spoke softly about his situation, "But maintaining the soul guard will drain me continuously." Lin Zi said in a deep voice, "2 Atlas giant worms at leader rank, we each take 1. Quick victory." Meng Long was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Then he slowly narrowed his eyes and smiled, "Fine, good child." With that, Meng Long went to Spark and gently helped it drink the potion. Since things have come to this, I can only trust him. Just after drinking, Spark immediately sprang up. It forcefully rose again, the exhausted look from before completely gone. Meng Long shouted loudly, "The left one is yours, I trust you." Lin Zi quickly nodded understood. He shouted, "Demon Dragon, Demon Dragon, switch target to the Atlas giant worm. Disrupt its attacks from the air." With that, Lin Zi continued to direct Divine Weapon, Demon General Form, charge forward to clear a path for Snow Maiden. Turn to Snow Maiden, enter the optimal casting range, and look for an opportunity to launch a powerful strike. Right then an Atlas suddenly burrowed up from the ground, the horns on its head beginning to glow brightly. Following that, an energy sphere gradually formed. Immediately after, it fiercely launched the attack toward Demon Dragon. 2 streams of energy collided, causing a massive shockwave. The system instantly reported, "Demon Dragon, growth level increased. Able to unlock skill Petrolic Blood Mist. Requires 800 achievement points. It is a wide area skill that creates blood mist carrying a petrification curse. The greater the target's strength, the more powerful the effect. The faster the petrification speed, the terrifying roar requiring 1000 achievement points is an area skill, emitting a mental wave that plunges the weak-willed into fear. Lindsay's eyes lit up. Finally here, the signature skill of the demon dragon, petrifying blood mist. He did not hesitate to press confirm. The system immediately unlocked it, and the petrifying dragon above promptly used the skill it had just learned. The moment it turned to stone, Lindsay seized the opportunity. Snow Maiden, right now. Snow Maiden received the order and unleashed a powerful attack. The groan of Snow Maiden petrifying the opponent, the system's cold voice rang out. The fusion level increased, unlocking the skill Blood Essence Infiltration, which can forcibly freeze the target and add a curse effect. Lindsay was surprised, another new combination skill, and it was a coordinated attack between Snow Maiden and the demon dragon. His gaze turned towards Snow Maiden, then he looked at the petrifying dragon. So can they also unlock a fusion form? Lindsay immediately ordered the Little Thunder Demon Dragon to use Blood Essence Infiltration. As soon as the words left his mouth, a stream of red smoke surged from all directions. Red smoke grew denser, engulfing the entire pack of magical beasts, and several lava flies immediately dropped with a thud. Lang Yen pushed up his glasses. Go Shinny exclaimed this was Lindsay's new dual pet combination skill, and the others also started shedding their wing feathers. Lindsay watched from a distance. Blood Essence Infiltration only controlled the situation short-term. The Snow Maiden of the 5th stage and the Demon Dragon of the 4th stage were far too outmatched by the 8th stage giant insect leader. He calculated carefully and drew the explosive species card. The giant insect leader had an extremely strong vengeance trait. Once it broke free from control, it would kill all the passengers, so he had to take the opportunity to eliminate it. Lindsay shouted, "Little Thunder, Divine Weapon. Fuse the Spirit Technique." The system quickly registered it and used the explosive species card multiplied by 1. The fusion was complete and the power immediately upgraded. Current Giant Spirit had reached the 8th stage of the 8th grade. The explosive species card effect lasted 60 seconds. The bone pairs on the lava fly's head lit up again, and it unleashed its 10,000 Jun Thunder Blast toward Divine Weapon. Divine Weapon on this side also assumed a combat stance ready. It swung its arm, pulling along a dazzling beam of light. That thrust nullified the lava fly's attack, and Divine Weapon charged in to throw a punch. The lava fly could not dodge in time and took a fatal blow head-on. It let out a shrill cry of panic. Lindsay breathed a sigh of relief. It was over. He reached out and pulled out a stone. Then he forcefully hurled it toward the lava fly. Massive explosion occurred, shaking the entire land. The pressure from the blast pushed back the horde of magical beasts, and Divine Weapon stepped out victorious from the thick smoke. Witnessing passengers were all dumbfounded. The middle-aged man and the woman soothing her child also looked up. Liu, he knelt in fear. What the hell was this? That kid could kill me in one move, yet he dared go provoke him. He was stunned. Was that man's strength even human? Meng Long looked at him approvingly. Kid, well done. As he spoke, he saw several lava flies trying to flee in the sky. Meng Long shouted loudly, "Trying to run. Have you asked my Radiant Silver Dragon for permission?" He ordered the Radiant Silver Dragon to use Holy Light Breath, and the swarm of lava flies endured a devastating strike from the heavens. They fell heavily for losing their ability to glide, but the lava fly still stubbornly struggled back up. Right at that moment, Divine Weapon summoned its weapon and charged toward it. The spear tip pierced through the enemy's skull. The lava fly finally collapsed this time. The magical beasts were destroyed. The space was in ruins. The passengers were dazed. It was over. The person beside trembled. Oh my god, we survived. Divine Weapon withdrew its spear and in a flash appeared beside Snow Maiden. Lindsay hugged the small petrified stone. It was tough work. Take a rest. The system announced the achievement. A hero saving over 1,000 lives, awarded 3,000 points and a hero certification. Lindsay rejoiced. A new achievement chain. In the initial phase, he already had 3,000. Later, it would certainly be more generous. He touched the screen with interest. There was even a hero certification. Lindsay muttered. The hero mode appeared, proof of a courageous feat. Activating it would greatly boost all attributes of the tamer and pets, consuming 1,000 points per minute and adding 500 points afterward. Lindsay's eyes widened, a permanent item to replace the explosive species card. Seeing he already had 3,450 achievement points, he resolved from now on to save points more carefully. Meng Long approached. Kid, this time it's a good thing you were here. He and everyone bowed low. If not for you, over 1,000 passengers would have ended up in the insect's stomach. On behalf of the Federation and the people, I offer my deepest gratitude. Meng Long looked at Lindsay with grateful eyes. You killed an 8th grade ferocious beast beyond your grade. The Federation will not forget. I have already reported to the military headquarters. He smiled. Thank you, Meng Long. At that moment, a child approached and handed over candy. Big brother, thank you for saving us. You are a great hero. After the child spoke, the passengers also bowed in unison to thank you all. You are truly heroes. If not for you, my entire family would be gone. And man helped the old man. No need to be so polite. Guo Xini comforted the crying aunt. This was the right thing to do. Lang Yan gently helped up the person bowing. I thought I was dead for sure. Thank you, everyone. Lindsay saw Guanning smiling mischievously and asked, what is it? She laughed, pleased. I can't believe we saved so many people. The feeling of being a hero is pretty nice. He found it reasonable, squinting his eyes and smiling along. True, the feeling of protecting helping others really is not bad. After Guosini finished comforting, she came to tease Guanning. Don't cling to Lindsay so much. Guanning snorted coldly, if not him, then you? Seeing this, Lindsay felt satisfied for protecting the important ones. Perhaps this was the meaning of getting stronger. Suddenly, a loud call came from behind. Mr. Lindsay, please wait a moment. Liu He stepped forward with a face full of gratitude. Thank you for saving me in the cabin. He frankly admitted he was not a tamer. He just wanted to make friends with everyone. Guanning proactively extended her hand. Of course you can. She introduced her name. Liu He quickly responded, saying his name was Leia Xiaojun. He friendly asked if everyone was heading to Dong City to find the relic fragment. Guanning nodded. That is correct. Liu He reached into his coat. After that, he sincerely handed over a card and said this was his father's business card, who had been doing business here for many years and had a wide network, so if anyone ran into trouble in Dong City, this card would help. Lindsay took it with an unchanged expression and replied perfunctorily, thank you, that was kind of you. But Guanning's eyes lit up at that moment because she recognized it as real gold. Due to the attack by ferocious beasts, the train was severely damaged, so everyone had to stop on the spot and wait for rescue, and by the time the rescue team arrived to fix the engine, a whole night had passed. Fortunately, after the train resumed its journey, there were no more ferocious beast attacks. Although it was a day behind schedule, everyone finally arrived safely at Dong City. When the armored train arrived at the station, the announcer came on the speaker and said, Dear passengers, the train has arrived at Jian City Station. Please take your luggage and get off in an orderly manner. Guanning got off the station and waved to Li Xiaojun. We are going to find a place to rest first. See you later. Liu He also cooperated and replied, okay, keep in touch. Guanning raised both hands excitedly. Finally here, it took effort to get this trip, so first we have to explore all the local delicacies and customs. She generously turned around and said today the senior sister will treat everyone. First have a blast for a day. Tomorrow we will look for the ruins. Upon hearing this, Guo Jingyi jumped up excitedly and shouted long live the senior sister. The subsequent meal was sumptuous and varied. Guanning said cheerfully, let's begin. Don't anyone expect to keep a slim figure. Over on the other side, Man gleefully took a big bite and started to eat. Guo Xinyi's eyes sparkled. It looks delicious just by looking. I won't stand on ceremony. Everyone ate and drank their fill together. Lindsay sat sipping fruit juice, thinking that his nerves had been tense lately, but taking this opportunity to relax a bit was good. Then he cast his gaze into the distance. There stood a building with an extremely peculiar architectural style. Lindsay was dazed looking at it. The building was quite unique, not like an ordinary office. Lang Yan also noticed it and asked the senior sister if she knew what the huge green tower in the center was. She gently explained that it was the symbol of Dong City, the Soul Tower, belonging to the Beast Tamer Association. Lindsay looked at Lang Yan indifferently. Soul Tower. Inside the tall tower in the city center, a voice narrated about the ancient secret realm from the Great Cataclysm. The Soul Tower has 7 trial floors, comparable to the sky-piercing tower in the capital, and is recognized by the Federation as a standard measurement for the talent of young beast tamers. Lang Yan's eyes became somewhat serious. She slightly lowered her head and said in a deep voice that the first rule was the age limit. Only those under 25 could participate. Suddenly Lang Yan looked straight at everyone and shouted, Second, most importantly, summoning tamed beasts is forbidden inside the tower. Only soul techniques are allowed. Upon hearing this, everyone exclaimed in unison, huh? And Man couldn't help her curiosity, leaning on the table and asking, forbidding tamed beasts. Why such a strange rule? Wouldn't a beast tamer's power be reduced by more than half? Guo Xinyi lowered her eyes in thought. Soul techniques were originally not the forte of beast tamers, but among peers our age, we are already considered not bad. Lindsay sat nearby silently looking at her. Guo Xinyi continued, Lindsay not only has 6 bands of soul power but also 8 bands of soul guardian. This rule is clearly made for him. Lindsay gently lifted his glass of water. Anyway, since we are here, why not go see the entrance of the Soul Tower? Even if we don't challenge it, we can still check it out. Lang Yan quietly adjusted her glasses and replied, I am also very interested. Hearing this, everyone was excited. Let's go, let's see how many floors Lindsay can climb. Great, after eating we will set off. The sky was clear blue without a single cloud. Under the tall tower, many people were queuing up to enter. Everything was orderly, with many security guards strictly guarding the surroundings. Everyone registered one by one in front of the staff. While queuing, a panicked voice came from afar. Young master, little ancestor, walk slowly. Don't be in such a hurry. Cheng Ru swaggered through the crowd with both hands in his pockets. He was a silver beast tamer of the Tong family. He suddenly stopped and turned to ask the person behind him, Uncle Yuan, how many floors the Soul Tower can I storm this time? Yuan Wei quickly flattered, the young master is exceptionally gifted. This time he will surely surpass the 6th floor and enter the top 10 of the star-stepping stele. He was a gold beast tamer of the Tong family. Receiving the praise, Cheng Ru became even more arrogant, put his hands behind his head and said, You have good eyes, I think so too. Then he looked at the long queue and ordered, Why are there so many useless people today? Move, clear the way for the young master. No strength to queue with them. The old man behind him solemnly replied, Understood, young master. Next, Yuan Wei stepped forward and shouted loudly, startling everyone, "All people in front move aside. Make way for the young master." A man turned around and asked who was so arrogant, telling people to move aside. The person next to him frowned, probably a powerful family in Don City. Suddenly a tall man stepped forward in front of Yuan Wei, pointed at him and yelled, "On what basis must we make way? The Soul Tower has its own rules. Is your young master some kind of heavenly king?" Surrounding people also pointed and whispered, "That's right, if you want privileges, go home," daring to cut in line in front of the association and the Federation military. Think Don City is your own backyard. At this moment Yuan Wei released his killing intent. His eyes flashed with anger. "This gentleman is the eldest young master of the Tong family. Please show some leniency." A summoner wielding a scythe appeared behind him. He showed no fear towards the crowd. It appeared suddenly, holding a long scythe. It was an 8-band ghost summoner. The people who had just spoken were now astonished and exclaimed, "An 8-band ghost spirit beast tamer? He is a gold beast tamer of the Tong family. That young master is precisely Cheng Rui." A man lowered his face and muttered uncomfortably, "No wonder he is so arrogant. Even the servant is a gold. Who would dare to provoke him?" They had to move aside on both sides to make way, letting them go first, relying solely on power. Disgusting. Keep your voice down. Don't get heard. Cheng Rui strutted forward. Everyone just watched silently. The female staff at the counter felt somewhat uncomfortable but dared not speak up. He arrogantly pointed up to the sky and shouted disdainfully, "See, this is done so early. Do these useless people deserve to queue with the young master?" Seeing Lindsay's group standing in front, he yelled to drive them away. "You people have no eyes. Get out of the way now." His group was registering and turned back to see him causing trouble. "Didn't you hear the young master wants to challenge first? Why aren't you moving?" The female staff finally couldn't take it anymore, stood up and advised, "Young Master Tong, their information is half registered. Just wait a little bit. It will be done soon." Cheng Rui frowned in displeasure, "And if not, then what?" The female staff member, unyielding, raised her hand and sternly replied, "The Soul Tower rules require everyone to queue up for registration. Even the heir of the Tong family cannot break the rules." Seeing the situation was not good, Yuan Wei quickly intervened, "Young master, this is a staff member of the Beast Tamer Association. Don't have a direct conflict. They cannot be offended." He then turned to Lindsay's group and sneered, "Can't touch the association, but can touch you lot. One look and you're clearly country bumpkins." Faced with Cheng Rui's harsh words, the whole group showed displeasure. He continued to order arrogantly, "Wise up and lead your people away from the registration desk. Don't waste the young master's time, or don't blame me for throwing you out of the square." Lindsay gently closed his eyes, lowered his head and chuckled lightly at Cheng Rui's action. Seeing him laugh at him, the men angrily shouted, "What are you laughing at? Want to die?" Lindsay crossed his arms and looked at Cheng Rui with interest, challenging him, "Nothing much. I am just curious to ask one thing. How exactly are you planning to throw us out?" Everyone worried for him. This kid is crazy, daring to confront the Tong family young master head-on. He's done for. Despite the noise around, he remained calm, staring intently at Cheng Rui. Yuan Wei spoke up at this moment, his face pitch black. On his side, the summoner appeared. "Kid, you refused a toast only to drink a forfeit? Summoner Reaper, teach him a lesson." Speaking, Yuan Wei suddenly froze, his eyes wide with shock. He quickly turned his head around to look, thinking to himself, what kind of person is emitting such a powerful pressure? A commanding voice sounded, drawing everyone's attention. "The Soul Tower is under the Beast Tamer Association. Fighting and disrupting public order are strictly prohibited." Ren Hankyu, with the sun perched on his shoulder, majestically walked through the crowd, slowly advancing. "Anyone who disturbs the trial will be severely punished." Seeing him, the old man immediately retracted his aura, exclaiming in surprise, "Why was Ren Hankyu here?" Cheng Rui behind him grumbled uncomfortably. Why did the old man have to show up at this time? Ren Hankyu looked at the two and loudly reminded, "No exceptions. If you continue to cause trouble, your trial qualifications will be revoked." Then he happily turned to Lin Zi's group and asked, "Are you guys from out of town?" He quickly replied, "Yes, may I ask who you are?" Ren Hankyu chuckled and introduced himself. "I am an elder of the Giant City Beast Tamer Association. Since we have fate, let me introduce the Soul Tower." Ren Hankyu turned to the distant tall tower and slowly explained, "The Soul Tower only allows one person to challenge at a time. Passing a floor will light up the corresponding light. Outsiders can track the progress." He and Lindsay arrived at the foot of the tower. A large stele appeared. "This is the star-stepping stele, the leaderboard of the Soul Tower." On the surface of the stele, the words immediately appeared, and he continued that the names of the top 100 challengers would automatically show up on it. Guanning curiously stepped forward, looked up at the stele and asked if the first rank had only passed the 6th floor, meaning no one had ever gotten past the 7th floor before. He suddenly appeared behind Guanning and said that was right. Summoning pets was forbidden in the tower, causing most beast tamers to lose their strength, so passing the 6th floor already made them top geniuses. After a while of chatting, Ren Hankyu turned to look at Lin Lindsay, telling him that after registration he could start the challenge, and wished them satisfying results. Lindsay nodded in thanks for the senior's reminder. Guan Ning stepped forward and pushed Lindsay's shoulder, playfully demanding that he get first place to show them a performance. Guo Xinyi also came over to chime in, saying to share his results when he came out. Lindsay turned his head and smiled carelessly. "Alright, then I'll go in first." Suddenly, the staff member approached Ren Hankyu and curiously asked why he had personally come to the Soul Tower today. His gaze was fixed straight ahead, and he replied with a blank expression that he heard from Yu Yan that their side had a young genius who had just arrived in Dome City. He guessed the kid would come to the Soul Tower, so he came to take a look. The staff member also followed his gaze and asked if he meant the person who just walked in. Ren Hankyu smiled softly and whispered that he was really curious to see how far that boy would go. As he stepped into the tower, the system displayed a notification for the first floor of the Soul Tower, welcoming the challenger to the trial. The current floor was 1 out of 7, and the requirement was to pass by going up to the second floor stairs. He silently looked around, muttering to himself that just stepping up the stairs, the trial certainly would not be that easy. From the darkness, bright flashes of lightning lit up, and a ferocious dragon might appeared, roaring a threat and blocking the stairs. Facing the pressure of the dragon might, Lindsay did not flinch, smiling softly as he muttered that it was a test of the soul before the dragon might. What a coincidence! His soul's strength was strongest in this area. Outside the tower, Cheng Rui was leisurely sitting on a chair, sneering that a country bumpkin from elsewhere dared to challenge him. He suspected that guy could not get past the first floor. As soon as he finished speaking, a floor of the tower suddenly lit up brightly. Both Yuan Wei standing beside him and he were shocked and exclaimed, "That fast." The old man quickly steadied his expression, then looked down at Cheng Rui to reassure him, saying the first floor was just a test of dragon might and soul strength. A bronze-level beast Tamer could easily pass it immediately. There was nothing unusual. Hearing that, he sat back down and laughed to comfort himself, saying he naturally knew that. What was the big deal? While Cheng Rui was still smugly daydreaming, another floor lit up. He thought the first floor was just lucky. The second floor was the real fight against a ferocious beast. He wanted to see how that guy would die. However, that floor's light flashed powerfully. Lindsay easily completed it again. Yuan Wei and he were both stunned with their mouths wide open. Cheng Rui widened his eyes and shouted that it had only been a few seconds and he had already passed the second floor. The people around also doubted. The atmosphere became restless. Someone asked if they saw wrong. Passing the second floor in less than 10 seconds, even a 3-star ferocious beast, a silver beast tamer would take that long. Inside the tower, Lindsay had already dealt with the group of ferocious beasts. Preparing to move to the next floor, he was still not tired at all, glanced lightly and calculated that a 3-star ferocious beast only needed 1 soul attack to finish, plus the increased dragon might from the first floor. The system electronic board appeared before Lindsay, announcing congratulations that the challenger had passed the second floor in 3 seconds, and asked if he wanted to go to the next floor. He slowly walked up the stairs, looking forward to seeing what new challenge the third floor would bring. As soon as Lindsay set foot on the next floor, the Black Rock beasts were already waiting in ambush. As soon as they saw him, they attacked without hesitation. Lindsay stood still, looking at the Black Rock beast with a sharp gaze. It was charging forward when suddenly it was struck back by something. With just one move, he defeated the Black Rock beast and moved to the next floor. The system announced he had passed the third floor in 5 seconds and asked if he wanted to continue. As soon as he stepped into the new floor, a desolate scene of an amusement park appeared. Lindsay calmly glanced around and muttered his guess that the scene had completely changed from the first 3 floors. It seemed the challenge on the 4th floor was not simple. As he stood still, a hand suddenly shot out from behind to attack. The Lockjaw demon from behind raised its sharp claws to ambush Lindsay, but he managed to turn around and use a protective barrier. The attacker was thrown far away before it could even touch him. At the same time, the system displayed relevant information. The current floor was 4 out of 7. The requirement was to resist the ferocious beast's attack and complete the kill. Lindsay brushed off dust while recounting the data. Throat-locking demon, a 5-star dark-type ferocious beast, specialized in using complex environments to ambush. The core of this floor was to test the challenger's defensive reactions and adaptability to the environment. He stood still, letting the throat-locking demon move continuously. If he had not reacted fast, he would have been severely injured by that ambush. Lindsay did not care about its speed. If the ambush was not blocked, the challenger would be torn apart by claws before they could counterattack. When facing it head-on, he mentioned its weakness. The throat-locking demon's defense was not high. With just 1 strike, he easily destroyed it. He casually recounted that back then, hundreds of insect beasts could not break through his defense, let alone this tiny throat-locking demon. In an instant, the system board displayed a notification congratulating the challenger for passing the 4th floor in 18 seconds, and asked if he wanted to continue. Previously, Lang Yan had reminded him that passing the 5th floor earned soul points to exchange for treasures. Lindsay remembered her words, only floors 5 and above gave rewards. He crossed his arms with interest, thinking that if the challenge was based on soul techniques, the reward must also be related to soul techniques, and he was really looking forward to that. Zhang Rui observed from another place, hardly able to accept that this brat had passed the 3rd floor. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll just watch you." Then he curled his lips contemptuously, thinking that was all there was to it anyway. Zhang Rui had experienced the floor Lindsay was on. The 4th floor tested by killing the throat-locking demon. 90% of first-time challengers were eliminated right away. It got harder later on. Even if they dodged the first ambush, low soul technique defense would still get them killed. Even he, a genius, had struggled to pass, even failing many times. He did not believe this kid could get through. A staff member next to him probingly asked Ren Hankyu if he thought that guy succeeded in passing the 4th floor. He leisurely asked back what she thought. Hearing that, she expressed her opinion. She had just reviewed Lin Zi's records from the academy competition. His soul vision level was very high. However, she analyzed that strong offensive power did not mean high soul technique defense. If he wanted to train both types of soul techniques to a high level at his age. As she was speaking, the light in the sky suddenly shone. The staff member exclaimed in surprise that Lin Zi had passed the floor, and in less than a minute. Immediately, Guanning and Guo Xinyi hugged each other to celebrate, praising how amazing brother Lin Zi was. Man was also proud of this achievement, saying no wonder he was their junior brother. Zhang Rui was stunned. He could not believe the truth. He began to lose his usual confidence, thinking the previous floors could be temporarily accepted, but even the 4th floor. Then suddenly the light flashed again. The onlookers gasped in shock. The 5th floor was also done. Everyone around was buzzing with lively discussion, truly unable to believe it. Someone said that kid looked so young yet was so powerful. Another replied that today they might witness history. They were eager to see the recorded results. Someone remembered and quietly said he had already passed the 5th floor. His name should be on the soul steel by now. Guanning raised her hand to check the rankings. Saw rank 44 minutes 45 seconds, rank 40 had 23 minutes 33 seconds. She shouted when she found the result. Rank 39 Lin Zi passed the 5th floor in less than 52 seconds. An uproar arose because of the shock, passing the 5th floor in just 52 seconds, clearly breaking the soul steel record. Among the top 40 people, only he had completed it in under a minute. What kind of monster was this? Inside the arena, he continued to destroy the monsters. Lin Zi only needed to use a skill to pass. After the defensive phase, these floors tested offensive power. No opponent could trouble him, even the diamond giant elephant, no matter how powerful a moving fortress. It was still insufficient before a great soul beast. The information board appeared to update the reward for Lin Zi, congratulating the challenger for passing the 5th floor, receiving a maximum of 500 soul points. The system asked that the reward could only be claimed once and could not be accumulated for higher levels, and asked if he wanted to claim it now. Lin Zi flatly refused. He still wanted to continue the challenge. He firmly set foot on the stairs, thinking that the higher the floor, the shorter the time used, the more points earned. Since he came to challenge, he had to get the biggest reward. Upon entering, the challenge appeared. Floor 6 out of 7, requirement to defeat all ferocious beasts. Everyone lined up in straight rows, ready for battle. Lin Zi lightly assessed the difficulty. The monsters were not of high level, but the number reached several hundred. Suddenly, thousands of sounds rushed into his ears. The ferocious beasts were already brandishing their weapons, charging into battle all at once. Lin Zi immediately realized the true purpose of this floor was to test his group combat ability. The horde of puppets ferociously charged forward to attack him. One quickly had its head pierced by a shot, but they did not stop. A puppet swung its sword, but he dodged it. Lin Zi acted swiftly to deal with the one beside him. The ones behind were hit in succession. During the fight, he realized that Soul Arrow was merely a single target attack, clearing the horde of beasts too slowly. Even with the soul barrier, if surrounded by a large number of puppets, he could still easily fall into a passive position. Waves of puppets fell, each night puppet requiring a soul arrow to take down. As it went on, he became increasingly exhausted from consuming too much soul power. If he kept using soul arrow, he feared his remaining soul power would not be enough for the 7th floor. Suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. He still had a group attack soul technique. He immediately used it to conserve his energy. The current soul force impact had already reached level 2. The puppets still mindlessly charged forward. After consuming 1200 soul power points, the soul force impact was raised to level 6. Finally, they were all shattered by Lin Zi's skill. Not stopping, another wave of power burst forth. He was satisfied with this new method. Lin Zi continued using the area attack he had just remembered. In the past, when encountering a large group of beasts, he would usually let Snowden deal with them. Now, he handled the puppets so easily he almost forgot this soul technique. Watching the enemies fall, Lin Zi silently marveled that group attacks were still the most useful. The remaining puppets also dissipated. The system displayed a celebration message for clearing the 6th floor, with a maximum reward of 1,500 soul crystal points. It noted that claiming early would prevent accumulation for higher floors. Lindsay still wanted to challenge to the end, and chose not to claim. He calculated inwardly that the 7th floor was the final gate. Outside, the light of the 6th floor shone again. Cheng Rui was stunned that he had cleared the 6th floor. Then he grew dejected because his own best achievement was only reaching the threshold of the 5th floor. Yuan Wei, standing beside him, reported that he had investigated Lin Zi's background. Cheng Rui was eager to know the faction backing him. Yuan Wei admitted the truth that he was an orphan from an ordinary family in Pinghai City with no family background. Cheng Rui wondered why Lin Zi had such strength. Yuan Wei recounted the first turning point in the Beast Tamer qualification assessment. He recounted the event that changed his fate, that in his very first assessment, he had achieved the super difficult rating and broken the record of Pinghai City. The milestones were detailed that during the entrance exam at the Ningjiang Beast Taming Academy, he passed with outstanding scores. Yuan Wei continued that in the Bronze Beast Tamer assessment, he chose the super high difficulty and achieved a perfect clearance. Recently in the Academy tournament, he won the championship and became the youngest top student. The conclusion was drawn that all of this happened in less than half a year. Lin Zi was indeed an unparalleled genius. Cheng Rui shouted in panic that what was he saying? How could an orphan develop to this extent? Yuan Wei admitted that he found it hard to believe too, but it was the truth. Then, he probed why the genius of Ningjiang had come to Luoan. If it was for the Soul Crystal Tower, he answered that it was not, that he and his friend were targeting a newly discovered ruin. Cheng Rui exploded that a ruin was even more impossible. The Song family had invested so many personnel, and he absolutely would not let that brat take it. Yuan Wei calmed him down and said not to rush, that his subordinate had a plan. He whispered maliciously that within the ruin, space was chaotic, dangerous beasts roamed rampant, and their own people were there. Even if he was the top student of Ningjiang, dying in an accident was very normal. Cheng Rui understood the meaning of eliminating him inside the ruin. Yuan Wei admitted that open attacks were easy to avoid, but hidden arrows were hard to guard against. No matter how strong he was just an 18-year-old boy. His subordinate was a gold rank beast tamer and had enough ways to make sure he stayed there forever. Cheng Rui agreed in shock to do it that way. He looked up at the tower with glee and said that regardless of being an unparalleled genius or the top student of Ningjiang, he would make him know who the real decider was. On the 7th floor of the Soul Crystal Tower, darkness enveloped everything. Before Lin Zi stood a new opponent, the human-type Ghost-Face Warrior. At the 2-segment Stage 6, the Ghost-Face Warrior stared straight ahead, its bloodshot eyes exuding danger and dignity. Lin Zi assessed that all its stats were ordinary with no outstanding features or elemental abilities. He told himself that when facing a stronger opponent, mediocrity was a weakness. But against a weaker foe, it became a massive advantage. Thinking for a moment, he pondered that mediocrity meant no weakness, and no weakness meant. A few seconds later, Lin Zi deduced it meant comprehensive suppression. Staring intently, a thought suddenly flashed that no wonder no one had cleared the Soul Crystal Tower since its emergence. He connected each attribute of soul intensity, defense power, combat endurance, and group attack capability. Images continuously appeared in his mind. A person's mental energy was limited. Most beast tamers concentrated resources on their contracted beasts, not fully developing all 6 aspects. Lin Zi paused for a few seconds that before the age of 25, cultivating soul techniques to a level capable of resisting stage 6 dangerous beasts was impossible for ordinary people. While he was lost in thought, the Ghost-Face Warrior used the swift shadow step technique to charge forward. Facing it, Lin Zi quickly countered with soul arrows. He hurriedly retreated to observe the situation closely. Attack from 3 sides. He needed to make them reveal an opening. As he thought, he used Soul Force Impact, freezing the warrior in front. Lin Zi struck with another soul arrow, and seeing the warrior's face destroyed, he rejoiced inwardly that he had taken care of one. But behind him, 2 more leaped up. They attacked simultaneously, creating a massive force called the Crossblade Slash. Within seconds, fresh blood droplets splattered endlessly. Before Lin Zi's eyes, a solid barrier appeared, fighting in his stead to protect his soul. Hearing the noise behind him, Lin Zi turned and used Soul Arrow to eliminate another Ghost-Face Warrior. Watching its comrades disappear, the remaining warrior gritted its teeth in rage. Lin Zi looked at it and spoke, "Come on, let's finish this quickly." The Ghost-Face Warrior was fearful, but still swung its sword and charged forward with its last hope. It slashed its sword around, but it did nothing to Lin Zi. This time, it changed its attack position to the rear, but every move could not escape his view. The Ghost-Face Warrior was finally defeated, its mask dissolving in midair. A moment later, the system announced that the challenger had cleared the Soul Tower in 4 minutes and 28 seconds, and received 3,000 bonus points. The system also awarded an additional 2,000 points for being the first to clear all floors. Lindsay immediately accepted them, then was surprised by another 5,000 point reward, and he silently wondered what he could exchange for them. Elsewhere, the players watching Lindsay's progress chattered animatedly, wondering if he could clear floor 7, but no one had ever done so in the Seoul Tower. Not far away, Guan Ning clenched his fists, silently cheering, believing that Lindsay would surely succeed. The light on the display panel suddenly went out, causing an uproar among the crowd who thought he had failed. Some people jumped for joy, thinking that poor outsider could not win, but the next second an earthquake shook the entire place. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, telling everyone to look at the Seoul Tower. Those words drew everyone's gaze, and indeed, the Seoul Tower was glowing all the way to the highest floor. All of them could hardly believe their eyes. Cheng Rai's eyes widened and he was choked with joy. A few seconds later, applause began to ring out without end. Ren Hankyu also applauded in celebration, praised Lin Zi, and said he would report this matter to his superiors, placing his hopes on him on the spatial battlefield.